Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Haar Disciples Baseball. It is a beautiful, beautiful afternoon here in Haar, Saturday, June the 18th, 2022. And my name's Tim Collins, and I'm here with you today to bring you two baseball games between the Mainz Athletics and the Haar Disciples. Game time scheduled for 1 p.m. We're about 1 minute before that, and the meeting between the respective coaches of the Mainz Athletics and the Haar Disciples, along with the home plate umpire Dan DiBacco, is taking place right now. And I am also very excited to be supported by members of the Mainz Athletics TV team that have made the trek. Well, actually, I should be honest. They didn't come here just for this. They were here for the beer gardens and the Tier Park in Munich and a nice week of vacation. But thank you to Matthias Lech, Dorothea Nilius, Tamara Schuttler, and Daniela Schuttler. They are operating extra camera angles for you today, and just really going to up the level of this broadcast. So thank you very much to you guys for being here. And we hope that you at home will enjoy this broadcast. The Mainz Athletics come into this game with a record of 11-10. They are in 5th place in the Bundesliga South. Meanwhile, the Haar Disciples find themselves this morning in 2nd place, and that is because the fact that Stuttgart defeated Heidenheim last night in a night game in Stuttgart, and the Haar Disciples and the Stuttgart Reds have the same record of 14-6 behind Regensburg. However, they have not yet played each other. So there are still 4 big games coming up between the Stuttgart Reds and the Haar Disciples. But meanwhile, the Mannheim Tornadoes in last place, Ulm right ahead of them, both of those teams with records of 3-17. Tübingen in 6th place at 4-16. And then there's Mainz, 11-10. They have played 21 games. They still have a makeup game against Mannheim to play. So Mainz with 5 games left on the schedule, Haar with 6, Stuttgart with 6. And so we shall see what will transpire. If there's ever such thing as a stretch run in a 28-game season, this is it. Remember, the top 4 teams will make the playoffs. The bottom 4 will have to go to the play downs, and that's where the Mainz Athletics find themselves. Really, Mainz, what they are rooting for, they're rooting for 2 wins today, and then they're hoping that either Haar or Stuttgart sweep that 4-game series. Doesn't really matter which one. But as it stands right now, the Mainz Athletics looking inside from the outside on the playoff picture here in the Bundesliga South. But these 2 teams split the 2 games they played in Mainz earlier in the year, and that was also prior to Austin Gallagher making his return to the Bundesliga. Gallagher, who has played in only about half of the season, still 2nd in the league in home runs with 8. In fact, the Mainz Athletics as a team have 24 home runs. That is 2nd to only Heidenheim. And meanwhile, on the opposite end of the spectrum, the Haar Disciples have only 3 home runs as a team. That is last in the league, but that does not necessarily matter as you look at the runs scored. Mainz has scored 179 runs, but they've given up 130, whereas the Disciples are 3rd in the league with 153 runs scored, but they've only given up 96. So it's been about pitching and timely hitting and defense for the Disciples. For the Mainz Athletics, it's been about mashing and trying to outmash their opponents. So we will see what will transpire today as you see the view from the 3rd base angle, the view from center field. We've got 5 cameras working for you today, although you're probably only going to see most of the angles from 3 of them. And it is absolutely perfect weather. It is a summer day. This is the height of summer, and it's actually no accident that we're playing on almost the longest day of the year. These 2 teams historically play very long baseball games, and at least twice in the past several years we've had to stop on account of darkness on games that started at 1 in the afternoon. Doubleheader, of course. So we will see what transpire. We've seen baseball twilight zone between these 2 teams. Maybe it'll happen again today. If it does, I welcome it because there's no place I would rather be. We wish you could join us here in the ballpark, but if you can't, I hope you're comfortable somewhere, ready to enjoy 2 ball games between 2 quality teams and 2 longtime rivals with characters that know each other very well, which we'll, of course, talk about as the game goes along. Meanwhile, the Haar Disciples are congregated there on the 3rd base dugout. You see they're getting ready to take the field. And when they do, Titus van Kopf will be on the mound for the Haar Disciples, and he will be backed up defensively by Drew Thomas playing 3rd base, Francisco Riestra playing shortstop. Callum Murphy is going to play 2nd base. And Daniel Patrice, back from that foot injury, he's back in the lineup, leading 2nd in the league in hits, and he will be playing 1st base. The outfield from left to right will be Will Thorpe, David Dinsky, and Joseph Rosenthal. And behind the plate for game 1 doing the catching is going to be David Wallace. Und ich würde nochmal sagen, falls ihr Fragen habt, könnt ihr natürlich die Fragen auf Deutsch oder Englisch in die YouTube-Chat reinstellen. Ich versuche mein Bestes, alles so deutlich und klar und akzentfrei auf Deutsch zu erklären, wann nötig. So if you have any questions, feel free to write in the chat. If you have any anything you'd like me to know, maybe I made a mistake, feel free to correct me in the chat. So hope you're comfortable, got your beverage of choice, maybe you got your lunch, maybe some burgers on the grill, and you're ready for a good ball game. Titus Van Kopp, the right-hander, throwing his warm-up pitches. He comes into this ball game with an ERA of 3.14, 45 and a third innings pitched, 43 strikeouts, 17 walks. He's been very good in this season for the Haar Disciples. And the lineup that he's going to face begins with Kevin Trisl, who is a staple in the leadoff spot. There you see Titus from the side view. But it's so nice to have that side camera, get some different looks in the ballpark. All the different angles here at the lovely ballpark in Haar. There's more fans starting to file in. It's a hot day, so they're sitting all off to the side because that's the only spot where there's any shade. At any rate, Titus Van Kopp is going to face a lineup that begins with Kevin Trisl, the center fielder, leading off, and then Marlon Jimenez, the third baseman, will bat second. Austin Gallagher, of the aforementioned 8 home runs in only 31 at-bats, he's batting third, playing first base. Max Bolt, who has 7 home runs, he's going to bat cleanup, and he's behind the plate doing the catching. Thomas Joyce is playing left field, batting fifth. Peter Johannesson, der alte Schwede, the right fielder, batting sixth. Johnny Froelich, the shortstop, will bat seventh. Leonard Strickling, the designated hitter, will bat 8th. And Nicky Weikert, the second baseman, will bat 9th. The pitcher for the Mainz Athletics today will be the right-hander Tim Stallman. So we are ready to go. Ball game underway. First pitch is going to be at about 5 minutes after 1. And Titus Van Kopp against Kevin Trisl. The first pitch hitting the air to left field, coming on Will Thorpe. He goes into a dive and makes the catch. One pitch and 1 out. Well, let's watch that on the replay. So 1 out, and that'll bring up Marlon Jimenez. And the pitch is a strike on the outside corner. First pitch for Jimenez. Trisl didn't even get a chance to give you his batting average. But Jimenez comes in there batting .356, and the next pitch is a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Titus, I mentioned, he had 17 walks, 43 strikeouts, and 45 2/3 innings pitched. And the pitch on the way. A ground ball towards the hole, past the shortstop Riestra, and into left field for a base hit. And so that'll put Jimenez on first base. There's 1 away. 1 on and 1 out. And that'll bring up the very dangerous Austin Gallagher. Gallagher, in 31 at-bats, he has 15 hits. 8 of them have left the ballpark. His OPS is younger than me at 1983. And he swings and misses on the first pitch, a high fastball, strike 1. Gallagher, former first-round pick of the Dodgers, I believe it was. And this is his 3rd year, I think, with the Mainz Athletics. And he mashes. That's what he does. There's the leadoff first base. I think Jimenez will not be going anywhere until Gallagher gets a good couple of pitches to swing at. That pitch was outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Gallagher, a hulking left-hand hitter with an open stance. One ball, 1 strike. The right fielder, Rosenthal, is deep, and then the shift is on. There's nobody on the left side. There's a strike on the inside corner. Murphy is way back in short right field. That's the second baseman. Then Drew Thomas, the third baseman, is actually playing to the right of second base. And Riestra, the shortstop, is in his normal position. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Gallagher. Here it comes. After a long hold, Jimenez not going anywhere, and swing and a miss, strike 3. Fastball away, Gallagher trying to pull it, and he comes up empty. Von Kopf with a good battle. Makes quick work of Austin Gallagher as he take a look at the instant replay. Now Max Bolt will step up to the plate. Bolt is a Disciples killer going back years. It's a good fastball from Titus Von Kopf. Max Bolt, 7 home runs, a .359 batting average. His OPS is a mere 1,134. Compared to Gallagher's, nearly double that. So 2 outs to the runner on first base. Jimenez, who has not shown any signs of going anywhere. He has not attempted a steal at all this year. Big hole on the right side for Bolt, who does go the opposite field quite a lot. And the pitch is low. Bolt has 28 hits and 78 at-bats. He's also walked 11 times, 7 home runs, 5 doubles. He's one of the villains in the Disciples in Mainz Athletics rivalry. Swing and a foul tip into the mitt, strike 1, 1-1. Absolutely gorgeous day here in Haar. You see the green of the grass there and all the trees in the background. 1 ball, 1 strike. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Von Kopf with a pretty good high fastball so far. And Bolt decided he does not want the sunglasses anymore. One ball, 2 strikes. I forgot to put the scoreboard up there for you. Now we got it. 1-2, runner on first base. 2 down, top of the first, no score, game 1. And the pitch. Fastball is high, 2-2. So far, Titus has not really thrown the breaking ball. It's been a lot of fastballs. He works from the first base side of the rubber, checks the runner. Now with 2 strikes, you wonder if Jimenez might take off. He does not, and the breaking ball is low and away. Good block by Wallace. Full count now. After Bolt, you have Thomas Joyce, who is also hitting a .361 with 4 home runs. I mentioned the Mainz Athletics 24 home runs as a team. That's second in the league. They are tied at .323 as a team batting average, tied with, I believe, Heidenheim. Forgot off the top of my head, actually, to go back and check that. They indeed are tied with Heidenheim at a .323 batting average, at least at the start of this game. Full count, that means Jimenez will be running from first. He's still being held on by Patrice, however. Von Kopf with a breath. And here's the payoff. Breaking ball hit on the ground up the middle, past Riestra into center field, a base hit. And stopping at second base is Jimenez as the ball is gobbled up by Dinsky in center field, and he fires it back in. So 2 ground ball singles in the inning. And the Athletics have 2 on and 2 outs for Thomas Joyce. Joyce, the left fielder, I mentioned he's hitting .361. He has 4 home runs. He also has 8 doubles, 26 hits and 72 at-bats. So Von Kopf, a fly out, a single, a strikeout, and another single on a full count pitch. And now Thomas Joyce. Jimenez and Bolt, the base runners. Bolt not being held on. There's a swing and a drive to deep right field. Rosenthal going back. He's looking up. It's out of here. A 3-run home run. His 5th of the year for Thomas Joyce. And the Mainz Athletics take a 3-0 lead. Got a pitch down and in, and he was aggressive, swinging at the first one. Let's take a look at this on the replay. The first pitch down and he was hunting. That pitch was probably going to be a ball out of the strike zone, and he just golfed it over the right field fence. Rosenthal looking up as it flew over. That's one of the parts of the ballpark that is relatively easy to get the ball out of here. This is a large ballpark, not a lot of home runs hit here. But when they're hit, it's usually to straightaway right or straightaway left field. And so now, Peter Johannesson, and he looks at a pitch down and in for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Johannesson hitting at .263. He's got 1 home run. And that pitch is low. 2 balls and no strikes. Here comes the 2-0. There's a roller pulled foul. 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, 2 weak ground ball singles through the infield and then 1 golf shot over the right field fence, and 2 bloops and a blast make it 3-0 for Mainz. Two balls, 1 strike on Peter Johannesson, the 37-year-old from Sweden. Of course, his brother Bjorn Johannesson also. They're from a baseball family in Sweden, members of the national team. Breaking ball, that's in there for a strike. Good pitch from Van Kaap. That's the first one he's thrown for a strike called. And the count 2-2. Two outs, nobody on. This one is lined over the shortstop Riestra into left center field. Soft serve into left for Johannesson, and the hit parade continues. That's 3 singles plus the home run now in the inning. And that'll bring up Johnny Froelich. Froelich hitting at .359. He's got 4 home runs. I mentioned this is a Mainz Athletics team. They can hit the ball, that is for sure. 3 singles and a home run in the inning. Johannesson on first, a very short lead. This ball is grounded foul into the dugout. Strike 1. Oh and 1 on Johnny Froelich. Johannesson leading off first base, not a threat to run. Curveball, that one inside, nearly got him. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, Titus van Kaap, who struck out Austin Gallagher, then after giving up the home run, maybe a little bit gun shy here. 1 ball and 1 strike. Johannesson off first. The pitch, swing and a miss, high fastball, threw it by him, 1-2. Here comes the 1-2 from Van Kaap. Fastball high, tried to go up the ladder, and Froelich did not chase. So the count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. 24 pitches already for Titus van Kaap in this inning. And the breaking ball outside, and that's a block by Wallace, but then he kicks it away, and a good read by Johannesson as he's able to take second base on a wild pitch. At first it was blocked by Wallace, but then as he was trying to corral it, it hit his foot and rolled away from him, and Johannesson took second base. So the count full 3-2 now. And the pitch struck him out swinging. Second strikeout of the inning, and Van Kaap, frustrated, walks off the mound, but he gets out of the inning after stranding the runner at second base. The Mainz Athletics, they get 3 runs on 4 hits. Nowhere is 1 left on base. At the end of a half inning, it's the Mainz Athletics 3, the Haar Disciples coming to bat. This is Haar Disciples baseball, präsentiert von der Brauerei Wildbräu. That's the Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back for the bottom of the first inning, and Tim Stallman, the right-hander, 30 years of age for the Mainz Athletics. He has not had a lot of action this year, 16 2/3 innings, 18 strikeouts, and ERA of just under 6, but he's a guy that the Haar Disciples know well. He has pitched big games against the Disciples, and he is a big game pitcher, and the first batter he faces is Simon Lechner, the designated hitter. I'll give you the rest of the lineup in a moment. Lechner is hitting .243, but he has a triple and a double among his hits, and he's been heating up of late. And the next pitch is in for a strike. Simon Lechner, the designated hitter, leads off. He's followed by Will Thorpe and then Drew Thomas, 1, 2, 3. Patrice Dinsky-Murphy, 4, 5, 6. Here's the pitch. Ground ball pulled to the right side. Diving stop by the second baseman, who throws to first in time. Nice play by Nicky Weikert as he lost the ball momentarily and then was able to corral it a second time and throw out Lechner at first base. So that'll bring up Will Thorpe. So Thorpe steps up to the plate. He's hitting at .288. He's got a triple and 4 doubles, 21 hits and 73 at bats. And the pitch from Stallman is just off the corner outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Stallman this year has had 5 previous outings. His longest was 7 innings against Ulm. And the pitch is high, 2-0. In his last outing, he pitched 3 innings against Regensburg and gave up 6 hits and 2 runs, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. He's behind Thorpe, 2-0. 1 out, nobody on. The pitch. There's a strike on the inside corner, 2-1. This ball hit in the air to right center field. It's dropping, and it will land in front of Katowski for a base hit. Thorpe with a big turn, draws the throw. The throw gets off the glove, and now he's going to try for 2, and he is out. So the ball was recovered by the shortstop Froelich, who then scampered to the bag and got there before Thorpe, who then was going to try to do the stop and go around move, the a la Josh Harrison dance move. So that's a single, and then he's thrown out trying to stretch. So base hit, and then he's thrown out 8-4-6, I believe the play went. You see how Thorpe had stopped and then decided to go. So that's 2 down. And that'll bring up Drew Thomas, the Chicago native, and he looks at a strike on the outside corner. Thomas joined the Disciples a couple weeks ago when they were in Regensburg, and is hitting .294. He has a triple, 2 doubles from his 5 hits in 17 at-bats, and he looks at strike 2, 0-2. And the pitch, that's a shot foul off to the right, still 0-2. Two down, nobody on. 3-0 Mainz leading. And the pitch just missed the outside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Half of the infield was taking a step towards the first base dugout on that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes from Stallman to Drew Thomas. Curveball hit in the air to center field. Katowski coming on. He is there and makes the catch. No runs, a hit, no errors, and nobody left on base at the end of 1 full inning. It's the Mainz Athletics 3, the Haar Disciples nothing. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, präsentiert von der Wildbrauerei Wildbräu. Are they a Wildbrauerei? That's the question. They probably are. I think they probably are. The Brauerei Wildbräu. We move to the top of the second inning. 3-0 the Mainz Athletics leading the Haar Disciples, thanks to a 3-run home run off the bat of Thomas Joyce, his 5th home run of the year. And Tito's Fun Cop will face 8-9-1. Leonard Strickling, Nicky Weikert, and then Kevin Trisl for the second time. Leonard Strickling, the designated hitter in this game. He comes in batting .326. He's got 14 hits and 43 at-bats. 2 of those hits have been doubles. And so he stands in against Tito's Fun Kopf. And the pitch, that's a breaking ball high. 1 ball and no strikes. And something is on the field. I guess there was a ball still out on the field. All right, well, it's the Bundesliga. Every once in a while that happens. Joseph Rosenthal picks it up and fires it back in. So 1 ball, no strikes on Leonard Strickling. There's a good fastball at the knees on the outside corner from Fun Kopf. 1-1. Fastball riding up and in, swung on and missed. 1-2. Tito's has gotten a couple of swings and misses on that high riding fastball so far today. Struck out Gallagher with it, struck out Froelich with it, and now he's ahead of Strickling 1-2. And that fastball is outside. Two balls, 2 strikes. That one is in the dirt, yanked. 3-2. The defense is about as straight away as you can possibly play. Infield is straight away. The outfield is straight away. David Dinsky in center field is directly in line. Full count. Popped foul out of play. We'll do it again. Three balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Strickling at the plate, leading things off here in the top of the second. A big day of baseball. As a ground ball slowly hit towards short, charged on by Riestra. The throw to first is in time. And there's 1 away.
Oh yeah. Gute Defense-Arbeiter. Schön.
That'll bring up Nicky Weikert. Pitch was down and away. Weikert hitting at .278. He's got 20 hits and 72 at-bats. 12 walks. He's a guy who, little pesky hitter, Punch and Judy, will put the ball in play, try to get on base, takes a breaking ball outside for a ball. Swung on and missed. That time Fun Kopf with a little bit of a quick pitch. He came set, didn't even bother lifting the leg, just delivered the ball to the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike to him. And the pitch. Curve and a beauty on the outside corner, 1-2. Yeah, give a shout out to the folks watching from Venezuela. Got folks watching from Australia. Folks watching from the U.S. Last week we had somebody watching from 36,000 feet. So we had somebody who actually literally was not on Earth. There's a ground ball to Drew Thomas at first. He says, I got it, and he takes it himself. 3 unassisted. And so there are 2 down. That will bring up the top of the order, Kevin Trisl. Trisl flied out his first time, 0 for 1. That was a nice catch in left field by Will Thorpe. And actually, without that catch, the Disciples would have had to deal with probably more damage. 3-run home run was bad enough as it is. He shows bunt and takes a breaking ball high and inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Trisl, of course, national team player. If he gets on base, which he does at a .453 clip, thanks to his 17 walks and 25 hits. He will run. He's stolen 9 out of 10. Pitch is low, 2 balls and no strikes. And he's also one of the players in the Mainz Athletics who has dual citizenship with Finland. He and his brother Tim Kwiatkowski. And the Disciples have a couple of players from Finland as well. The pitch is low, 3 balls and no strikes. (3-0) on Kwiatkowski. Kwiatkowski probably has the green light, but I'm guessing he will take anyway. And there's a strike. 3-1, and you hear the kid yell, "Nice pitch." He was right. 3 balls and 1 strike on Kwiatkowski. And strike 2 on the outside corner. Kwiatkowski thought it was outside. Full count. Von Kopp from the stretch, 2 down, nobody on. The payoff pitch. Lined into center field. Dinsky coming on. He will have to play it on a hop. It's a base hit. Kwiatkowski got jammed on the pitch, but was able to float it over the second baseman Murphy. That is the 5th base hit for the Mainz Athletics. And a 2-out single puts Kwiatkowski on first base for Marlon Jimenez. I wonder if you might see Kwiatkowski take off here. As told you, he's stolen 9 out of 10. He has a short lead right now. He's not going. The pitch is swung on and missed by Jimenez. Strike 1. Jimenez singled his first time, hit a little roller between short and third. Later came around to score. And the pitch popped foul, 0-2. Reading the comments, Mad Max sagt, Tim, du bist so tapfer. Hier ist 37 Grad. Ja, hier ist nur 30 Grad. Und ich sitze auch im Schatten. Aber mir gefällt das heißes Wetter eigentlich. I'll take more of this summer weather, please. 0-2. Kwiatkowski on first. This would be the time to run with 2 strikes. A long hold from Von Kopp and a slide step. Ground ball slowly hit to Murphy at second. He's got plenty of time and makes the play to first. No runs, a hit, no errors, 1 left at the end of 1.5. The Mainz Athletics 3, the Haar Disciples nothing. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, präsentiert by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Brauerei Wildbräu. That's Brauerei Wildbräu for you Deutsch speakers. We are back for the bottom of the 3rd inning, and the Disciples are going to send 4, 5, and 6, Daniel Patrice, David Dinsky, and Callum Murphy to the plate against Tim Stallman. And Daniel Patrice, a guy who missed a little bit of time with an ankle injury, and he's back in the lineup. And he's an important cog in the offensive machine for the Disciples. He's actually second in the league in hits. And the pitch is swung on and missed. A big swing by Daniel Patrice. 0-1. Patrice hitting merely .467. He has 11 doubles, 28 hits, and 60 at-bats. He has peppered the ball all over the ballpark from left to right. And if he played in a smaller park, he'd have a couple of dingers this year, that's for sure. But the green pastures of Haar are not exactly home run friendly here. The 0-1, that is high. 1 ball and 1 strike, especially for a guy who's not a pole hitter. He's kind of an opposite field hitter, gap to gap hitter. And that's where the distances are really far. And a strike at the knees in the outside corner, 1-2. Stallman working quickly. And he works exclusively from the stretch, the 1-2. Fastball outside, 2-2. Stallman a couple of years ago really dominated the Bundesliga. Did he win the best pitcher award in 18 or 19? One of those years, he was absolutely on the top of his game. Breaking ball just missed the outside corner. That was close. Full count. Stallman with a little look, and he goes for a little walk. Take another look at that pitch. You make the call. Max Bolt turning around saying, oh. Full count. Swung on and foul tipped into the mitt, strike 3. So he got him with the fastball eventually. That is the first strikeout for Stallman. Take a look at this on the replay. 3-2, what are you going to get? Well, he challenged him. Fastball away and threw it by him. So that'll bring up David Dinsky. Dinsky, the other half of the treacherous duo of Patrice and Dinsky. Dinsky hitting .377. He's got 1 home run, a triple, 9 doubles, 29 hits and 77 at-bats. He strikes out a lot, though. He has 21 strikeouts. But last weekend he had, that was a first pitch breaking ball. Last weekend Dinsky was all over the base paths. He had, in the first game versus Mannheim, I think he had 3 doubles. There's a swing and a miss. 0-2. And now he steps out to readjust his batting gloves. That gives the organist a chance to chime in. The 0-2. Hit high and deep to left center field. Long run for Joyce. He's in front of the wall, looking up. Goodbye. He took a pitch that was eye high and tomahawked it out of here. 3-1. Boy, on an 0-2 pitch, that was absolutely crushed. Dinsky got around on that. Watch where this pitch is. Eye high, and he hit it to the deep left center field. That is not a cheap shot. Hit it over the Wildbroy sign and out onto the street. So it's 3-1. The Disciples get a run back, and now Callum Murphy will step up. That's the second home run of the year for Dinsky. Murphy hitting at .250. He's got 17 hits and 68 at-bats. And he lines one to right field. Johannesson right there reaches up and makes the catch. Barely had to move. Well struck by Murphy, however. So there are 2 down after the home run. And now David Wallace will step up to the plate. And Berit Johannesson, hello from Sweden. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that there's a relationship there with Peter Johannesson and Bjorn Johannesson. Nice to have you with us, watching from Sweden. Very international group of viewers whenever the Mainz Athletics play the Haar Disciples. So David Wallace steps up to the plate. Wallace is catching in game 1, hitting at .270, 10 hits in 37 at-bats, and Stallman's first pitch is a breaking ball in the outside corner for a strike. Wallace does not have an extra base hit. All 10 of his hits are singles, but some of them have come at very good times and driven important runs for the Disciples, so he's been important for this team. 0-1. Hit in the air to right field. Johannesson, again, barely has to move. Puts the glove up and makes the catch. He had 2 putouts in this inning. But the Disciples, thanks to the home run off the bat of David Dinsky, get a run back. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left at the end of 2. 3-1 Mainz. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by Brauerei Wildbräu. We move to the top of the 3rd inning here in Haar. 3-1 Mainz leading. This is game 1. And Austin Gallagher, Max Bolt, and Thomas Joyce, 3, 4, and 5 against Titus von Kopf. Stepping up to the plate. Gallagher struck out his first time. And he looks at a strike right down the pipe, strike 1. All right, give a shout out to Randy Ewert watching the game. Nice to hear from you, fellow upstate New Yorker. And the pitch from Von Kopf is outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Gallagher, left-hand hitter with a world of power. And he rips that one foul. Looked like a breaking ball or a slider that was sort of bending in on his hands, and he got it off the handle of the bat. 1 ball, 2 strikes. There you see the line score, 3-5-0 for the Athletics, 1-2-0 for the Disciples. 1-2, nobody out, nobody on, starting the 3rd inning here. And the pitch. Fly ball deep to right center field. It's not going to be caught. Will it stay in the park? Yes, it settles into the net, grabbed by Rosenthal, and Gallagher will stop at second base with a double. I don't think he quite got the fat part of the barrel on that one. I think it sounded like he was a little bit jammed, and he still drove it to the outfield wall, but it did not have the height to get out of here. So he's at second with a leadoff double. Let's watch that on the replay. Well, ahead 1 ball and 2 strikes, then he left a pitch too close to the middle of the plate, and Gallagher nearly got it. Wow, Randy dropping the fun facts. So that's Cam Gallagher is Alston's brother, huh? Of the Kansas City Royals. Well, that is pretty cool. You know, when Regensburg was here, we had the former Angels coach, Bruce Hines, in the ballpark. There's a swing and a foul off the bat of Max Bolt. And so, you know, that means there's 2 degrees of separation between me and Shohei Ohtani because Bruce Hines was here. And so, therefore, because Austin Gallagher is here, that means there's 2 degrees of separation between us and the Kansas City Royals. So we're basically the same thing. 1 strike to Max Bolt with Gallagher leading off second base. Straightaway defense for him. Breaking ball, that's off the plate away. 1-1. Now, this is the part of the order that year after year just murders the Disciples. In past years, it was Mike Larson and Max Bolt, Austin Gallagher and Max Bolt, Tim Katowski, Max Bolt. Breaking ball hits Max Bolt, and so he will go to first base. And Van Kopf in a jam here, 2 on. And this is exactly the situation Thomas Joyce found himself in last time, and he wasted no time hitting a home run to drive home 3. So you figure Tito's going to maybe change his game plan second time around. You got 2 on with nobody out. Joyce, I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's not going to bunt here. He had a 3-run home run last time. Although then again, nothing would surprise me. And here comes the first pitch from Van Kopf to Joyce. Swung on, and there goes another one. He's seen 2 pitches, and he's hit 2 3-run home runs. This one hopping the building beyond the fence. Well, Van Kopf, I mentioned maybe he would change his game plan. Well, if he did, he got the same result. 6-1 Mainz on 2 3-run bombs off the bat of Joyce, who now has 6 home runs. And the Athletics as a team now have 26. That was a no-doubter. Let's watch this. Where was the pitch? Inside, and he just yanked the bat through the zone. And take a look. You can see the ball bounce on 1 hop and hit the glass of that office building that was only built a couple years ago and has a few dents in it thanks to Mainz Athletics. So 3-run home run for Thomas Joyce again. And now Johannesson steps up, and the pitch is off the plate away. 1 ball, no strikes. So Titus behind 1-0. Now the breaking ball, that's outside 2-0. Well, certainly not the beginning Van Kopf wanted to have against Mainz. Now Titus, in his other game against the Mainz Athletics earlier this year, well, let me look at it. He actually did not pitch against Mainz. This is his first appearance. There's a line drive to right center field. Base hit for Johannesson. Dinsky over to cut it off in the gap. Peter will stop with a single. And that ball was well struck off the bat of Johannesson, who has 2 singles in his 2 at-bats. Now that's the previous pitch. I forgot to cue up the replay. My apologies. Meanwhile, as you watch the rest of this replay, Johnny Froelich will step up to the plate. Froelich struck out. That ended the first inning. Now I'm going to cut off that replay so that you see the first pitch to Froelich. Johannesson, not a big lead on first base. There's a big hole in the right side, and Froelich takes a fastball down the pipe for a strike. Johnny, right-hand hitter. He's the shortstop in this game. Titus checks the runner. Johannesson not going anywhere. 0-1. The pitch, curveball, and that one off the glove of Wallace. And again, Johannesson will get to go to second base on a wild pitch. That happened also the last time he was on base. So Titus having trouble controlling that breaking ball. This one way inside, nearly hit Froelich. And Johannesson able to saunter off to the next base. So he's in scoring position. Still nobody out. 6-1 Mainz. We're in the 3rd. The pitch, swing and a miss. Fastball threw it by him, 1-2. Now Titus, his best pitches today has really been that high fastball that he's been able to elevate and get the chase on. 1-2 on Froelich. There you see Johannesson out on second base. Nobody out. The pitch popped foul. That's out of play. Still 1-2. Yeah, he'll move. And the Pitch on the way, hits outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, that's always the issue with the placement of the center field camera. We can't put it up high because up high there's a net that's always moving. And so the only place we can put it is in the dugout, which means you get the runner on second base, or in some cases the center fielder standing right in the line of sight. But, you know, Peter's family's watching, so they get to watch their son. There's a foul ball out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Still nobody out. Maybe the count is 3-2, and I missed one. Certainly could be the case. Yeah, the wild pitch. I probably forgot to note it in my scorebook. Here's the payoff. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Froelich strikes out for the 2nd time, both times on fastballs. And Titos gets an out finally. And now the number 8 hitter, Leonard Stücklin, will step up to the plate. Stücklin grounded to short his first time. Well, the Mainz Athletics, I told you, they came into the game tied for the league lead in team batting average, 2nd in runs scored. And they have already put 6 on the scoreboard here. Johannesson on second base, Van Kopf a long look, and now he delivers. Fastball strike at the letters on the inside corner, 0-1. Just catching the upper inside corner. Leonard is not a power hitter, but he's a good bat-to-ball guy, puts the ball to all fields. Fastball is high and outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Stücklin nine strikeouts in 43 at-bats, so puts the ball in play. There's Johannesson on second base as Van Kopf stretches up. 1-1, the pitch, fouled away, 1-2. Again, Van Kopf getting ahead with the fastball. Now, Titos, in his longest outing of the year, was a couple of weeks ago in Heidenheim. He pitched 7 innings through 130 pitches. Then last week he threw 64 and 5 solid innings against Mannheim. But he's going to have to work through it today to give the Disciples some length. Swing and a miss on the high fastball. Again, that's the pitch that's been working the best for him today. He strikes out Stücklin. That's the 2nd out of the inning. As you take another look at this. Going up the ladder with 2 strikes, Stücklin unable to lay off that pitch. It looks so good coming in. And so now 2 down for the number 9 hitter, Nicky Weikert. Weikert grounded to the first baseman, Drew Thomas, his first time. Again, a 2-out hit here. Might score Johannesson from second base. With 2 outs, he can go at the crack of the bat. There's a fastball inside for a ball. Van Kopf has good movement on that fastball. It runs in on the hands of the right-hand hitters. And because he works from the first base side of the rubber, that gives it a lot of space to sort of leak over that inside corner. 1-1 on Weikert. And the pitch outside, 2-0. There's a good number of people here at the ballpark, but it's always a very relaxed and focused crowd. It's almost like watching tennis. I mentioned that here. Everybody's very quiet for the pitch coming in. 2-0 with Johannesson on second base. Swung on and fouled to the screen. Weikert just missing that one, getting a piece of it, and it goes back to the screen where Kevin Katofsky will corral it. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, runner on second base. 3 more runs in on another 3-run home run off the bat of Thomas Joyce, his 5th and 6th home runs. He's seen exactly 2 pitches today. That ball hit in the air to center field. Dinsky cutting over to his right, has plenty of room and makes the catch. So Van Kopp, after giving up the 3-run home run, settles down to strike out 2 and get a fly out, but Mainz gets 3 more runs on 2 hits. No errors, 1 left at the end of 2 1/3 innings of play. Mainz Athletics 6, the Haar Disciples 1. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, präsentiert von der Brauerei Wildbräu. Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back for the bottom of the 3rd inning. Haar Disciples versus the Mainz Athletics. Mainz Athletics on the strength of 2 home runs off the bat of Thomas Joyce, leading 6-1 here in the early going. And for the Disciples, they will send 8, 9, and 1. Joe Rosenthal, Francisco Riestra, and Simon Lechner to the plate against the right-hander Tim Stallman, who has thrown thus far only 23 pitches. Rosenthal, right-hand hitter. Stepping up to the plate, first pitch, swing and a miss out in front of an off-speed pitch, and he's behind 0-1. Joseph Rosenthal hitting .221, 17 hits and 77 at-bats. I saw somebody asking, are these players professional? The answer is mostly no. There's usually 1 or 2 players that are considered, might be paid by the team. In the Disciples case, what they tend to do is they actually bring players here and then help them get jobs outside of the team. So technically, it's sort of a semi-professional league. There's a pitch on the corner, 1 ball and 2 strikes to Rosenthal. But for the most part, everybody here is playing because they love baseball. There are some former professionals, ex-minor leaguers, for example, like Alston Gallagher. And here's the 1-2, breaking ball hit on the ground. That's foul. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes. But the one thing that is really nice about this league is that you have the same characters year in and year out. There's such longevity as Rosenthal rifles one back through the middle for a base hit. He takes a big turn and will hold on. Leadoff single for Joe, and he is aboard. That is the Disciples' 3rd base hit in the game. They have Thorpe's single and Dinsky's homer. Rosenthal hitting that ball squarely back through the middle, right past Stallman, the right-hander, who falls off the mound to the left side, and it's a good thing. He would have been hit in the chest by that line drive. So Rosenthal is on first base, and he's a quick one. He is 9 out of 10, so you might see him steal. Although trailing by 5, I kind of doubt it. So now Francisco Riestra, the number 9 hitter. Breaking ball in the first pitch, and a good one from Stallman for a strike. Riestra hitting at .250. He's got 18 hits and 72 at-bats. He's another guy who has really fortified this Disciples team, both defensively and also offensively. There you see Rosenthal's lead. The pitch is a strike. 0-2, good pitch from Stallman. Curveball and then a fastball. Yeah, but as I was talking about, the Bundesliga is not a professional league, but the level is high. There are a lot of former professional players here, and the rivalries are real. There goes the runner, breaking ball swung on and tapped slowly up the 3rd base side. That will be a base hit. Riestra couldn't have bunted it any better. In fact, you couldn't have rolled it any better with your hand than where he placed that ball. A little swinging bunt that rolled equidistant between the pitcher's mound and the cut of the thd base grass. And so the Disciples with 2 base hits to start things off. And now the top of the order, Simon Lechner. Lechner grounded out to the second baseman his first time.
Sorry, messed it up.
So you have good speed on the bases now. Both of these base runners are pretty adept at stealing. Lechner squares, and the pitch is down low and gets away from Bolt, and both runners advance. A wild pitch. Lechner pulled the bunt back in time, so it's a ball. And the Disciples with runners on second and third. Watch this on the replay. Looked like Bolt didn't immediately know where the ball went after it ricocheted off his body. It caromed actually out in front of him. He tried to backhand it. And you see the pitcher Stallman picked it up, and both runners were able to advance. So 1 ball, no strikes on Lechner. Now, well, the A's will give up a run on a ground ball. So if Lechner can drive a ground ball to one of the infielders that's not at the corners, but even then, the third baseman Jimenez is also back, as is Gallagher at first. So 1 ball, no strikes on Lechner. And the pitch. Backdoor breaking ball and a beauty. Strike 1, 1-1. There's the 1-1. Outside with the fastball. Lechner is a very selective hitter. He does not chase a lot of pitches outside the zone. He has drawn 14 walks this year. That actually is second on the Disciples. Murphy has 21. 2 on and nobody out. The pitch high for ball 3. Well, a 6-1 lead in the Bundesliga is certainly not an insurmountable comeback. Three and 1 on Lechner, who has power. The pitch fouled away. He got a pitch to hit, went chasing, and now the count is full, 3-2. That's Rosenthal. He's the lead runner at third. Riestra is at second. That's head coach Alex Tufts, also in your picture with the number 23. Payoff pitch to Lechner. Little pop fly on the infield. This will be caught by the shortstop. Froelich makes the catch, and no advance. So that's a big out for Stallman, as Lechner unable to get the ball out of the infield. That's the first out, and that will bring up Will Thorpe. Thorpe singled and then was caught trying to stretch it after the throw from the center fielder Katowski ricocheted off the glove of Nicky Weikert. So second and third, only 1 out. You got Thorpe and then Drew Thomas, the 2 and 3 hitters in the order. So the Disciples absolutely would like to get both of these runners home here if they can. Stallman checks them and comes set. Here's the pitch. And that one nips the outside corner. Strike 1. Runners on second and third. Just missed the outside corner. Bolt was setting up outside, actually. And Stallman, whose fastball tails back towards the hitter, hit the glove, but it was a couple inches off, according to Dan DiBacco, the home plate umpire. 1 ball and 1 strike. Rosenthal and Riestra, the runners on second and third, and the pitch. That's right through there. 1-2. So Thorpe desperately wants to put the ball in play to try to drive home at least 1 run. Base hit with the speed of Riestra on second would probably be 2 runs. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Grounded, fouled on the third baseline. We'll do it again. Thorpe, I think that was an off-speed pitch, and Thorpe was a little bit out in front, but was able to stay back long enough to get a bat on that one and foul it away. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, still the count. Runners on second and third. There's 1 out. 6-1. This is a big moment for the Disciples if they want to get back in this game. You don't want to miss too many opportunities like this. 1-2. And a fly ball to shallow right field. Johannesson coming in. It's very shallow. Rosenthal is quick. He's going to come to the plate. Here's the throw. Rosenthal is out. And the double play ends the inning. So Peter Johannesson with a good throw on a bounce to Max Bolt. And the Disciples with runners on second and third failed to score a single run. Credit to the throw of Peter Johannesson. Let's watch it again on the replay. He was in very shallow right field. And Rosenthal coming to the plate on a bounce. Good tag by Max Bolt. And Rosenthal out. So the Disciples don't get any runs. They get 2 hits. No errors and 1 left on base. At the end of 3, it is Mainz 6, Haar 1. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we move to the top of the 4th inning. Mainz Athletics leading the Haar Disciples by a score of 6-1. And for the Athletics, they're going to start with the top of their order. Kevin Trisl, Marlon Jimenez, and Austin Gallagher against Titus von Kopf. Trisl has singled and flied out, and he takes a breaking ball strike on the first pitch. And I think he thought that pitch was low. 1-0 to Trisl. And the 0-1. Breaking ball, and that's on the back door. 0-2. A couple of breaking balls from Titus von Kopf to start off Trisl. Oh, 2. That's fouled away with the fastball. Trisl protecting with 2 strikes. Well, the Mainz Athletics with a 3-run home run off the bat of Thomas Joyce in the first, and another 3-run home run off the bat of Joyce in the third. I can't talk today. The pitch is served into left field. Thorpe coming on, and he's unable to catch it. The ball landed in front of him. He's able to block it, however, and Trisl will stop at first base with a single. Thorpe made a nice diving play on Trisl in the first inning. This one he just couldn't get to. I think he short-hopped it anyway. And then was fortunately able to keep it in front of him. And that'll bring Marlon Jimenez. Well, this is the part of the order. Of course, you know, it's by design. They put all their really good hitters up front. Kind of goes without saying. But von Kopf has got to find a way to keep people off the base paths before Gallagher and Bolt and Joyce and company come to the plate. Jimenez is 1 for 2. And he flies that one to right field. Rosenthal is camped underneath it near the line in fair territory, and he makes the catch. 1 out. And that'll bring up Austin Gallagher. Gallagher doubled off the wall in right field and struck out, 1 for 2. Kotowski at first, he is a threat to run. Although with Gallagher, like I said, you want to give him as many pitches to hit as possible because there's a good chance if he gets a hold of one, Kotowski can jog. And boy, was he trying on that one. That's a swing we could feel up here. Strike one. I'd say that swing is worth a replay. If you've ever seen Reggie Jackson take a full swing, that's what it looks like right there. That's one strike to Gallagher. Fouled back, 0-2 now. Kotowski 9 out of 10 in the stolen base department. There you see Kevin being held on by Daniel Patrice. And that infielder is Callum Murphy. That's actually the second baseman, not the right fielder. The right fielder, Rosenthal, is, you need binoculars to see him. He's standing against the right field wall, basically. 0-2 on Gallagher. There goes Kotowski, swung on and missed. The throw is not in time, and Kotowski also interfered with David Wallace's throw. And then DeBacco is going to, I think DeBacco's going to call a double play. He did. Kotowski crossed in front of David Wallace, and you can't do that. That's an interference, whether it's intentional or not. And the home plate umpire calling a double play as Wallace was interfered with on the throw to second base. So it's a strikeout throw out. So when Gallagher, he lost his balance and left the batter's box and blocked the catcher. And whether or not it's intentional does not matter. It's the home plate umpire's call, and that's the call he made. It's a strike him out, throw him out double play, and the inning is over. So we go to the bottom of the fourth inning. It is the Mainz Athletics 6 and the Haar Disciples 1. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Mainz with a 6-1 lead, thanks to two swings of the bat of Thomas Joyce. And Tim Stallman has worked his way through 3 innings, allowing 4 hits and just the solo home run to David Dinsky. He will deal with Thomas, Patrice, and Dinsky, 3, 4, and 5 in the order for the Disciples. This is Drew Thomas. Thomas flied out his first time, and the pitch, a curve, is inside off the glove of ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Stallman deals the 1-0. Fastball is high. 2 balls and no strikes. And the next one, ground ball to the hole, backhanded by the shortstop Froelich. The jump throw not in time. Thomas beats him out. A la Derek Jeter. But an infield single for Thomas. I think he was jammed on the pitch.
Let's go, Frenchie.
Und jetzt kommt an den Schlag, liebe Disciples Fans, unsere Nummer 30, Daniel Patrice.
And so Daniel Patrice will step up to the plate. Patrice struck out his first time on a 3-2 pitch against Stallman. The Disciples only with the 1 run. They had a base runner in the first, home run in the second, and 2 base runners. In fact, they had second and third with nobody out last inning, and they could not get a run. So now Thomas, the leadoff base runner, he's on. And Patrice drives it deep to right center field. Back goes Kitofsky. It's going to be over his head. 1 hop against the wall. Drew Thomas around third. He will come in and score. Here comes Daniel Patrice to second base with an RBI double, and it's 6-2. That is what Daniel Patrice does all day, every day. He drives the ball to the gap. Left center field, right center field does not really matter. And Kitofsky had no chance to catch that ball. And so the Disciples get a run. It is now 6-2 on the RBI double. You see how far Kitofsky had to go to play that ball off the wall. And Drew Thomas easily in to score. And so now David Dinsky, the hitter. Dinsky hit a pitch at his eyes over the left field fence his last time on an 0-2 count. So Stallman going to deal with him, and now you have Patrice at second base. And the pitch popped up on the right side of the infield, foul ground, being chased by the first baseman Gallagher, and he one-hands it. So Dinsky pops out. That's the first out of the inning. And now Callum Murphy will step up to the plate.
Die Nummer 26 jetzt an den Start und an den Schlag für die Disciples, Callum Murphy.
It is 6-2. We're waiting a minute for the easy score to update. The score is 6-2, Mainz leading Haar. And Dinsky just popped out. There's a runner on second base, Daniel Patrice. And the pitch to Murphy is inside, and that's ball 1. Murphy hit a fly ball to right field. He hit it well, but he's 0 for 1. 1 ball, no strikes to Murphy. And the curveball inside corner, 1-1 from Stallman. And a good curveball. 1-2 now. Patrice was dancing back and forth out on second base. He's jumping around there. There you see his lead. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Callum Murphy with 1 out. And Stallman steps off as Vikert was running in behind him at second base. A 4-run lead for the Mainz Athletics. The Disciples started this inning. Drew Thomas infield single. Daniel Patrice drove him home with a double. And then Dinsky popped out. Now Murphy swings and fouls it to the screen. The count's still 1-2. Murphy, the number 6 hitter. He will be followed by David Wallace. One ball, 2 strikes from Stallman to Murphy with Patrice on second base. And again, Stallman steps off. Max Bolt, I think, called for that one. Stallman has his sign, comes set. And the pitch, curve. Little flare over short, and it's going to be caught by Froelich. And good read by Patrice to get back to the bag. So 2 down. As Murphy was jammed on that pitch. With 2 strikes, of course, having to protect. You see Patrice taking his lead, and then the curveball comes in and got in on the hands of Callum. And Froelich backing up to the outfield grass to make that catch. So 2 down for David Wallace. Runner on second base, Patrice. 6-2 Mainz, and the pitch. Fastball strike on the inside corner. Real quick, I'll answer a question from the chat. Leon de Luftige Wie zählt es eigentlich, wenn der Ball zwar nicht über den Zaun geht, aber zu hoch stecken bleibt, um ranzukommen? That would be an automatic double if the ball got stuck in the fence. That actually happened on Gallagher's fly ball, but it wasn't stuck in the fence. Rosenthal was able to retrieve it because there's the metal fence. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed 0-2 from Wallace. There's the metal fence, which is about, I don't know, 1.5 meters high, and then beyond that there's the netting, which extends up quite a ways, probably another 4 meters. And sometimes the ball will hit the net and then come down and settle between the net and the top of that fence. But that is still in play. It's only if the ball would get stuck in the net somewhere out of reach of one of the fielders, that would be an automatic double. So I hope that answered your question. No balls and 2 strikes on Wallace, and the pitch. Tapped foul weakly behind the plate. Wallace stays alive. Mainz with 6 runs. They have a 3-run home run in the first inning from Thomas Joyce and a 3-run home run in the 3rd inning from Thomas Joyce. Yeah, the Disciples got a solo dinger from David Dinsky in the 2nd inning and then an RBI double from Daniel Patrice here this inning. Patrice is still out there on 2nd base. That's the scoring so far. We're in the bottom of the 4th. And time is called. Wallace taking his time getting in the batter's box. Stahlmann kicks at the dirt on the mound. Stahlmann works from the extreme 3rd base side of the rubber. That's in total contrast to Titus von Kopf. And he holds a pretty high set. The 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt, swung on and missed, blocked, and the tag applied by Bolt. And catcher to catcher, the tag is applied, and the inning is over. But the Disciples get a run on 2 hits. No errors, and they strand a base runner. At the end of 4 complete here in Game 1, it is 6-2 Mainz. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, präsentiert von der Brauerei Wildbräu. We move along to the top of the 5th inning. Titus von Kopf sitting at 81 pitches through the first 4. He will deal with 4, 5, and 6. Max Bolt, and then Thomas Joyce and Peter Johannesson. You got to figure Thomas Joyce is going to see some pitches in the dirt or something. He's seen exactly 2, and he's hit both of them out of the ballpark. Does not get much easier, though, when you start with Max Bolt. First pitch, and Bolt is hit with a breaking ball for the 2nd time. Seems none too pleased. Titus, of course, also not too pleased. Bolt had singled and scored prior to that. And then he was hit by a breaking ball, and then he sprinted to first base after that. A little bit of levity from Max Bolt. Look at this breaking ball right in the backside. So if you're going to get hit, that's the way to do it. And that's going to bring Alex Tufts out to the mound, and we're going to have a pitching change. So Titus van Kopf, his day is done, and Adriano Penskover is going to come in. So Titus, really, I mean, were it not for the 2 swings off the bat of Thomas Joyce, he'd be looking at a different situation here, but he didn't have his best stuff today. So we'll take a short break as Adriano Penskover will take over. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So the new pitcher for the Disciples is the young right-hander Adriano Penskover, and he really had a big game against Heidenheim a couple of weeks ago. Pitched 5 2/3, giving up only 1 earned run and 3 hits with 4 strikeouts against the most potent offense, well, the other potent offense in the league besides the Mainz Athletics. So he will be tested today, overall in 9 1/3 innings in the Bundesliga this year, an ERA of 2.89. He throws a little bit of everything. Everything moves. He does not throw hard, but he changes speeds, and his strength, of course, is when he can throw the ball for strikes. And the first guy he's going to face, welcome to the ball game, the guy who has 2 3-run home runs, Thomas Joyce. No chance for a 3-run homer here. There's only 1 runner on. So Penskover against Joyce. The runner Bolt at first base. He's the responsibility of Van Kopf. And the pitch is a strike over the outside corner, backdoor breaking ball from Adriano. 0-1. That's the first pitch Joyce has taken. There you see the lead from Max Bolt. And breaking ball is outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. One and one on Joyce. Nobody out. Bolt on first base. A very short lead. And that one drops in for strike 2. 1-2. The next one, that's way outside. Now the count 2-2. I think Penskover overthrew that one a little bit. You could hear him grunting all the way back here. You get 2 strikes on a dangerous hitter. You want to put him away. Sometimes you can work against yourself. 2-2. That ball is ripped to right field, but it's going to hook foul. So nothing but a long strike. A little too quick on that inside pitch was Joyce, and Bolt has to go back to first base, as you see there. (6-2) Mainz. Actually, it's really 6-2 Thomas Joyce. Two balls and 2 strikes. Infield back, hoping for a ground ball. This ball hit in the air to deep left field and way off the line. Thorpe will never get there. Is it going to land fair on the warning track? Kerm's away from Thorpe. They are waving the runner Bolt around. Here's the relay throw to the plate. He is out at home plate. Sliding into third behind him is Joyce, but that was a great relay by Francisco Riestra. After an initial recovery by Thorpe and the warning track in left, the ball caromed behind him. He corralled it, got the cutoff man, and you could see that developing. Bolt, not the fastest of runners, but hey, with a 4-run lead, why not take a chance? It takes a perfect throw to get him, and a perfect throw indeed it was by Francisco Riestra. Watch it again on the replay. Bolt, as you see, Thorpe nearly slipped on the warning track. He picks it up, fires it to Francisco, And perfectly executed on the fly to Wallace. And the punch out by that's Alex Hartle on the rotation. So that's going to go as a double. And the play goes 7-6-2 on the out at home. There's one away, and now Peter Johannesson. The infield will come in with runner on third. (7-6-2), and the pitch was low. And the 1-0 to Johannesson. There's a ground ball to the second baseman, Murphy. He checks the runner and underhands it to first. That's out number 2, and a big one. Well, the Disciples had second and third and nobody out in the third inning and could not score. Here, you have a runner cut down at home plate, and then Joyce at third with only one out. Now he's there with 2 outs, and it will take a hit off the bat of Johnny Froelich, who has struck out twice in this game. That was both against Titus van Kopf. By the way, that out at home plate closes the book on Van Kopf. He goes 4 innings, 9 hits, 6 runs, no walks, 5 strikeouts. Penskover against Froelich. And the pitch in the dirt. Good block by Wallace as that breaking ball was bending down and away. I think actually Wallace might have been crossed up on that as he goes out to have a quick chat with his pitcher. Take another look and see where the pitch was. Wallace setting up away. I think he looked like he was expecting a fastball. Now Tufts is out there. And so Dan DiBacco, I think, has charged a mound visit. I think maybe that's what that is, as Alex Tufts going out to get a explanation. As Wallace ran out there to talk to Penskover, so now that counts as a mound visit. 1 ball and no strikes to Froelich, runner on third with 2 down. And another pitch in the dirt, 2-0. And low again, ball 3. Stückling, the on-deck hitter, is 0 for 2. I don't think they're pitching around Froelich. I think it's just Penskover trying to be careful. 3 balls and no strikes he'll probably be taking. And he takes a ball. That's ball 4. That is the first walk issued by Disciples pitching, although there are 2 hit batters, both of them Max Bolt. So Bolt hit twice by a pitch, and now he's been thrown out at the plate. So he's had a lot of contact in this game. So first and third, Froelich, the runner at first base, has not attempted a stolen base yet this year. And there's a strike on the outside corner to Leonard Stückling. Although if you're going to go, I suppose this might be the time to try it. First and third, 2 down. Especially if the count gets to 2 strikes on Stückling. Leonard with an 0-1 count, a quick pitch, and that's outside. That's what Penskover does. He tries to be crafty out there. Like I said, he throws around 79, 80 miles an hour, but his stuff moves, and he does change speeds. And in this league, if you can hit the corners, you can totally be successful with it. 1-1. The pitch, swing and a miss, 1-2. That's the thing about changing speeds. One of them comes in there at 72 and the next one comes in at 83. It's the differential that gets you. 1 ball and 2 strikes. First and third, 2 down. There goes the runner, the pitch. Line down the left field line. Will it stay fair? It is a fair ball into the corner. 1 run is in. Froelich rounding third. He's coming to the plate. Riestra with a relay throw. Instead, he holds on to the ball. It's a 2-run double off the bat of Leonard Stückling. And the walk does indeed come back to bite the Disciples. Joyce comes in to score, Froelich in to score, and Leonard Stückling at second base with a 2-run double. It is now 8-2 Mainz. Got a pitch on the inside part of the plate and was able to keep it just fair down the left field line. And this time it was too far out of the reach of Thorpe to get to the ball quickly enough for there to be a play at the plate. Riestra wisely deciding not to throw it home. So runners on second and third. It's again a 6-run lead for the Athletics, and the number 9 hitter, Nikki Weikert, steps up to the plate. And the pitch is in the dirt, ball 1. So those 2 runs are charged to Penskover. There's a strike on the outside corner at the letters. 1 ball and 1 strike. Still 2 down in the inning. Penskover was close to getting out of the jam. There's a good curve on the outside corner, 1 and 2, but the big hit off the bat of Stöckling. The 2-out, 2-run double. And Mainz has again opened up a 6-run lead. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Penskover with a long look in for the sign from Wallace. Now he comes set. Runner leading off second base is Leonard Stöckling, and the breaking ball is low. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ball got away briefly from Penskover. That's Leonard Stöckling. His double just knocked home 2 runs. Two. That's again outside, 3 and 2. First game of a doubleheader here in Haar. These are very important games for the Mainz Athletics. The pitch squibbed foul off to the right, off the end of the bat of Weikert. The count remains 3 and 2. Full count. Or maybe it's 2 and 2, and I missed one. Don't think so, though. That one is pulled foul. That was the breaking ball on the inside corner, and Weikert was able to get the barrel of the bat to it, and it settles all the way down the left field line. And it looks like Tito's Fun Kopf went and got the ball himself. Leonard Stöckling on second base. And the pitch. Popped up right side. Murphy, the second baseman, shading his eyes, backpedaling onto the grass. He's called off by Rosenthal. That was a wise play, as it's a much easier catch for the outfielder. So Joe Rosenthal makes the catch, but the Mainz Athletics get a couple more runs. They get 2 runs on 1, 2 hits. There were no errors and 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning here in Haar. It is 8-2 Mainz. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, präsentiert von der Brauerei Wildbräu. Welcome back to Haar Disciples Ballpark. My name is Tim Collins, along with the Aushilfe aus Mainz, Matthias, Dorothea, Tamara, and Daniela. Thank you so much for your Unterstützung for this broadcast, all the extra camera angles. Tim Stallman is thankful for the Unterstützung from Thomas Joyce in this ball game. Joyce with 6 RBIs, 2 3-run home runs, and Joseph Rosenthal. First pitch of the bottom of the 5th is a ball to Rosenthal, who singled and scored. That was Stallman's 55th pitch. And this ball pulled down the line just foul. 1 ball and 1 strike to Rosenthal. 8-9-1, Rosenthal, Riestra, and Simon Lechner in the order against Stallman. Stallman has allowed 6 hits and 2 runs, one of them the home run to David Dinsky. The other was the RBI double off the bat of Daniel Patrice last inning. 1-1 to Rosenthal, and that's paint on the outside corner, 1-2. The 1-2 pitch, breaking ball, down low in the dirt. Trying to get a chase from Rosenthal. Two balls, 2 strikes. And he got him with an off-speed pitch. Rosenthal way out in front of that one. And there's 1 away. That is 1, 2. That's the 3rd strikeout for Stallman. By the way, I misspoke when I said that that Rosenthal had singled and scored. He singled, but he was stranded on 3rd base. That was in the 3rd inning when the Disciples had 2nd and 3rd and nobody out. He did not come around to score. So now he strikes out to start the 5th, and the hitter is Francisco Riestra. First pitch curve in there for a strike, 0-1. And the pitch hit off the end of the bat, a little floater to shallow left field, and the catch is made by Joyce. And there are 2 away. That breaking ball right off the end of the bat. And you see Joyce able to get there, actually almost overran the ball. So the top of the order, Simon Lechner. Lechner the DH. He's 0 for 2. Grounded out and popped out. Lechner, a left-hand hitter, as you can see. The pitch, that's a strike right at the top of the zone, 0-1. And the next one, fouled away, 0-2. Stallman has not had a 1-2-3 inning as of yet, but he's 1 strike away from doing it now. Well, I guess if you count Thorpe getting caught in the 1st inning, he did only face 3 in the 1st inning, but he did give up a hit. 0-2 on Simon Lechner with 2 outs and nobody on. That's high. The 3rd baseman, Jimenez, was at the edge of the grass. Now he backs up on 1-2. 1-2 pitch. That's low, 2-2. Stallman's 2-2. Curve, got him looking. Good inning for Tim Stallman, 2 strikeouts, and it is indeed his first clean 1-2-3 inning. We go to the 6th inning here in game 1. It's the Mainz Athletics 8 and the Haar Disciples 2. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we move to the 6th inning. Tim Collins along with you here from Haar Disciples Ballpark. Game 1 of a doubleheader. Hope you're enjoying the game or the day wherever you may be in the world. We have viewers from all over the world, and Kevin Trisl, the leadoff hitter, will step up to the plate against Adriano Penskover. And the first pitch is a ball outside. Trisl, then Marlon Jimenez and Austin Gallagher. Trisl has singled twice and flied out. He was then caught stealing. That was on the interference. There's a pitch on the inside corner, 1-1 to Kevin. Mainz scored 3 in the first, 3 in the second, and 2 in the 5th. So every second inning they've scored. And the pitch, breaking ball, just missed outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Yeah, Herman, I see your comment. Yeah, Kevin Trisl, his I believe it's his mother is Finnish. One of his parents is Finnish. I've met them before. And the pitch is outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. The Disciples also have the Finnish pitcher Konsta Kurikka. Somebody in the chat was clamoring for him to come to the game. There's ball 4 to Trisl. He's been on base 3 times now, and he will start things off. He's been a pretty good table setter so far. Of course, getting on base ahead of those home runs is a pretty good idea. And the hitter now, Marlon Jimenez. Jimenez singled in 3 trips, 1 for 3. He scored in the first inning. There's Trisl with his leadoff first. The pitch is up and in to Jimenez, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Mentioned Trisl 9 for 10 coming in. Well, now he's 9 for 11. Of course, you don't really know what would have happened without the interference at the plate. There's a pitch that's on the inside corner. A little cut fastball, I think that was, from Penskover. Penskover, he really falls off the mound. You know, I got to say, it's a little Mitch Williams style, except from the right side. He doesn't throw as hard as Williams, of course, but still gives you something to look at. And it's a little tough to pick the ball up out of his hand. You know who his motion also reminds me a little bit of David Cone, now that I think of it. I can't believe I haven't thought of that before, but David Cone with that diminutive stature and sort of throwing from different angles, as time is called. 2 balls and a strike on Marlon Jimenez. Cone was a guy who was famous for just inventing new pitches and deliveries on the mound mid-game. And the pitch popped up off the end of the bat, shallow right field, and Rosenthal is there. He's got it for the first out. And that'll bring up Austin Gallagher. Gallagher struck out twice and hit a rocket off the wall in right field. There you get a look at Austin Gallagher. 1 down. Trisl on first base. And Penskover's first battle with Gallagher, and he misses off the plate away. 1 ball and no strikes. Gallagher's 3 previous at-bats were all against Titus van Kopf. Penskover coming on with nobody out and a runner on first base last inning. Disciples hoping he can give them some innings here. The pitch is low, 2-0. Right now, no activity for the Athletics in their bullpen. Stallman has pitched very well, 2 runs and 6 hits against the Disciples so far. And most importantly, no walks. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Gallagher swung so hard he almost lost his grip on the bat. And he's smiling about that one a little bit. Well, talk about putting a lot into that swing. That is what he does. 2 balls and a strike. Trisl off first base. And a check on him. There's the 2-1. There goes Kwiatkowski, and the pitch is fouled away. So the count even 2-2. Kwiatkowski had about a running start on that. Penskover did not wait very long, actually. He came set and delivered the ball pretty quickly. Kwiatkowski was trying to time it. So the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes on Austin Gallagher. 1 away in the inning. And another check on Kwiatkowski, and he's back. Two and two. And he's going again. The pitch is low. The throw from Wallace, not in time. Well, Riestra thought they had him at second base. And the pitch is low. You see Kwiatkowski on the way. The throw, boy, was right there. And Riestra thought that Kwiatkowski slid into the tag. But Kwiatkowski steals the base this time. I think the Disciples were going to try the hidden ball trick as Riestra still had the ball. And he was pleading his case. So runner at second base. The count is full to Gallagher. Still nobody out. Excuse me, there's 1 out in the inning. Scoreboard is incorrect. Kwiatkowski at second base. It's 8-2 Mainz. They've been in control since this game started. The pitch popped up, foul territory. Drew Thomas over to give it a look right near the fence. He has just enough room, and he makes the catch. Out number 2. Well, it looked at first like that ball was going to spin over the fence and into the burger stand, but it came back just enough for Thomas to make the play on the fence. And so there are 2 down for Max Bolt. So Penskover against Bolt. Bolt has been hit by a pitch twice and singled. He's scored 2 times, and then he was thrown out trying to score the last time. And the pitch that's in the dirt, blocked by Wallace. Kwiatkowski still at second base, 1 away. 2 away, excuse me. 1 ball and no strikes the count. What I meant to say prior to that. There you see Kevn Kwiatkowski on second base, taking his lead. Penskover set, the 1-0. Fouled away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Bolt, a guy who, from what I've seen, generally is trying to hit the ball to right field, but he does so with a lot of power. But if you make a mistake inside, he will pull one and he'll drill it. There's a reason he's been a staple on the national team for the past number of years. 1 ball and 1 strike. The pitch, swing and a miss. Wallace thinking about a throw behind the runner. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 8-2 Mainz, but the game feels a lot closer than it really is. You know, these games, sometimes a big inning can sneak up on you. And so the Athletics, of course, trying to dent hope plate as many times as they can. The 1-2, got him swinging, a little sweeping breaking ball, sidearm away. And Bolt is gone on strikes. A good job by Adriano Penskover pitching around the walk. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. Bottom of the 6th inning coming up here in Haar. It is the Mainz Athletics 8, the Haar Disciples 2. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Welcome back to Haar Disciples Ballpark, going to the bottom of the 6th inning. 8-2, Mainz leading. This is game 1 of a doubleheader. We started at about 1 p.m., and it is almost exactly 3 p.m. right now, so well on our way to a full summer's afternoon of baseball. And for the Disciples, they will send 2, 3, and 4. Will Thorpe, Drew Thomas, and Daniel Patrice to the plate against Tim Stallman, who is looking like the Stallman of old today. 68 pitches. He has been excellent. Thorpe is 1 for 2. He's singled and flied out. The pitch, curve inside, ball 1. It's starting to get late for the Disciples, as they've only been able to reach Stallman for 2 runs in this game, 2 runs on 6 hits. Stallman has not issued a walk. And the pitch, that is inside corner for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike to Thorpe. That one comes back to paint the outside corner, 1 and 2. Stallman has really been hitting the corners. He only has 2 strikeouts, but he's been inducing weak contact. And he's been able to escape some jams. This ball popped up, foul ground, being chased by Gallagher. And neither Gallagher nor Bolt can catch it as they were converging. And can't say I don't blame Max Bolt for not wanting to run into Austin Gallagher on a collision with a foul ball. So the ball lands in foul territory, and Thorpe lives to see another pitch, but that was definitely a catchable ball. As you see Bolt and Gallagher converging, it's probably an easier catch for the first baseman, as Bolt running away from the ball, looking over his shoulder, but the ball dropping untouched. So no error, no nothing, it's just no play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Thorpe trying to get the crowd going here as he lives to see another pitch. The defensive alignment is playing Thorpe exactly straight away. The 1-2, that is high and off the glove of Bolt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Yannick Wildenhain out of the dugout to get that ball and hand it to the home plate umpire. Two and 2 to Thorpe. Hit sharply on the ground to deep third. Backhanded by Jimenez. The throw is in time. Gallagher backing to the foul side of first to get the play. And so there's 1 away. It was not hit all that hard, so Jimenez has to make sure to rush that throw and get it over there.
Drew Thomas.
So Drew Thomas singled and scored and flied out. He came around to score on the double off the bat of Daniel Patrice. And he sends one flying deep to left. That is gone. Home run for Thomas, his first as a Disciple, and it is 8-3. Well, that's why the Disciples got him. As we take a look at the replay, the first pitch, fastball down the pipe, and he took it out of here. So that's 4 home runs in this ball game. Dinsky and Thomas for the Disciples, Joyce with 2 for the Mainz Athletics. So the score is now 8-3. And now Daniel Patrice steps up to the plate. Well, as the weather heats up, the ball flies a bit further. There's a ball to Patrice, 1 ball, no strikes. Stallman, that's the 7th hit he's given up. And the pitch to Patrice, that's a curve over his head, 2-0. A couple of those breaking balls Stallman has failed to get on top of. Wonder if maybe he's starting to feel a little bit fatigued. This one popped out of play off to the right off the bat of Patrice. 2 balls and 1 strike. Stallman, 76 pitches, It's a very, very warm day, not very breezy, but if you're getting through innings quickly, you don't feel it so much. That breaking ball low and outside. He threw him a breaking ball on 2-1, and now the count is 3-1. Dinsky on deck. And a strike catches the knees on the outside corner fastball. And the count full, 3-2. Payoff pitch from Stallman to Patrice. That's tapped foul at the plate. And we will do it again. Patrice, a long, lanky swing, but he has a lot of power. He's a tall guy, very slender, but when he gets that bat going, he can drive the ball. We saw him drive one deep to right center field earlier in this game. He's 1 for 2. That was his double, which was his 12th double of the season. Full count to him, 1 out. And that's outside for ball 4. First walk issued by Stallman. Fastball, he tried the fastball over the outside edge, and it missed off the plate. And you can see clearly outside. Max Bolt trying to hold it there and get the call. But Patrice on first base, now Dinsky coming up to the plate. Patrice, by the way, in case you're wondering, he picks his spots. He's only stolen 2 bases, but he has not been caught. So David Dinsky now the hitter. Dinsky hit a home run and then popped out, 1 for 2. It is 8-3, Mainz leading, bottom of the 6th inning. The pitch, that's a strike on the outside corner fastball, 0-1. And the next one, that's off the plate away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Patrice off first base has not been going on the previous 2 pitches. He's not going here. And there's a strike at the outside corner at the knees, 1-2. There's only 1 away. Maybe in a minute, maybe not right yet. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And ground ball off of Stallman. It caroms to the right, and that's a base hit. And Stallman appears to have taken that one right on the shin. He is in pain. That ball was well struck. It's a base hit for Dinsky. And now we hope that Stallman is okay. It looks like he's struggling to put weight on his left shin, I guess. We can watch this replay. There's Gallagher and Weikert out there talking with Stallman. Stallman flexing his left leg. We'll let this replay go, and so you can see what just happened. It was a very hard hit ball off the bat of Dinsky. And if it hits you in the bone, that's going to hurt for a while. Yeah, it looked like it got him in the right side of his left shin as he was trying to lift his leg out of the way. And it's definitely hit pretty solidly. Stallman still hunched over there beside the mound. That was his 80th pitch of the afternoon. He's still walking around. He has a smile on his face, I believe. So, I mean, it doesn't look like anything serious happened, but that's the type of thing, if it swells up, that's, you know, that's his leg that he's got to land on. He's walking towards the dugout. Looks like he wants to get something to drink, I suppose. In the meantime, there is some activity now along the right field line as the Athletics are going to start some bullpen activity. Well, the Disciples have a run in this inning, the home run off the bat of Drew Thomas. And since then, Patrice walked Dinsky with a hot shot single off of the left leg of Stallman. And now you have Callum Murphy. Looks like Stallman is going to at least take 1 warm-up pitch. He's stepping back out onto the mound, got himself a sip of water. Well, Stallman is going to come out of the ball game. So Stallman's day is done. And Dinsky also going to give him a little hug. Of course, you know, the hitter does not want to do that to the pitcher, and Dinsky and Stallman know each other. And so they exchange pleasantries. But Tim Stallman's day is done, and it was a good one. And so we'll be right back after this pitching change. It's 8-3 Mainz. The Disciples have runners on first and second with one out here in the sixth. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by Brouwerij Wildbräu. So the new pitcher for the Mainz Athletics is the young right-hander Ira Clifton, who is a German and American from Georgia. And he has only pitched 1 2/3 innings so far in the Bundesliga this year. And that was against Regensburg. He gave up 1 hit and 1 run, but it was not an earned run. He also walked 1 and struck out 3 in that inning and 2/3. So he comes on here with runners on first and second. You have Patrice at second, Dinsky is at first, and he will face Callum Murphy once he has finished throwing his warm-up tosses. Not to forget, Nick Ferguson, it was an injury to Tim Stallman, so that means Clifton gets as much time as he needs to warm up. But I think he just threw his final pitch. And the young right-hander who attended Erskine College in the U.S., listed at 6'1", 185 pounds, right-hander from Fayetteville, Georgia, but also has a German passport and was part of the under-23 German national team, if Google is to be believed. And so he will come on. And Callum Murphy, who is 0 for 2 A big spot here for the Disciples. They trail by 5. They have runners on first and second. 1 out in the inning. Patrice is at second. Dinsky is at first. And the first pitch on the way. Fastball is high from Ira Clifton to Callum Murphy, and the pitch a ball. So Stallman goes 5 1/3. 3 runs he's given up so far, but he's responsible for the base runners that are on base now. Fouled away over our heads. Strike 1. 1-1 on Callum Murphy. First and second. 1 out. Breaking ball swung on and missed, and Clifton nearly falling off the mound. And he tries to sort of recover and make it look like he did that on purpose with that little jog around. Smooth by Ira. That was a good slider. Watch his follow through. He nearly stumbled. Oop, I meant to do that. So the count 1 ball, 2 strikes on Callum Murphy. And time called. Little cat and mouse. I always think that's very dangerous with 2 strikes to be asking for time, especially late, although Murphy did not actually ask for it all that late. That was not one of the later ones I've seen. And now Bolt wants to get rid of his sunglasses for a second time. Did he have 2 pairs on before, or did he just put them on again? That's the question, the big mystery. It is 8-3, Mainz leading, game 1. And if history is to be, learned from, we're going to be here till it's dark. That's my guess. Maybe even beyond. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch inside, and it hit him. That was a fastball. After the time call, this one gets away from him, and now the bases are loaded. Murphy will take it. Nobody likes to see a fastball up and in, but Murphy with the 2 strike count. Now you have Wallace and the bases loaded. And obviously Clifton frustrated. Wallace is 0 for 2. He has popped out and struck out. Infield is back. They would look for a ground ball double play. And he lines it, caught by the pitcher, and Murphy is doubled off first base. A little humpback line drive. Clifton caught it and flipped it to first before Murphy could get back. And in the blink of an eye, the inning is over. Is that this camera? So the Disciples, they get 1 run thanks to the home run off the bat of Drew Thomas, but Wallace lines into a double play as Murphy is doubled off first base. And we will go to the 7th inning with the Mainz Athletics leading by the score of 8-3. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to the 7th inning. Well, the Disciples, they have to be kicking themselves. They've had a few opportunities throughout this ball game. Back in the 3rd inning, they had runners on 2nd and 3rd and nobody out. They could not score. And last inning, they had the bases loaded and 1 out, and a nice play by Ira Clifton. He fielded a line drive hit right back at him. Was not hit all that hard, but still, you still have to react and make the catch, which he did, and then he threw to first to get Callum Murphy doubled off, and that ended the inning. And so now Thomas Joyce, he of 2 3-run homers and a walk, will step up to the plate. And the backdoor breaking ball from Adriano Penskover is in for a strike. Joyce, Johannesson, and Froelich, 5, 6, and 7 in the order here in the top of the 7th inning. Mainz with a 5-run lead. They lead 8-3. And that pitch is high, 1-1. There's been a lot of action in this one. There have been 4 balls leave the yard. 2 by Joyce, 1 by Dinsky, 1 by Drew Thomas. And that pitch is low, 2-1. Max Bolt was thrown out at home plate. Thorpe made a nice diving catch in the 1st inning. And then Ira Clifton with that nice double play on the comebacker last inning. Breaking ball is outside for ball 3, 3-1. 3-1 to Thomas Joyce. And there goes another one to right field. He's got 3 homers. Is that going to hit the building? On 1 bounce, I think it did. 3 home runs for Thomas Joyce, and it is 9-3. Have a day.
Number 3.
And that's 7 runs batted in if you're keeping score at home. Let's see where this one goes. It's hard to see, really, if it hit that building in right field. Joyce with a little bat flip for extra emphasis. Rosenthal with the courtesy look. And it was definitely over the pedestrian walkway and into the greenery around the side of that office building. Well, some office workers going to learn something about baseball. And now Peter Johannesson comes up to the plate. 9-3 Mainz, flexing their muscles here in game 1. Breaking ball is outside, ball 1. Well, Joyce came in with 4 homers. Now he's got 7. That ties him with Max Bolt. That pitch is a strike to Johannesson. 1 ball, 1 strike. There's a curve. That one bends in for strike 2. 1-2. That's low, 2-2. And Johannesson reaching for one, rolls it to the right side. Juggled by Murphy. He recovers and throws to first in time. 1 away. And that will bring up Johnny Froelich. As you see, Johannesson way out in front of that pitch. And Murphy moving, almost had that ball hit off the heel of his glove and get past him. So Johnny Froelich has struck out twice and walked. And the pitch, that's his ball. Bounces away from Wallace, the catcher. Don't forget, game 2 coming up about a half an hour after the conclusion of this game. Mainz has led since the top of the 1st. One ball, no strikes on Froelich, and the pitch. That's popped up out of play off to the right, 1-1 now. One pitch. Just missed the inside corner. He tried to come back over the inside corner with that little slider. And it's ball 2, 2-1. Rolled foul, 2-2 now. That one goes into the Disciples dugout. The Disciples coming into this game with a record of 14-6. Mainz trying to even their record, or excuse me, go 2 games over 500 rather. 2-2 pitch hit sharply past the dive of Drew Thomas down the left field line. Froelich touches first. He's heading for 2, and the throw is not in time. It's a double. Standing for Johnny Froelich, his first hit of the day. The ball was hit sharply and pulled down the line. Thomas was not guarding the line, and it got past his dive and went into the corner. Thorpe, a good play to go get it. But Froelich reaching second base easily enough, so he's there with 1 away, and now Leonard Stückling. Stückling, remember, got a very big hit, a 2-out double in the 5th inning. It looked like Penskover was maybe going to wiggle his way out of the jam, and Stückling's hit kept the pressure on. That's the type of game it's been for the Athletics. They have been in front. They've been able to keep a big lead. There's a swing and a miss on the first pitch from Stückling. That was a bit odd. It looked like a slider that he was late on. Maybe he was looking for something else. Oh, 0-1 on Leonard Stückling. And that's squibbed foul, 0-2. In case you're wondering, yes, I realize that the center field camera is slowly pointing more and more upward. I'm going to have to go out there between games and adjust it. Oh, 2 on Stückling. 1 out, 7th inning. This is Penskover's 3rd inning of work. And that's in the dirt, 1-2. Froelich on second base. There are some bees flying around the edge of the microphone, so in case you heard that, that's what that was. 1-2. That's in the dirt, and it gets away from Wallace. Froelich takes off for third. He's there. So he reaches third on the wild pitch. And the count is now 2-2. Penskover has his sign, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Stückling at the plate, the pitch fouled away, and we'll do it again. Well, the other game of interest in the Bundesliga South, Heidenheim and Stuttgart tied at 2 in the 5th inning. Two balls and 2 strikes on Stückling. Infield comes in for the Disciples as they will try to cut down the runner at the plate. And that's in the dirt, ball 3. Oh, that's ball 4, I guess. So Stückling draws the walk, and there are runners on first and third now. The middle infielders will back up and look for double play. Nicky Weikert looks at a fastball high, ball 1, 1-0. Weikert is 0 for 3. One ball and no strikes to him. And that one is low. Penskover now starting to struggle with his control a little bit. Falling behind, gave up that leadoff home run, then got Johannesson on the ground out, but then Froelich doubled, and the walk to Stückling. Now he's behind 2-0, and there's a liner down the line, fair. Froelich in to score. Stückling round second. He's headed for third. He is being held at third as Weikert pulls in at second with a double. It is 10-3 Mainz on the RBI double off the bat of Nicky Weikert. As you take a look at this liner, Going down the line and hitting off the fence in the corner. Thorpe able to get it back in. And we're going to have a pitching change. So we'll be right back. It is 10-3 Mainz. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, präsentiert von der Brauerei Wildbräu. So we are back. It's the top of the 7th inning. The Mainz Athletics have runners on second and third and one out. And the new pitcher on the mound for the Haar Disciples is the newly acquired Finn Kullika. And his name is spelled with Kullika, but it's pronounced Kullika. This is what he told me before the game, so I'm hoping I'm doing that justice. Konsta, of course, formerly a star in the Finnish sport pesäpallo, which is the ancestor of baseball, which was brought to Finland in the early 1900s by someone who had traveled to the U.S. and saw baseball and decided he liked it but wanted to make it a little bit more interesting. And boy, if you ever want to see something interesting, check out some pesäpallo, that's for sure. So Konsta Kullika is going to come on and face another fellow countryman, or at least a half Finnish player. Kullika has pitched in the Bundesliga once before. He only pitched one inning, I believe, a couple years ago with Heidenheim. And he was in Spain earlier this year, but this is going to be his first look in Germany in 2022. And what a spot. Runner on third with only one out. Infield in, Kevin Trisl. 2 singles and a walk, and the first pitch is fouled away. Kullika has a good fastball who has been clocked in the 90s. I don't know exactly how hard he's throwing now, but it's reached 92 to 93 from what I understand. And he's a talented right-hander. He's one of the players that Troy Williams, the longtime scout and former Stuttgart Red manager and national team coach, has scouted. There's a ground ball and a nice stop by Murphy with a dive to first base with the throw. And Callum Murphy just saved a run. That was a sparkling play by the second baseman, as the runner from third, that's Stöckling at third, had nowhere to go. Let's watch that again. That was really well done. Looked like it was going to be a base hit. Instead, it's out number 2, and the infielders can back up. Great play by Murphy. So 2 down, and now Marlon Jimenez, who is 1 for 4 against the right-hander Kullika. And the pitch is low for a ball. From what I understand, Kullika had been playing pesäpallo his whole life and only started playing baseball a couple of years ago. As I mentioned, he came to the attention of Troy Williams. And the pitch is high and outside. You see he's got a good live arm. Solid mechanics. 2 balls and no strikes on Marlon Jimenez. Still runners on second and third. It's 10-3 Mainz. You have to figure Kullika's job is to pitch as long as he can in this game. 2-0. That's outside, ball 3. Jimenez probably going to be taking here. And it's right down the pipe. He was 3-1. Well, Thomas Joyce is the story of the day so far. Well, one of several. I guess Tim Stallman pitched 5 1/3 solid innings, but Thomas Joyce with 3 home runs in this game. And all of them were blasted. Each one further than the previous. There's the 3-1 pitch. Line to the second baseman, Murphy. He makes the catch, and a good job by Kurika to come on and strand the runners at second and third. But the Mainz Athletics played 2 more runs on, let's see if I can read my handwriting, 1, 2, 3 hits. No errors and 2 left on base. It is time to stretch. Bottom of the 7th inning coming up here. It is 10-3 Mainz. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good people of the Brauerei Wildbräu.
To the ball game.
So we go to the bottom of the 7th inning, 10-3 Mainz, and Ira Clifton back out on the mound. And the Disciples will have 8, 9, and 1 against the right-hander who came on in relief of Stallman. And he's got that old school hand over the heads wind-up. First pitch to Rosenthal is fouled away, strike 1. The Disciples in the next half inning will send Niels Schmidt out to left field in place in the lineup for David Wallace. And then Will Thorpe is going to go back there and catch. That's going to come in the next half inning, but just informing you now. Ira Clifton, 0-1 on Rosenthal. And the slider missed a little bit high, 1-1. Rosenthal has singled and struck out. This is only his 3rd plate appearance. There's a high fly ball to center field. Katowski shading his eyes from the sun. He's under it, and he puts it away in deep center field for out number 1. So Rosenthal flies out, and that'll bring up Francisco Riestra, also 1 for 2. Riestra singled in the 3rd and then flied out in the 5th. Remember, back in the 3rd, Rosenthal and Riestra reached and eventually made it to 2nd and 3rd with nobody out, and the Disciples could not score. Although the big difference in this game is the 7 runs batted in and 3 home runs off the bat of Thomas Joyce. Let's not joke around here about missed opportunities. There's a fastball riding high. 1 ball, no strikes to Riestra. Venezuelan native, always has family back home in Venezuela watching the game, so. And the 1-0, that's outside, 2-0. 10 runs on 14 hits for the Athletics, 3 runs on 8 hits for the Disciples. No errors in the game. 2-0 to Riestra, the pitch on the way. Right down the pipe, taking all the way, 2-1. Clifton has a good fastball. And he's one of those dudes who seems like he's pitching in fast forward. A lot of movement, kicks the leg back, the hair is flying around. Hands over the head, and a little bit low, and the count 3-1. Three balls and a strike on Riestra, trying to get on base for the top of the order, as the Disciples have not been able to rally too much in this game, and that is ball 4 outside. So a walk to Riestra. That's only the second walk issued by Mainz pitching today between Stallman and Ira Clifton. And so now the top of the order is Simon Lechner, 0 for 3. He has grounded out twice. Excuse me, grounded out, flat out, struck out, looking. Left-hand hitter. And Clifton from the stretch deals. Fastball down the middle, strike 1. Riestra trailing by 7. He will not be going anywhere. Here's the pitch. Popped straight up in the middle of the diamond. Who's going to call for it? It's Weikert in front of second base who makes the catch. So that's the second out. And that'll bring up Will Thorpe. Clifton has made quick work so far. Remember, he came on with the bases loaded and 1 out. Excuse me, he came on with the runners on second and third and 1 out. Then he hit Callum Murphy to load the bases, but then David Wallace lined a humpback liner back to him, which he caught, and then Murphy was doubled off first. So he got out of that bases loaded 1 out jam with a liner double play, and now he's made pretty quick work for the first 2 outs. Will Thorpe, the hitter, with Riestra still on first base. And the pitch. Line drive, that's a base hit to left field. Riestra will take the turn and stop at second base. No reason to risk it when you're trailing by 7 runs. And so Thorpe has his second hit in 4 trips. Hit it off the end of the bat, but lined it to the right spot. And so Drew Thomas, who hit a long home run his last time, he's up with ducks on the pond here now. Riestra at second. And Thorpe at first, 2 down. Thomas is looking at a ball. It looked like Bolt almost was crossed up on that pitch. He sort of stabbed at that pitch and somehow corralled it. 1 ball, no strikes. Thomas has 2 hits and 3 at-bats, including the home run. And the pitch from Clifton. Line drive to right field, and it's going to land in front of Johannesson. Riestra being waved around. Here comes the throw to the plate. It is cut off by Gallagher. So it's an RBI single off the bat of Drew Thomas, and the score is 10-4. Thorpe went to third on that play. Thomas, not trying to be too greedy, took a pitch away and took what was given to him. He did not try to pull it. He lined it to right field. And Johannesson having to play it on a bounce. And so first and third, and now Daniel Patrice coming up to the plate. 10-4 the score. Patrice has walked, doubled, and struck out. First and third, and the pitch high, 1 ball, no strikes. Patrice was backing away from that pitch as if he thought it was going to ride much more towards him. One 1-0 inside. Patrice jackknifes out of the way, 2-0. Well, Clifton does not look like one of those guys where you have a very comfortable at bat against him. Like I said, a lot of arms and legs and hair flying everywhere with that delivery. Plus, he throws hard. The ball moves. 2 balls, no strikes on Patrice at a quick pitch, and it doesn't work. A base hit to left field. In to score is Thorpe. It's 10-5. Well, that was nearly a balk. It almost didn't come set at all. And it's a line drive base hit off the bat of Patrice, and suddenly the Disciples are within 5 runs here. Max Bolt out to the mound to have a chat with Ira Clifton, as the hitter will be David Dinsky. First and second, 2 outs in the inning, as the Disciples trying to rally here. Dinsky has homered already today, 2 for 3, homer and a single, and a pop out. So, Ira Clifton running into some problems here, trying to get the 3rd out. He had very quickly gotten the first 2, but single, single, single. And now Dinsky with first and second after a couple of runs have scored, and the pitch, a breaking ball, is outside. Dinsky, a very aggressive hitter. Of course, Max Bolt knows that, and that's why he called for that first pitch. Slider down and away, seeing if Dinsky would be a little bit too aggressive, but he was not. 1-0 to David. Clifton from the set, the pitch. A slow roller towards short. Froelich has it. He goes the short way to Vikert, and that will end the inning. So Patrice is forced out 6-4, but the Disciples played 2 runs on 3 hits. There were no errors and 2 left on base. Time for the 8th inning here in Haar. It is the Mainz Athletics 10, the Haar Disciples 5. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we move to the top of the 8th inning here in Haar. Mainz leading this one by a score of 10-5. And Konsta Kurika is going to come on and start the 8th inning. He got the final 2 outs of the 7th inning, and he's going to do so against Austin Gallagher, Max Bolt, and Thomas Joyce. And the pitch to Gallagher, fastball outside, ball 1. Gallagher has struck out twice, popped out, and hit a rocket double off the wall in right field. And the pitch misses the inside corner from Kurika, and the count is 2-0 to Gallagher. Again, the defensive shift on. And that's ball 3. There's the 3-0. And ball 4 missed too low and inside. So Gallagher draws a leadoff walk. And that'll bring up Max Bolt. Bolt has singled, been hit twice by breaking pitches that had no bite, and then struck out. The first 3 plate appearances were against Titus van Kaap, and the last was against Adriano Penskover. This is Bolt's first look at Kurica. There you see Gallagher on first base. Probably not a threat to run. Breaking ball on the first pitch is a strike. It's a good pitch from Consta. Oh and 1. Swing and a miss. Good fastball running in on his hands. 0 and 2. Ground ball to the third baseman, Thomas. He gloves it, goes to second, 1. Murphy's relay to first is in time for a double play. 5-4-3 and put it in the books. That was a nice pick at third by Drew Thomas as well. First double play we've seen in this ball game of the conventional variety. And so there are 2 down, and now Thomas Joyce. Well, he's got a chance to do something that I don't know. Well, it actually probably in the early days of the Bundesliga there have been 4-homer games, but certainly not recently. He's got 3 dingers today, plus a walk for good measure. And the pitch is high. He has 7 runs batted in. Each of the 3 home runs went further than the previous. The last one, I think, maybe touched the building on the fly in right field, maybe. That's upstairs for ball 2, 2-0. And ball 3, fastball high, 3-0. Joyce probably has the green light, I would expect. And it's inside ball 4. So there will be no 4-home run game, at least as it stands right now. I suppose there's always the chance he could get another at-bat. 2 down. And now Peter Johannesson, who has 2 singles and has grounded to second twice, will step up to the plate. Johannesson with that big open stance. Fouls away the first pitch. That was a fastball from Kurica, and it's strike 1. Ball takes a bounce and goes right on out of the ballpark, and a couple of kids go chasing. Strike 1 to Johannesson. One strike the count. And that one's inside. A back pick attempt and safe. Diving back is Joyce. That's the perfect pitch to do that on. Thorpe getting a pitch down and into a left-hand hitter, and then that blocks the view of the runner from first momentarily. Joyce, however, did not get caught on that. 1 ball and 1 strike to Johannesson. And that's outside, 2-1. And Joyce leading off first base, being held on by Patrice. Meanwhile, there's a youth game taking place back there. The pitch just missed under the hands of Johannesson, 3-1. So Kurica, after falling behind Gallagher and walking him, then gets the double play ground ball. Now he's got Thomas Joyce on first with a walk, and he's in danger of walking Johannesson. 3-1. There goes the runner. The pitch is outside for ball. Oh, it was a strike called. Throw to second base is in time. A lot happened on that one. I thought the pitch was going to be called ball 4. It was not, which then means the ball is still live for the throw to go through. And Joyce probably also thinking that it was ball 4. He is thrown out at second base. And see the tag applied by Riestra. And so the caught stealing gets Kurika through the inning. So that means Johannesson will actually still get to come back to the plate in the 9th inning. So we will go to the bottom of the 8th inning as Mainz leading the score 10-5. This is Haar Disciples Baseball brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning, and it will be Murphy, then Niels Schmidt and Joseph Rosenthal, 6, 7, and 8 in the order for the Disciples against Ira Clifton, who is the second Mainz Athletics pitcher. The game was started by Tim Stallman, who went 5 1/3. Stallman gave up only 3 runs, 8 hits, 1 walk, and 4 strikeouts. He would get the win, as Murphy sends one off the end of the bat to shallow center field, and it is going to drop off the glove of Katowski. A big turn, but Murphy is going to hold on. So Callum Murphy is on first base with a leadoff single. Katowski got over there and made it close, but couldn't quite come up with the shoestring catch. So a first pitch single puts Callum Murphy on first base. The Disciples trailing by 5 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And the hitter will be Niels Schmidt. Schmidt came in the ballgame last half inning defensively and went and played left field. He comes in place of David Wallace. Schmidt, 6 hits in 45 at-bats. There's a pickoff attempt, and Murphy is safely back in there. Callum, by the way, has only attempted 1 stolen base. He was successful, but this is not a situation that he would attempt to go. And the pitch is a ball. Ira Clifton came on with 1 out in the 6th inning. Got that line drive double play. Then gave up a couple of runs in the 7th inning, thanks to 4 base hits or 3 base hits. 1-0 on Niels Schmidt, a lanky, tall right-hand hitter who does have power, but he swings and misses at that breaking ball, which goes to the backstop. And so Murphy will take second base on the wild pitch. However, the count is now 1-1. After Niels Schmidt, it'll be Joseph Rosenthal. Schmidt, I told you, he's a guy who, when he makes contact, he can really drive the ball. 1-1 pitch. In the dirt, nowhere close, and Bolt had no chance to stop that one. The ball caroms and goes up towards the Haar Disciples dugout. Second consecutive wild pitch from Clifton, and now Murphy's at third with nobody out. Not much Max Bolt can do on this one. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. The pitch, swing and a miss. Got a fastball by him. That's strike 2. And that one is outside, ball 3, I believe. I believe the count is full, 3-2. And a swing and a miss, strike 3. Schmidt is out as Ira Clifton decided to stop messing around and just threw a fastball down the pipe, and Schmidt swings through it for strike 3. So 1 away, and that'll bring up Rosenthal.
36 ist jetzt am Schlag. Liebe Baseball-Fans, Josef Rosenthal.
Rosenthal singled, struck out, and hit a deep fly ball to center field. The Disciples would take that fly ball here. They'd at least get a run out of it, although they really need more base runners, trailing by 5 with 5 outs left in the game. And the right-hander Clifton deals. Curve on the inside corner, strike 1. Rosenthal was looking for something else. 0-1 to him. Rosenthal, the number 8 hitter in the lineup. You see Murphy on third. He was there with nobody out, rather. Now he's there with 1 out. Infield is back. Swung on and missed, strike 2. Clifton looking to get a couple of punch outs here. Don't forget, in between games, the Haar Disciples are going to celebrate their longtime right-hand pitcher, former star, national team player, Kevn Trisl, with a number retirement ceremony. There's the pitch. Fly ball to center field. Katofsky, a long run. This should easily get the run home. Murphy tags and he will come home and score. That's a sacrifice fly to make it 10-6. And Rosenthal has hit a couple of deep fly balls. This one gets him a run batted in. So there are 2 down. A lot of real estate out there in deep right center field, but Katofsky closing that gap. Able to make the catch. And Murphy tags and scores easily. So Riestra comes up to the plate with 2 outs, nobody on. Haar Disciples trailing by 4. And the pitch. There's a swing and a miss on a slider. He went too far, strike 1. Well, if Riestra makes out here, then the Disciples, if they can hold Mainz scoreless in the top of the 9th inning, at the very least, they would send the top of their order up for their last chance. And the pitch up and in. Riestra almost got a shave on that one. 1 ball and 1 strike. One could say that Clifton is effectively wild. I wouldn't say he knows exactly where it's going. The pitch, there's a good breaking ball. And that is, I mean, that's about as good as it gets. If you let a fastball get away and nearly plunk the hitter and then you come back and paint the corner with a slider, there's pretty much nothing the hitter can do. And a swing and a miss, strike 3. Another perfectly placed slider gets Riestra. The Disciples get a run, 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, nobody left. We go to the 9th inning. It is Mainz 10, Haar 5. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We go to the top of the 9th inning here in Haar. My name's Tim Collins. Hope you're enjoying your afternoon or morning or evening, wherever you are in the world. It is an absolutely gorgeous day here in Haar. Mainz Athletics leading this game by a score of 10-6. And the Finnish right-hander Konsta Kurikka on the mound. This is his 3rd inning of work. He will face 6, 7, and 8. Peter Johannesson, Johnny Fröhlich, and Leonard Stücklin. And the Disciples desperately want him to put a 0 up on the scoreboard so they can try to go to work. There's a high fly ball to right field. It's going to stay in the park, playable for Rosenthal. He makes the catch, 1 pitch, 1 out. So Johannesson, hunting the first pitch fastball, got under it and flies out to begin the 9th. That'll bring up Johnny Fröhlich. Fröhlich struck out twice, and then he was walked and scored in the 5th. Then he doubled and scored in the 7th. The story of the game, the 3 home run day from Thomas Joyce. He has 7 runs batted in. Leonard Stücklin also with a 2-run double. And Nicky Weikert with a run-scoring double, along with 5 1/3 innings of strong pitching from Tim Stahlmann. There's a breaking ball on the inside part out of the strike zone for a ball to Johnny Fröhlich. So Fröhlich 1 for 3. And Kurikka, the right-hander, deals. That's low, ball 2, 2-0. Kurikka pitches from the first base side of the rubber. Don't forget game 2 coming up. It's going to be Jack Enciando, I presume, for the Mainz Athletics versus Zach Trees. Swing and a miss on a fastball, 2-1. And in between games, there's going to be a number retirement ceremony for Kevn Trisl. The Disciples have never in their history retired a player's number, and Kevn Trisl will have his number 3 retired. His family's here. Of course, he's here. And that one just missed the outside corner, 3-1. So stick around for that. We will, of course, broadcast that for you as well. 3-1 on Fröhlich. Kurikka has walked a couple, and now Fröhlich lines it into right center field. A sliding stop by Dinsky, and that is a good job to keep that as a single. So Fröhlich now is 2 for his last 2. So he's heating up. Well, Kurikka fell behind 3-1, had to come in with a fastball, and Fröhlich lined it into the alleyway in right center field. That'll bring up Leonard Stücklin. Stücklin has 1 hit in 3 at-bats today. And he squares, takes a ball, the throw behind the runner, not in time, as Thorpe ever so quick for the back picks. 1 ball and no strikes on Leonard Stücklin. And a strike called, fastball on the inside corner. Now, Kurikka has a very smooth delivery. It's very relaxed. Nice, quiet mechanics. It's a complete contrast to Ira Clifton, who is flying all over the place. There's a slider squibbed foul over the head of the on-deck hitter, Nicky Weikert, against the net, strike 2. 1-2. There has not been a cloud in the sky all afternoon. Absolutely perfect. Swing and a miss on a slider down and away, blocked by Thorpe. No need to throw to first because the base is occupied. So that's out number 2. As Stücklin strikes out. Take another look at that. Good movement on that pitch, and it was called right away. Stücklin trying to hold up, but went clearly too far. So 2 down, now the number 9 hitter, Nicky Weikert. Weikert 1 for 4, but he had a big hit, a run-scoring double in the 7th inning, his last at-bat. Now you have Fröhlich at first base with 2 outs. And the pitch to Weikert is a fastball high, 1 ball, no strikes. Fröhlich has not attempted a stolen base all year, so if that's the case, then I don't think he's going to do it here. But you never know. He's got a normal-sized lead over there. 1-0 to Weikert. Fouled to the screen, 1-1. And Kurika's pitch. That's a fastball high. 2 balls and 1 strike. Froelich off first. 2-1. Outside and low, ball 3. 3-1. Kurika has walked 2 already. He was behind Froelich before giving up the hit. He's 3-1 on Weikert. There goes the runner. The pitch is fouled, and Froelich will have to go back. The count now full 3-2. Well, he was running 3-1. Now with the full count, he is for sure going to be running. But the Disciples are still going to hold him on, as Patrice holding him on. 3-2 with 2 outs. Payoff pitch coming to Weikert. Check swing. He did not go around. That's ball 4. And so now the top of the order, Kevin Trisl, who has got 2 singles and a walk, otherwise grounded out and flied out. Trisl was the first man that Kurika faced since coming into the game, and he was nearly successful with a base hit were it not for a great play by the second baseman Callum Murphy. That saved a run. Mainz currently with a 5-run lead, or 4-run lead rather, as they lead 10-6. Kurika and the Disciples desperately want to get this final out so they can have a fighting chance with the top of their order coming up. But of course, this ball game is in the hands of Ira Clifton. No activity in the Mainz bullpen. This one in the dirt. Ball 1. First and second, 2 outs. Froelich at second, Weikert at first. 1-0 on Trisl. The pitch inside, 2-0. Well, last inning, Kurika was helped out by the 5-4-3 double play, and then he was also helped out by the caught stealing at second base. 2-0 on Trisl. He will be swinging away. And he lines it down the left field line, foul. 2-1. The runners have to go back. That's how you know Trisl is locked in. He got a 2-0 pitch. He wasn't trying to pull. He took one away and lined it. Just couldn't quite keep it fair. Two and one with 2 outs. And the pitch inside for ball 3. Marlon Jimenez is on deck. That's Froelich on second base. Trail runner is Weikert. 3-1 to Trisl. And that is upstairs, ball 4. And so the bases are loaded. 2 walks and a single in the inning. That's 4 walks for Kurika in this game. And Tufts, Alex Tufts is going to go out there and have a quick pep talk. Tufts is out there. Tufts, of course, an experienced pitcher. He's not only the head coach, but he's also the pitching coach, and he's shown a great propensity for working with young pitchers who are developing their talent, as you've seen the likes of Sean Cowan, Adriano Penskover, and Titus van Kopf, Daniel Jager, Daniel Wolf. And so Konsta Kurika going to have to work his way out of this jam. Marlon Jimenez with the bases loaded And these are the types of games, you know, the score is 10-6. Maybe the game is already over, but you don't know. But these are those learning moments for young pitchers, and they're important. So this is those things. I'm guessing Tufts probably said, hey, don't worry about the score. Go out there, throw strikes, try to execute your pitches. Get yourself out of this. Here's the pitch. There's a little looping line drive, base hit into right field on a hop in front of Rosenthal. 1 run will score and nothing else. It is now 11-6 on the RBI single off the bat of Marlon Jimenez. So Froelich scores, Weichert to third, Katowski to second. Wasn't hit hard, but it was placed perfectly off the end of the bat. Pitch down and away, and Jimenez put a nice easy swing on it. That's his second hit. He is now 2 for 6 in this game. And now you have Austin Gallagher with the bases loaded, nowhere to put him. So, welcome to the Bundesliga. The pitch, swinging a foul, rolling up the first base side, foul. 1 strike to count. Austin has walked, struck out twice, popped out, and doubled. The Disciples trailing by 5. And Austin Gallagher is a guy who could make that a whole lot more. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Kurika comes set, 1 strike to count to him. And he lines it to right field. Rosenthal coming in, he's got it. Didn't get enough lift on it, hit it hard, but lines it out to Joseph Rosenthal in right field for the final out. 1 run on 1 hit. No errors, 3 left on. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Last chance for the Disciples. It is Mainz 11, Haar 6. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Welcome back to the bottom of the 9th inning of Game 1, 18 minutes past 4 p.m. I told you we're going to probably be here till dark. There's another game after this, folks, and Mainz Athletics and the Haar Disciples do in battle. And the Disciples need 5 runs. They need a bunch of bloops and probably several blasts. Simon Lechner, the first man up here. He's also the top of the order. Lechner, and then Will Thorpe and Drew Thomas against Ira Clifton. Broken back ground ball to the right side, fielded by Weichert. He flips to first, low, dug out by Gallagher, and there's the first out. That was not all that easy, but an easy 4-3 put out to right in the books at the very least. No replay because I forgot to cue it. My bad. Sorry, everybody. Trust me, it was a ground ball to second base. So 1 away, and the Mainz Athletics 2 outs away from a Game 1 victory. Remember, this game is actually more important for the Athletics than it is for the Disciples. The Disciples' destiny rests really on the series with Stuttgart that is to come. Now Will Thorpe stepping up to the plate. Thorpe with 2 hits and 4 at-bats. And Clifton's pitch is a curve right on the edge for a strike. That's a good pitch. Ira Clifton from Fayetteville, Georgia, holds a German pass, from what I understand. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this game. Here's the 1-strike pitch. Line drive, base hit. Thorpe has 3 of those today. And so, Thorpe with his 3rd single. That one was well struck. He was waiting for that fastball from Clifton, and he yanked it between short and third. And so Drew Thomas will step up to the plate. Thomas has homered and singled. His home run was off of Tim Stallman. That was in the 6th inning. And the pitch is outside. Looked like a little cutter. Thorpe, for what it's worth, was going back to first base as Clifton was delivering the ball to the plate. But there's no concern about Thorpe stealing or anything here. And the pitch to Thomas. That one comes back to catch the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Clearly, they're trying to stay away from Drew. They saw what happens when he extends his arm on a pitch middle in. 11-6, Mainz leading. First game of a doubleheader. This one inside and rolled into the Disciples dugout. In and out of the dugout. Nice hands by Alex Tufts over at third. And by nice hands, I mean nice bobble. Alex, I know, will watch the broadcast afterwards and send me a text message. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Drew Thomas. And that breaking ball is down and away. Two and 2 with Thorpe off first base. And that's rolled foul, another off-speed pitch. The Disciples just need a couple more base runners and some big hits. In this league, that's never as far away as you think it is. The pitch on the way. Just missed the outside corner. Fastball. Boy, you can see the reaction from Ira Clifton. Let's watch the replay on this pitch. That is a tough pitch to take, that's for sure. But the count, I think the count is 3-2. Thorpe is on first base. And a ground ball. This could be a double play to the shortstop Furlike. Throw to second is a little bit low. And Vikert, that's all he can do to corral it to get the force at second. So Thomas reaches on the fielder's choice. Thorpe is out number 2. Ball was actually probably too slowly hit to be a double play. So now the Disciples are down to their final out with Daniel Patrice coming up to the plate. Don't forget, after this game, we will have the ceremony to honor the Disciples pitcher Kevn Trisl. And then we'll have game 2. The pitch to Patrice is inside as he spins away from a fastball, 1-0. That's probably by design. Patrice is one of those guys who likes to dive out over the plate, and Clifton and Bolt, it's wise to come up and in every once in a while to keep Patrice honest. 1 ball, no strikes to count to him. He's got a double and a single and a walk, and he looks at a breaking ball outside for ball 2. 2-0. That pitch skipping in the dirt. Two balls, no strikes. Drew Thomas on first base. They are holding him on, surprisingly. The pitch is outside. Ball 3, 3-0. Patrice will be taking here. Oh, he checked swing and rolls it foul. Well, if you're not going to take on 3-0 when you're trailing by 5 runs and 2 outs in the 9th inning, then I guess you're never going to be taking. Pitch was down and in. And he didn't mean to, but he fouled it off. Probably would have been ball 4. Count 3-1. And the pitch. Grounded foul, 3-2. That one sends all the Disciples scampering out of the Disciples dugout. So now, Ira Clifton and the Mainz Athletics a strike away from a victory here in game 1. Going to give a shout out to the food service here in Haar. Thanks for the burger and fries. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And I guess Drew Thomas would be going from first base. Gallagher still holding him on for some reason. And there he goes, the pitch. Fly ball to center field. Katofsky is ranging to his left. And it's actually going to go to Peter Johannesson in right field, who makes the catch to end the ball game. And Mainz wins this one by a score of 11-6. 11 runs, 16 hits, no errors. The Disciples 6 runs, 13 hits, no errors. Ball game started at 6 minutes past 1, and it ends at 25 minutes past 4. So we're going to keep it here for the inter-game ceremony honoring Kevn Trisl. And then we will be back in about a half an hour's time for game 2 of this doubleheader.
Und dann geht's in Spiel 2. Dafür auch an die Umpire. Und halbe Stunde Verklärung. Dann geht's in
Test, Test. Wunderbar, Mikrofon funktioniert. Heute ist ein besonderer Tag. Nicht nur, dass tropisches Kaiserwetter ist, nicht nur, liebe Fans, dass ihr alle hier seid, nicht nur, dass es Spitzsport auf höchstem Niveau gibt heute, nicht nur, dass wir heute ein Ringen um die Playoff-Plätze erleben können. Zum ersten Mal in der Club-History haben wir heute die Ehre, einen besonderen Spieler und Menschen zu ehren, der uns als Verein und als Community mit Stolz und Dankbarkeit erfüllt. Sein langjähriger Mitspieler, mit Stefan, hat dazu eine eigene Meinung.
Und jetzt auf dem Mount für die Disciples, Nummer 3, Kevn Trisl. Wenn ich das gehört habe, dann war für uns klar, wir hatten eine Chance, das Spiel zu gewinnen. Mit dem Kevin auf dem Mount in den Jahren 2016, 2017, vor allem, wo wir ins Halbfinale gekommen sind, war Kevin einfach immer lights out und hat uns immer in eine Position gebracht, wo wir das Spiel gewinnen konnten. Kevin ist mittlerweile einer meiner besten Freunde geworden. Und die Zeit bei den Disciples, wo wir zusammen verbracht haben, ist einfach einzigartig gewesen. Und wir waren damals so eine große Familie. Ich glaube, das ist jetzt immer noch genau so. Und die Spieler können das alle bestätigen. Und ich bin so froh, dass die Disciples sich dazu entschieden haben, die Nummer 3 zu retiren. Ich weiß, wie viel das im Kevin bedeutet. Und wenn es einer verdient hat, dann ist es auf jeden Fall unser Kevin mit der Nummer 3. Und sein ganzes Leben lang bei den Disciples, Nationalmannschaft, MLB Academy, überall dabei gewesen, mehr als verdient. Kevin genießt die Momente heute, ich glaube, es geht dir sehr nahe und danke an die Disciples, dass ihr das mit Kevin ermöglicht. Grüße in den Ballpark Egelfing von mit Stefan, bis dann, ciao.
Vielen Dank mit Stefan. So, ich darf jetzt an dieser Stelle langjährige Mitspieler von Kevin begrüßen. Natürlich Kevin selbst, seine Eltern und seine Lebensgefährtin Vanessa. Don't be shy, Vanessa. Don't be shy. Come here. So, Baseball ist ein Sport der Daten und der Statistiken. Hier mal ein kleiner Auszug von Zahlen und Daten. 1997, im Alter von 4 Jahren, zum ersten Mal Baseball gespielt. Onkel Toms, glaube ich, ne? Natürlich beim Onkel Toms, dem Camp der Disciples, traditionell an Pfingsten, bei dem auch einige aus dem jetzigen Bundesliga-Kader von klein auf aktiv waren. 20 Jahre, Kevin, 20 Jahre aktiv, 20 Jahre immer bei den Disciples. Das sind deine Zahlen. Und dahinter steckt 2007 erste Berufung in die Bayern-Auswahl. Im Jahr darauf, also 2008, zum ersten Mal in der Nationalmannschaft U15 bei der Europameisterschaft in Rom. 2009 das erste Bundesligaspiel. Übrigens als Feldspieler, nicht als Pitcher. 2011 Junioren-Europameisterschaft in Gijón in Spanien. 2011 haben übrigens die Disciples zum ersten Mal in der Vereinsgeschichte die Playoffs erreicht. Wer war natürlich dabei? Unser Kevin mit der Nummer 3. 2015 dann die erste Berufung ins Nationalteam der Herren. 2016 in einem Bundesligaspiel unglaubliche 15 Strikeouts in einem Spiel. Wer weiß noch, gegen wen das war?
Tübingen.
Und wer saß da als Co-Trainer auf der Bank? Coach Tufts. Welcome, Coach Tufts. 2016, wenn wir schon bei 15 Strikeouts in einem Spiel waren, war er der Pitcher mit den meisten Strikeouts in der Bundesliga Süd mit 103 Strikeouts in einer Saison. Weiter in 2016 mit der Teilnahme an der Europameisterschaft in Hoofddorp, Holland, mit Einsätzen als Pitcher gegen solch unbedeutende Baseball-Nationen wie Italien und Niederlande. Russland, glaube ich, war auch noch dabei, ne? 2016 außerdem All-Star-Game in Bad Homburg. 2016 auch der absolute Höhepunkt mit der Teilnahme an den World Baseball Classics Qualifier in Mexiko, unter anderem als Pitcher gegen die Tschechische Republik. In Mexiko übrigens gemeinsam mit seinen Disciples Teammates Chris Ziegler und Lukas Steinlein. Luki, wo bist er? Wo ist er? Nein, noch nicht. Nein, noch nicht. Ihr seht alles live, alles ungeprobt. 2017 bildete Kevin dann ein unglaubliches Starting-Pitcher-Duo gemeinsam mit Ryan Bollinger und sie haben die Disciples zuerst mal bis ins Halbfinale geführt. 2017 erneute Teilnahme für Deutschland am All-Star-Game hier in Haar. Nach über 20 Jahren im Trikot der Disciples beendet Kevin nun seine Karriere und wir retiren seine Nummer. Applaus für Kevin. Liebe Fans der Disciples, liebe Gäste aus Mainz, begrüßt mit mir ein Vorbild auf und außerhalb des Platzes, ein Paradebeispiel für das, wofür die Disciples mit Jugendarbeit, Nachwuchsförderung, lokaler Verwurzelung stehen. Unsere Nummer 3, Kevn Trisl.
Vielen Dank für die lieben Worte, Joe. Ich fühle mich sehr geehrt, dass meine Nummer hier retired wird heute. Ich möchte vielen Leuten Danke sagen. Alle werde ich nicht bedanken können jetzt, dafür fehlt die Zeit einfach. Voran erstmal vielen Dank an die Gemeinde Haar hier, dass wir seit Ewigkeiten hier den Ballpark nutzen dürfen. Viele Leute den Sport hier ausleben. Das bringt uns alle hier zusammen und es ist schön, dass hier die Disciples Familie einfach hier spielen darf. Vor allem auch danke Todd für deine Arbeit hier. Viele junge Leute sind dir wahnsinnig dankbar, hier spielen zu können, sich weiterentwickeln zu dürfen. Danke dafür. Ich würde sagen, jeder Trainer, den ich hatte, hat mich in irgendeiner Weise geprägt. 2 Leute waren besonders prägend in meiner Laufzeit. Das war einmal Mike Almstetter und Manu Simon. Beide sind, glaube ich, nicht hier heute, aber trotzdem vielen Dank für alle Arbeit, die ihr in mich gesteckt habt, für das Vertrauen auf dem Feld und auch abseits des Feldes. Vielen Dank auch an meine Teammates. Manche von euch sitzen hier noch auf der Bank. Lukas, Will, Wally, Dinsky, ja, danke. Danke euch hier, ihr habt mich viel begleitet. Danke auch an ein paar Mainz-Spieler, Kevin, Max Bold, Lenny Störklin. Es war immer schön, gegen euch zu spielen, auch mit euch zu spielen. Glückwunsch an den guten Sieg gerade, war schön. Das waren erstmal alle Dankesagungen. Da gibt es noch ganz viele Leute, die auch ein Lob verdient haben. Alle ehrenamtlichen Eltern, ohne euch würde das alles nicht gehen. Ihr bereitet uns Freude hier bei den Spieltagen, steht beim Barbecue, bereitet das Feld vor. Vielen Dank dafür. Ein ganz wichtiger Mann noch, durch das Baseball hier in Haar nochmal viel professioneller wurde, Tim Collins, der jedes Spiel online shared, dass Leute aus aller Welt unsere Leistung hier anschauen können. Wie gesagt, ich fühle mich wahnsinnig geehrt, einer der Erste zu sein, dessen Nummer retired wird. Hoffentlich nehmen sich alle Kids auch ein Beispiel daran. Ihr müsst den Verein nicht wechseln, um im Baseball was zu erreichen. Ihr könnt hier in Haar für eure ganze Saison spielen oder die ganze Karriere, nicht nur eine Saison. Könnt alles schaffen. Hier, vor allem durch die Academy jetzt, habt ihr die besten Trainingsmöglichkeiten und ihr seid bei den Coaches sehr gut aufgehoben. Bleibt immer dran. An wen darf ich abgeben? So, danke, ciao. Du darfst weitermachen.
So, vielen Dank, Kevin. Im Vorgespräch hat der Kevin auch schon erwähnt, dass der Mike Almstetter und der Emanuel Simon ihn besonders geprägt haben, und zwar nicht nur auf, sondern auch außerhalb des Feldes. Der Emanuel hat es sich nicht nehmen lassen, eine Grußbotschaft zu übermitteln.
Lieber Kevin, hier dein alter Jugendtrainer Emanuel. Ich kann mich noch sehr gut daran erinnern, wie du bei deinen ersten Trainingseinheiten bei den etwas größeren Kids doch noch eine gehörige Portion Respekt hattest und dich dein Papa das ein oder andere Mal auf den schönen Baseballplatz in Egelfing schieben musstest. Das hast du dann relativ schnell abgelegt und wir haben tolle Erfolge zusammen gefeiert. Und mit Stolz denke ich auch immer noch daran zurück, deine phänomenalen Spiele in der ersten Mannschaft auf dem Pitching Mound der Disciples zu sehen. Das hat mich und natürlich auch den ganzen Verein extrem stolz gemacht. Und ein krönender und hart verdienter Erfolg ist natürlich jetzt auch das Retiren deiner Nummer. Hast du dir absolut verdient. Bleib sauber und bleib den Disciples treu erhalten. Bis dann, Pfitti, Servus und Baba.
Vielen Dank, Manu. An dieser Stelle möchte ich mich auch noch stellvertretend bei Claudia und Kevn Trisl bedanken. Es wird oft vergessen, wie viele Eltern, Familien, Freundinnen, Ehepartner, an der Stelle auch nochmal ein Gruß an Vanessa, verzichten, mithelfen müssen. Alleine wenn ich daran denke, wie viele Kilometer die Familie Trisl durch Fahrdienste abgerissen hat, wie viele Spieler von euch ohne Kindergeldanspruch adoptiert worden sind. Vielen Dank an euch und schön, dass ihr hier seid. So, Christian, ich weiß, du magst das nicht, aber 2, 3 Worte auch von dir.
Danke, Bro. Ja, das mit den 20 Jahren, das hört sich super an. 20 Jahre, viele Kilometer. Wir kennen jede Pommesbude auf jedem Baseballplatz. Die Urlaube wurden nach Spielplänen, Tournaments und solchen Sachen gerichtet. Die Autos wurden nicht gekauft, weil sie schön und schnell sind, sondern weil sie 7 Plätze und jede Menge Kofferraum hatten. Das sind die Sachen, wenn man so Bubi, ne, da ein bisschen nach vorne bringen will. Aber auch ich sage Danke an den Verein, an die Disciple-Familie. Wir haben wahnsinnig viele Freunde auf dem Feld, vorm Backstop, hinterm Backstop, weltweit, in Kolumbien, Amerika und sogar Österreich. Und natürlich ganz herzlichen Dank an den Todd, weil ohne Todd würde es die Disciples überhaupt nicht geben. Und jetzt spielen wir wieder Baseball. Danke.
Danke, Christian. So, im Zuge der Vorbereitung ist außerdem ein Mitglied unseres Coaches-Staffes auf mich zugekommen, der auch mit Kevin noch gespielt hat, der auch ein paar Worte an Kevin richten möchte. Tim Willeford.
Hi, everybody. Well, in my more than 40 years in baseball in America, in the last 9 years here, I've seldom had the privilege of someone like Kevin that was just so hungry. His desire, his tenacity, maybe Joe can translate a few of these words. It was unmatched. I came in early 2014 in the gym in Haar in the winter, and Kevin was just working on his mechanics, pitching. That was his life. He loved it, and to come in at that moment You learned from Gabe Sandersius, Bobby Erasmus, Brian Bollinger, and a lot of others. And the impact that you made wasn't just here on the field and for our fans and the success as the club, but for the players in the dugout. You made a huge impact on some of these young men that pitched today and will be pitching again later. So proud to be here with you today, and we love you.
Thank you, Tim. Zum ersten Mal in der Geschichte der Disciples haben wir nun die Ehre, die Nummer 3, eine Nummer im Herrenbereich zu retiren. Das heißt, diese Nummer wird im Herrenbereich nicht mehr vergeben. Und überbringen tut die nicht mehr vergebene Nummer sein langjähriger Teammate Lukas Steinlein. Wie ich aus sicherer Quelle weiß, hat der Lukas mit dem Kevin mehr Nächte im Doppelzimmer verbracht als Kevin mit Vanessa. Könnt ihr euch noch einmal umdrehen? Heute, Lukas. So, vielen Dank, Lukas. So, Todd, jetzt ist es an dir. Wir haben natürlich auch noch ein schönes Geschenk für den Kevin vorbereitet, das ihn immer daran erinnern soll, dass er unsere Nummer 3 ist. So, und last but not least haben wir noch eine ganz besondere Überraschung für den Kevin. Kevin, als du vor circa 20 Jahren angefangen hast, Baseball zu spielen, da hast du auch Cleats gehabt und die hast du an jemanden weitergegeben. Weißt du noch an wen? Also die Staffelübergabe kann gar nicht besser sein. Also zur Erläuterung, die hat der Kevin damals dem Titus geschenkt und besser kann eine Staffelübergabe nicht sein, sowohl was die Cleats betrifft und den Weg zurück und der Titus als Starter in Spiel 1 als Nachfolger von Kevin. Also wenn es in einen Hollywood-Film ins Drehbuch schreibt, sagt jeder, zu kitschig, machen wir nicht. So. Im Vorfeld haben Kevin und ich dann auch gesprochen und wir haben halt dann gesagt, was wollen wir noch vorbereiten, und das beschreibt Kevin auch als Person. Kevin würde nie etwas fordern, würde nie nach etwas fragen, aber er hat dann so ganz schüchtern gefragt, soll ich denn auch meinen Handschuh mitbringen? Damit war für mich klar, es wäre ihm eine Ehre und es wäre vor allem uns eine Ehre, wenn Kevin für das Spiel 2 den First Pitch für das Spiel machen würde. Und er hat sich gewünscht, dass als Catcher hinter Mount sein langjähriger Teamkollege Will Thorpe sitzt. Hey Will, come over. So, jetzt schauen wir mal, ob er was verlernt hat, weil wenn es ein Strike ist, dann hole ich das Trikot gleich wieder aus dem Rahmen raus. Wunderbar, 86 Meilen ohne Aufwärmen. Vielen Dank Kevin, für immer ein Disciple. Bleib so, wie du bist. Danke dir. So, Applaus nochmal für Kevin und viel Spaß beim zweiten Spiel.
This is pre-game training with Kevn Trisl in the Bouncy House. Trisl deals 2-0 to Hupner. There's a swing and a fly ball center field. Dyke coming over left center field. He makes the catch! And the game is over. Haar wins, and they're going to the playoffs. What a job by Kevn Trisl to pitch out of the jam, stranding the runners on second and third. He got 2 pop-ups and a fly out to Joey Dyke to end the game. And Haar is going to the playoffs. Here it comes. The bunt is laid down in front of the plate, fielded by Treasel. He's going to go to third, and they got him at third base as Peterson's able to keep his foot on the bag. A very quick season. And a throw to second base behind the runner. They got him. He's out. Burkhardt is picked off. There's the 3-2 pitch to him. Strike three, fastball to the knees on the outside corner. Treasel gets his second strikeout. The 2-2. Got him swinging on that breaking ball down in the dirt. It was picked by Palacios.
For the tournament as well. Kevn Trisl takes over, a 26-year-old who was born in Germany. 15 games with his German squad in 2015.
3-2 with 2 outs. Wallace will play behind him. Treasel comes set. And the 3-2 pitch. Strike three, and the ball game is over. A fastball thrown right past Lucas Jan, down and away, a very weak hack. And he rocks, kicks, and deals the 1-strike pitch. Slider bounced weakly on the ground to third, picked by Glaser. Throw to first, in time, 1 down. The pitch on the way from Treasel. Popped up, foul territory. Will it stay in play? Sotzek gives it a look. He's got room. He makes the catch. 2 down. Very good speed is at second. Treasel's 1-2. Got him swinging. He went to the curveball and struck him out. There's the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. Got him with a breaking ball. Treasel starts the line. Here it comes. Popped up, playable, right side, Klein and Stefan. And Klein makes the catch. A 1-2-3 inning for Kevn Trisl in the 7th inning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hope you enjoyed that ceremony honoring the legacy of Kevn Trisl, the Disciples right-hander who got his start playing baseball in 1997 at the age of 4 and went on to become one of the best pitchers in the history of this team, as the team has risen through the ranks from neighborhood ball club to first Bundesliga. And you got to see some nice highlights of Kevn Trisl's career, both as a Haar Disciple and as part of the national team. And then the field is now ready. We are ready for game 2. It's after 5 p.m. I told you we're going to be here for a while. And why would you want to go anywhere else? It's a beautiful day. There's a nice crowd on hand. The fans are in a good atmosphere. We got some Michael Jackson on the box. And it is the height of summer baseball in Germany. This is about as summer as it gets. And in the first game, the Mainz Athletics, behind the strength of 3 home runs off the bat of Thomas Joyce, won the game by a score of 11-6 as they defeated the Haar Disciples soundly in the third meeting between these two clubs. And so now the Disciples, who are congregated there behind the golf cart on the third base side, getting ready to take the field, they're going to try to even this series up. This is a very important series, as I mentioned, for the Mainz Athletics, and they got a very important win. They are now 12-10. They're still out of the playoff picture at the moment, but the Haar Disciples now have more pressure on them to play well against Stuttgart. The Stuttgart Reds are the other team that currently are set for playoffs here in the Bundesliga South, and the Disciples have not yet played them. They will do so next weekend. And so the Mainz Athletics are trying to put pressure on and play spoiler if they themselves aren't going to make the playoffs. It's, of course, not fully out of the question. And there you see the right-hander Zach Trees taking his warm-up tosses. He's going to be dealing with the catcher Will Thorpe. The defense has changed a little bit for the Disciples. They have Callum Murphy playing third base for this game. Francisco Riestra is at short. Simon Lechner will play second base. Daniel Patrice is going to be at first. Drew Thomas will be in left field for game 2. Dinsky in center field and Rosenthal in right. And the lineup for the Mainz Athletics has also changed a little bit. It'll be Kevin Katowski, the center fielder, to lead off. Peter Johannesson in right field bats second. Austin Gallagher, the first baseman, will bat third. Max Bolt catching is going to bat fourth. Thomas Joyce playing left field. He's batting fifth. Marlon Jimenez, the third baseman, has been dropped down to sixth. Johnny Froelich, the shortstop, will bat seventh. Victor Foll will get the start as a designated hitter in the 8th spot in the order. And Nicky Weikert, the second baseman, will bat ninth. The starting pitcher for the Mainz Athletics is going to be the young right-hander Yannick Wildenhain. I had expected that Jack Enciando would be the starting pitcher, but in fact, Wildenhain will get the start for the Athletics. And Zach Trees is on the mound for the Disciples. He has a 4.1 ERA in 57 innings pitched. He's a pitch-to-contact type of a guy. And when he's hitting the corners, he can get efficient outs. But as we've seen, this is a difficult team to pitch to, one of the best hitting in the Bundesliga. And so Kevin Katowski steps up, and the first pitch is grounded foul at 10 minutes after 5 p.m., and we are underway in game 2. Strike one on Katowski, who in the first game singled twice, walked twice, and grounded out twice. One strike to him. The Disciples used 3 pitchers in game 1. It started with Titos van Kopf, then Adriano Penskover and Konsta Kurika, the new right-hander from Finland. And so Zach Trees getting the start here in game 2. And the one-strike pitch to Katowski is a fastball high, 1-1. Alexander Hartel is calling balls and strikes. Down the third baseline, Dan DiBacco. Down the first baseline, Ilyar Khan. 1-1 to Kevin Katowski. Swung on and foul-tipped, strike 2. The action started today at 1. As the Mainz Athletics, they have, I think, of all the teams in the Bundesliga, they probably have the farthest drive to get to Haar. And so the Disciples had been starting their games at noon. That pitch just off the inside corner. Trees thought maybe it came back under the hands of Katowski. The count even 2-2. But the Disciples, they had started most of their day games at 12, but with Mainz being more than a 4-hour drive, it would be a little bit too early, so they started at 1. There's a drive towards the alleyway in right center field. Rosenthal is over, and he makes the catch. Looked for a split second like maybe he didn't see that ball, but he's able to recover and come down with it, 1 away. Kotowski flies out to right, and that'll bring up Peter Johannesson as you see the replay. Pitch was down and in. Johannesson in the first game had 2 hits, was 2 for 5. And the pitch. Fastball is high from Trisl, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. The Disciples were playing catch-up from the very get-go in the first game. Thomas Joyce hit a 3-run home run, and that was pretty much it. They never came closer. There's a pop-up, short right field, Rosenthal racing in, Lechner out, Rosenthal with the call, and the catch. 2 flyouts. And so now with 2 down, Austin Gallagher comes up with nobody on base, and that's the way you want it to be if you're a pitcher. Gallagher in game 1 had a double and a walk, and then beyond that was 0 for 4, so I guess he finished 1 for 5. So I read my scorebook out loud. And he swings and lines it to right field. Rosenthal coming in, and he has to play it on a bounce. It gets by him. Gallagher, however, is going to hold on at first base. That ball sank quickly and did not reach Rosenthal on the fly, and then when he went into the dive, he realized he was going to have to try to keep that ball in front of him. He managed to do so by sticking the glove out. So it's a single for Gallagher as you watch the replay. So now Max Bolt. Bolt in the first game had 2 singles. Had 1 single and was hit twice by pitches. Then he grounded out a couple times, once into a double play. That's outside. Good grab by Thorpe to the backhand to corral that. Wrong button. Gallagher at first, the pitch, breaking ball, smack to center field. Dinsky right there makes the catch. Well, that ball was hit hard, but it was right at David Dinsky, and nothing across except for a hit. And 1 man left on base at the end of a half inning of play here in game 2. It's the Mainz Athletics nothing. The Haar Disciples come into bat. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. The right-hander on the mound, Yannick Wildenhain for the Mainz Athletics. He comes in having thrown 52 2/3 innings, ERA of just around 3. He's not a strikeout pitcher like Trisl. He pitches to contact. He has only 30 strikeouts in 50 2/3 innings pitched. 24 walks. He's given up 50 hits. So a lot of base runners for Yannick, but he's managed to limit the damage, and that's why he's got an ERA of 3. And that's why he's starting here in game 2. And so the lineup starting with Simon Lechner, then Will Thorpe batting second, Drew Thomas batting third. The pitch to Lechner is a ball outside and high, 1-0. Lechner, Thorpe, Thomas, 1, 2, 3. Patrice Dinsky and Titus von Kopf, the DH, 4, 5, and 6. And then Callum Murphy, Joseph Rosenthal, and Francisco Riestra, 7, 8, 9. That pitch was a strike, and the count 1-1 to Lechner. And he tries the backdoor curve and misses, 2-1. Wildenhain working very quickly. Wildenhain, like Stallman, wears the high green socks with the yellow stripes around the calf. There's a strike called, 2-2. It's nice to see a lot of yellows in the Bundesliga. Mainz Athletics with the green and yellow, the Disciples purple and yellow. That ball lifted down the left field line, a long run for Jimenez in foul ground, and he can't make the catch. It goes off his glove. That would have been a very nice catch had he made it. Looking into the sun, he had to avoid the umpire. He had to communicate with his left fielder. Simply couldn't corral it, so Lechner will live to see another pitch. Failed to cue up the replay. So let's just watch the whole thing. Simon is returning to the plate right now as we speak. It was a nice attempt by Marlon Jimenez. I'll forget that replay. 2-2 the count. Wildenhain against Simon Lechner, and the pitch on the way. Breaking ball fought off again. Wildenhain trying that backdoor curve. And the count's still 2-2. Here it comes. Swung on and missed a fastball in on his hands, and Lechner got tied up. And that's out number 1. Well placed by Wildenhain. And so now Will Thorpe steps up to the plate. Lechner in the first game was 0 for 5. Thorpe had 3 hits in 5 at-bats, 3 singles. Thorpe, who started game 1 in left field, made a nice sliding catch on Kevin Katowski. He is the starting catcher here in game 2. The pitch, that's a curve and it's high. 1 ball, no strikes to Will. Drew Thomas on deck. And that pitch is low and outside. 2-0. And didn't mean to, rolls it up the first baseline. And Wildenhain off to get it. Gallagher making a quick decision, deciding to get back and cover first. And that's good communication, Gallagher and Wildenhain, because otherwise that could have resulted in an infield single as Thorpe on the excuse me swing. So 2 down.
Drew Thomas.
Now Drew Thomas, who hit his first home run as a Disciple in game 1. Drew homered and had a single, and he also reached on a fielder's choice. There's a breaking ball strike, 1-1 to him. Wildenhain working very quickly. That breaking ball, no bite, up and in. 2 balls and a strike. 2 down, nobody on. No score, bottom of the first. High pop-up off the end of the bat, out to short left field. And the shortstop cannot make the catch. Froelich dropped the ball. You saw he took his eye off the ball to try to communicate with Joyce as Joyce was coming in. And then when he tried to find it again, he actually had overrun it just a little bit. And we'll see how that's going to be scored, whether that's an error or a hit. It's probably going to be an error, my guess. So Drew Thomas is aboard. And now Daniel Patrice. And that is indeed an E6. First error of the day. There's a breaking ball strike called to Daniel Patrice. Patrice in game 1 had a double, a walk, and a single. So he kept up his hot hitting. He's hitting almost 500 for the season. Breaking ball in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. Patrice, before his game 1, performance was hitting .467. So he now has 30 hits on the season with the 2 that he had in the first game. 1 ball and 1 strike to count to him. Drew Thomas off first, a short lead, not going. That ball drilled to right field and deep. A long run for Johannesson towards the corner. It lands fair. Around third, Thomas being waved in. Here's the throw from Johannesson by Weikert, and it is not in time. Drew Thomas scores, and the Disciples lead 1-0. RBI double off the bat of Daniel Patrice. So the error comes back to haunt the Mainz Athletics. It's an unearned run. As you see, Patrice with that opposite field power. Johannesson was playing off the line, had no chance to get there. He fired it into Weikert, who fired it into the plate where Thomas slid around the tag. So now David Dinsky steps up to the plate. It's 1-0 Disciples. That's their first lead they've had all day. And so they immediately put the memory of the 11-6 loss in game 1 behind them. Now Dinsky at the plate. Dinsky homered in the first game. And a check swing, he went too far. Dinsky had a home run and a single. He was 2 for 4. There's Patrice on second base. And the 1-strike pitch, that's outside for ball 1, 1-1. The Disciples with an unearned run here. The 2-out error. It was a tough fly ball, but an error nonetheless off the glove of the shortstop Froelich. Swing and a miss. Dinsky trying to yank a down and away curve ball. Comes up empty. 1-2. 2 down. Patrice at second. 1-0 Disciples. Bottom of the first. Wildenhain has his sign. Comes set. The 1-2 pitch. Line drive. Base hit to center field. Patrice being waved around. And he's going to score without a throw. A 2-out single scores another run, and the Disciples lead 2-0. Nice piece of hitting by Dinsky. He shortened up with 2 strikes after he swung through that low breaking ball on the previous pitch. This one he went down and got. Didn't try to do too much, just lined it back through the middle over the shortstop Froelich's head and into center field. And the Disciples have a 2-0 lead. And now Titus von Kopf, who was the starting pitcher in the first game, but he's also one of the Disciples' best hitters when it comes to batting average. And he looks at a ball down and away, 1-0. Von Kopf, .410, that's his average, 16 hits in 39 at bats. Two of his hits have been doubles. So he's been a solid performer on both sides of the ball, both as a pitcher and a hitter. 1 ball to count to him. He's the DH. There's a check on Dinsky. By the way, Dinsky, if you haven't watched any of our broadcasts, he runs. He runs all the time. He has stolen 11 bases, and he's been caught twice. So he will probably be going here. And Wildenhain thinking right along with me. 1 ball, no strikes to count to Titus von Kopf. The pitch, there he goes. Breaking ball is a strike, throw to second base. He's in standing. No chance. He picked a good pitch to go on, and you see not a chance for Bolt on that slow breaking ball. 1 ball and 1 strike to count now. Let's see if Titus von Kopf can continue with the 2-out hitting for the Disciples. Dinsky, a speedster on second base. The pitch, fouled to the screen, 1-2 now. That's the type of ball game the Haar Disciples have played. They're sort of the 1984 St. Louis Cardinals in Germany in 2022. They run, they hit the gaps. There goes Dinsky for third, and he's got it standing. The pitch was down and away. Bolt didn't even bother with a throw. So Dinsky with 2 stolen bases. He now has 13 on the year. I mean, with 2 down, you can only go if you're absolutely sure you're going to make it, and he was absolutely sure. That pitch is low and outside, ball 3, 3-2. I mean, if you think you're that confident you can make it, you can take the risk. You don't want to make the third out at third base, but he made it easily. Bolt didn't even bother with the throw. And the pitch, line drive left field. Joyce going back. He's got it measured and makes the catch. Tito's hit it on the screws, but flies out to Joyce in left field. The Disciples get 2 runs, both of them unearned. There were 2 hits and 1 very important error, 1 left on base. At the end of an inning, it's the Haar Disciples 2, the Mainz Athletics nothing. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good folks at the Brauerei Wildbräu. We move to the top of the second inning. The Haar Disciples with 2 unearned runs in the bottom of the first, and they lead 2-0. Zach Treese has been given that lead, and he will go to work against 5, 6, and 7. Thomas Joyce, Marlon Jimenez, and Johnny Froelich. Joyce, he of the 3 home runs and 2 walks in game 1. He has not made an out yet today. First pitch hits him on the elbow. That pitch was nearly in the strike zone, but his elbow might have also been in the strike zone. And he certainly made no attempt to get out of the way. That's what Treese was arguing with Alex Hartl, but that pretty much never gets called. And so Joyce is aboard with a hit by pitch, and now Marlon Jimenez steps up to the plate. Jimenez in game 1 had 2 hits in 6 at-bats. So we'll see if Joyce is going to do any running. He has 8 stolen bases without being caught. So he might go. The first pitch was a strike to Jimenez. Oh, 0-1. And a check on him. And he dives back. Runner not going. Pitch in the dirt. Good block by Thorpe. 2 balls and no strikes now. 1 ball and 1 strike on Marlon Jimenez. Joyce taking his lead off first base. Held on by Patrice. And he's not going again. Ground ball through the hole. Base hit to right field. As Lechner had been shading him up the middle, Rosenthal fires the ball in. And so 2 on with nobody out. Here come the Mainz Athletics in the second inning, and now Johnny Froelich will step up to the plate. Froelich in the first game had a double and a single. In fact, he reached base his final 3 plate appearances. He was walked and then had that double and single, scored 3 times. Prior to that, he had struck out twice. So the tying runs are on. The Athletics do not strike me as a team that bunts a lot, seeing as they have a lot of home runs. Although he squares late and he bunted through it, that's a strike. I got to think that was actually bunting for a hit. I mean, it's a bunt situation, but he did not show until the ball was already on its way to the plate. Strike one. Murphy at third now creeps up to the lip of the grass. Patrice at first is on the grass. He squares earlier and fouls it away. So now it's 0-2. Froelich looking pretty uncomfortable with those two bunt attempts. The first one was a fastball. The second one was the slider. Joyce at second, Jimenez at first. Nobody out. 0-2 the count on Froelich. Just missed with the slider. That one bent off the outside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes. That was perfectly placed, however, and it's a difficult pitch to take. Froelich might have been fooled on the pitch, but it was off the plate, so he now has a count of 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runners leading first and second, nobody out. And a foul tip at the plate, just got a piece, still 1-2. That was a fastball from Trisl. One and two. Got him swinging. That looked like maybe a split finger or a slider diving down and away, and an important first out as Johnny Froelich, unable to get the bunt down, eventually strikes out. So Trisl able to get the first one. Now Victor Fohl will step up to the plate. Fohl did not play in game 1. Hitting 300 exactly on the nose. 9 hits. Well, that can't be right. 9 hits and 30 at bats. That's not 300, but whatever. Around 300, let's put it that way. And the pitch, that's outside, a breaking pitch, 1 ball, no strikes. Fohl has 7 runs batted in this year, all 9 of his hits. Well, maybe he's got 10, maybe there's a mistake somewhere in the statistics here. But all of his hits are singles, according to this. There's a ball low and away outside, 2-0. Fohl has also walked 6 times. Two and 0. Joyce and Jimenez, the base runners. Popped foul out of play, strike 1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Trisl in his last start against Mannheim pitched 6 innings, gave up 10 hits and 6 runs, but the Disciples won the game anyway. 2-1, and now time called at the plate by Victor Fohl. Still a nice crowd here. The shade has engulfed the entire fan area, so it's actually quite pleasant. Earlier with the blazing sun up above, people were hiding under the trees. As Trisl lifts the leg and checks on the runner at second, Joyce. But neither infielder was even in the neighborhood. So the count still 2 balls and 1 strike on Victor Fohl. Fly ball to right center field, playable hopefully for Rosenthal or Dinsky, and it's Dinsky. Both runners tag, moving to third is Joyce. Staying put at first is Jimenez. That ball was trailing towards Rosenthal, and Dinsky and Rosenthal both very fast, cover a lot of ground. And Dinsky made the call and the catch. So Fohl flies out to center field, there's 1 away, and Joyce moves to third on the play. See, Dinsky and Rosenthal were both there in plenty of time. And now the number 9 hitter, 2 outs and runners on the corners. Nicky Weikert is the hitter. Weikert in the first game had a double and a walk in 5 plate appearances. That one outside, and a good job by Thorpe to corral that. A few inches more to the right, that could have been a run for Mainz. 1 ball, no strikes. There you see the runners. That is Joyce at third and Jimenez in the background at first. The pitch, a weak ground ball to the right side. Lechner charges and throws to first in time. Good stretch by Patrice. And Weikert is out 4-3 on the putout. So the Mainz Athletics get no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left on base at the end of an inning and a half. It's the Haar Disciples 2, Mainz Athletics nothing. This is game 2 of the doubleheader. My name's Tim Collins. You're watching Haar Disciples Baseball, which is brought to you by the good people of the Brauerei Wildbräu. We move to the second inning here in Haar. The Disciples leading this game 2-0. Mainz Athletics won the first game 11-6. And the Disciples scoring 2 unearned runs in the bottom of the first inning. That was after a 2-out error put Drew Thomas on first base, and then Patrice doubled him home. Dinsky singled Patrice home. And that's where we are. Yannick Wildenhain back out there facing 7-8-9. Callum Murphy, Joseph Rosenthal, and Francisco Riestra. And the first pitch is grounded slowly up the middle, one-handed on the backhand by the shortstop Froelich, and he spins and throws. That was a good arm shown off by Johnny Froelich. 1 pitch and 1 away. It was not backhanded. He fielded it behind him and spun and threw behind the bag at second. That's what I meant to say. Anyway, we're all a little rusty these days. Joseph Rosenthal will step up to the plate. Murphy had a hit and was hit by a pitch in the first game, so that's how his offensive day has been going. Rosenthal in game 1 had a single and a sacrifice fly and was otherwise, at the end of the day, 1 for 3. And he squares to bunt, lays one down, third base side. Will it stay fair? Yes, it will, I think. Oh, nope, foul ball, just barely. You're almost ready now. Alex Tufts is arguing, saying, although he's got a smile on his face, and so did Alex Hartle. So that was maybe one of those arguments saying, hey, Hartle, you jinxed it. But it looked like it was going to just come to a stop on the chalk. Now, I've seen that play before where, you know, watch Wildenhain just watch that ball, watch it. The earth was rotating a little bit too fast, and the ball just rolled to the left of the line. So, strike 1, an entertaining strike 1, but it is strike 1 nonetheless on Rosenthal. You know, there was an old highlight from the early 80s where I think it was Lenny Randall breaking ball. That is strike 2, good pitch from Wildenhain. Pretty sure it was Lenny Randall on exactly that same play, got on his hands and knees and started blowing the ball into foul territory, which of course is not legal. You cannot do that, but certainly provides for good entertainment. 0-2 on Rosenthal, the pitch. Little sidearm delivery, and he missed outside, 1-2. Wildenhain in the first inning, he struck out Lechner to start the game, and then Thorpe grounded out, and then Thomas hit the pop-up that was dropped. And just missed the outside edge with a fastball. He tried to have that one tail back in. And Alex Hartle says it was outside. 2-2 the count. Wildenhain's pitch. Line drive, base hit to left field. That one passed the outstretched glove of Marlon Jimenez, and Rosenthal has to slam on the brakes as he was rounding first. He nearly stumbled. So he waits on a breaking ball and lines it to left for a single. And the Disciples have a one-out hit. So Francisco Riestra will step up to the plate now. Riestra in the first game singled and walked and then flied out and struck out. And Rosenthal on first. Taking a lead, the breaking ball is high to Riestra. Rosenthal, another guy who will run. This is a situation where you might see him go. And he's picked off. And Gallagher fires it to the shortstop Froelich, and the tag is applied, and Rosenthal is out. So he's picked off. The play goes 1-3-6, and there are two down. And you can see the frustration from Rosenthal as he was picked clean. He was going on first move, and Wildenhain did not waste any time, stepped off, threw over there. Gallagher throwing it to Froelich, the shortstop, who applied the tag. Rosenthal trying to maneuver his way around, but did not. So the count, 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs, and nobody on base. And the pitch. There's a strike at the knees on the outside edge, 1-1 the count. Riestra, the number 9 hitter. And here it comes. Curve rolled slowly to the hole, fielded by Froelich on the run. His throw pulls Gallagher off the bag, but he tags out Riestra on the way by. So Johnny Froelich, a couple good plays this inning. In fact, he was involved in all 3 outs, and the Disciples, after the caught stealing, go 1-2-3. No runs, a hit, no errors. Nobody left at the end of 2. It's time for the 3rd inning here in Haar. The Disciples leading this game by a score of 2-0. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, presented von Brauerei Wildbräu. Brauerei Wildbräu. Time for the top of the 3rd inning. Zach Treese with a 2-0 lead. He pitched around a hit batter and a single in the 2nd inning, and now he will face the top of the order, Kevin Katowski, Peter Johannesson, and Austin Gallagher, to go here in the top of the 3rd. The Disciples with 2 runs on 3 hits. The Mainz Athletics, no runs, 2 hits, 1 very costly error so far here in the early going of game 2. And the pitch, Katowski shows bunt, takes a letter high strike, and then glances back at Alex Hartle. Perhaps he thought that pitch was high. One strike to count to Katowski. Katowski flied out his first time, 0-for-1. Fly ball off the handle, left side, foul ground, caught by Callum Murphy. There's one away. And now that'll bring up the Swede, Peter Johannesson. It's obligatory. I have to mention it once per game. Johannesson flied to right field his first time. Left-hand hitter, digging into the batter's box. Treese just waiting on the mound. Thorpe is down in his crouch. And now Treese looks in for the sign. And the first pitch coming to Johannesson. Slider low, 1 ball, no strikes. Trisl from Hot Springs, Arkansas, in case you haven't watched any of our games before. High pop-up, playable in foul grand for Daniel Patrice, and that's the second out. Pop up to third, pop up to first, and there are 2 away here. Austin Gallagher, who singled his first time, is going to come up again. 2-0, the Disciples leading the Athletics here in game 2. Zach Trisl, the right-hander, in his second year with the Haar Disciples here. Pitched in 2021. Fastball just missed inside, 1 ball, no strikes to Austin Gallagher. That ball drilled foul, strike 2. That ball is almost going to go out of the Little League field. That ball, by the time it landed, it was at about a right angle from the direction that the pitch came. That's what you call getting out in front of one and pulling it. 1 ball and 1 strike on Gallagher. Drilled to deep center field. Dinsky going back. Lot of room out there. He's got it measured, and he makes the catch. 3 flyouts, nothing across the board for the Mainz Athletics. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. It's the Haar Disciples 2, the Mainz Athletics nothing. This is game 2 of the doubleheader, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Welcome back to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Haar 2, Mainz nothing. And the top of the order, Simon Lechner, Will Thorpe, and Drew Thomas against Yannick Wildenhain. So the second time through the order, beginning right now. Lechner struck out to start the game on a 3-2 fastball under his hands that tied him up. And so we'll see what Wildenhain does here the second time around. First delivery, that's an off-speed pitch, outside and high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. This one squibbed off the end of the bat, gets under the glove of Wildenhain, fielded by Weikert from in front of second, and Lechner beats it out. Little seeing eye ground ball, that'll be a base hit. Well, it's not always the exit velocity that determines whether it will be a base hit. That ball not hit very hard, but placed perfectly. So a base hit for Lechner. Now Will Thorpe will step up to the plate. Thorpe hit that little excuse me roller to first base that was fielded by Wildenhain. 0 for 1. And the pitch, he squares and lays down a bunt. Third base side, Wildenhain fields and goes to first. So the sacrifice puts Lechner on second base. So there's one down. And now Drew Thomas will step up to the plate. Thomas in his first at bat hit that pop-up. And Froelich, the shortstop, and Joyce got caught with a little miscommunication, and Froelich ended up dropping the ball. It was charged for an error. And then Dinsky doubled him home, and then, Patrice doubled him home, and then Dinsky singled Patrice home. And now a curveball nearly nicked him inside for a ball. Those are the 2 runs the Disciples scored in the first inning. Thomas in the first game had a single and a long home run. And this one in the dirt, a good block by Bolt, and the count 2-0. Simon Lechner on second base. 1 away. (2-0) on Thomas. That one does get him. So the first breaking ball nearly hit him, and this one does hit him. So 2 on. And now Daniel Patrice. And I think you can see Max Bolt also making the same argument that Treese made earlier in the game, that Thomas made no effort to get out of the way of that ball. Like I said, you never see that called. It really never gets called. And the pitch was going to hit him. It was a breaking ball well off the mark. So now Daniel Patrice. Patrice doubled in a run. He's got a couple of ducks on the pond out there now with the 1 out. In the dirt, another good block by Bolt. He's had a few of those already this inning. 1 ball, no strikes. One and 0. And a little bit too high with the slider. 2-0. Wildenhain in this inning. Lechner with that little roller up the middle for a single. Then the sac bunt. Thomas was hit by a pitch, and now he's behind a dangerous hitter. Daniel Patrice, 2-0. Here it comes. Fly ball, right field, slicing down the line. It's going to be foul, and it's out of the reach of Johannesson. 2 balls and 1 strike. And we're going to have some activity in the bullpen. Jack Enciando making his way to the bullpen for the Mainz Athletics, as Wildenhain is running into a little bit of trouble here in the 3rd inning. I guess you could figure the Athletics using Wildenhain as an opener here. It's his job to go as deep as he can, but if it starts to get out of hand, here's a 2-1. Drilled to center field. Katowski with a lot of room, going way back, way back. He's now underneath it. The runner from second will tag. That's Lechner. He goes to third. That's a ball that in a lot of other ballparks is probably gone, but here it's about 50 feet short of the fence in center field. So Patrice flies out to deep center field. Lechner goes to third, and there are 2 away, and now David Dinsky will step up to the plate. Patrice put a charge into it, but that is absolutely the wrong place to hit it, especially when you have national team center fielder Katowski going out there. You see he's beyond second base in the softball field. It's a long way away. So now David Dinsky. 2 outs, runners on first and third. Dinsky singled to drive home a run in the first inning. And the pitch in the dirt. Again, a good block by Max Bolt, 1-0. One-0 pitch coming to Dinsky. Curve upstairs. Wildenhain has lost his grip on that curve a couple of times, and it's sailed up and in to right-hand hitters. 2-0 on Dinsky. First and third. And it's now 3-0 as the breaking ball was down and away. So the respect for Dinsky on 2-0, he still threw a breaking ball down and away. Dinsky will have the green light here. And he rips it to left field, and it's caught by the third baseman Jimenez. Swinging 3-0, can't hit it much harder, but he lined it right into the glove of Marlon Jimenez at third, and the Disciples are denied. So, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 left on base, and we will go to the 4th inning. It's 2-0 Disciples here in Haar Disciples Ballpark. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We move along to the top of the 4th inning here in Haar. The Disciples leading 2-0 here in game 2 after the Mainz Athletics won the first game 11-6. Zach Trees is going to deal with 4, 5, and 6. Max Bolt, Thomas Joyce, and Marlon Jimenez. And the pitch, swung on and grounded slowly towards short, takes a giant bounce and goes over the head of Riestra. That's got to be a base hit. It bounced over his head. It was right in front of him, and then it bounced over his head. So, Bolt with the ground ball, and you see it takes that bounce, goes right over him. My guess is that's going to be a single for Bolt. And so Bolt is on first base to start the 4th, and now Thomas Joyce, who was hit by a pitch. He's been on base 6 consecutive at-bats, 3 home runs, 2 walks, and a hit by pitch. And the pitch is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. There's Bolt being held on by Patrice. And the pitch. Breaking ball missed away off the plate, 2-0. Treese wanted that one, trying to hit that outside corner. 2-0 on Joyce, a dangerous hitter. And he lines it to right field. That's in for a hit as Rosenthal comes up with it and throws it into second. So Joyce has been on base 7 consecutive at-bats. That's some afternoon for Thomas. And so the Athletics have 2 on and nobody out. And Marlon Jimenez, who singled his first at-bat, will come up to the plate. Well, the Disciples bunted in the bottom of the 3rd. You think the Athletics will bunt here with Jimenez? Possibly. Although Froelich on deck is the one who failed to get the bunt down previously. And the pitch is a breaking ball, taken for a strike.
Hey, can somebody tell this kid to stop playing with my cable, please?
There's a swing and a chopper, slowly hit third base side. Charging is Murphy. Barehanded throw, and it gets past Patrice. Goes down the right field line. In to score is Bolt. Heading to third, Joyce, and Jimenez to second. That's kind of going to be an E5, and whether it's also a base hit, we don't know. And the score is 2-1. Well, a little chopper in front of the plate to the third base side of the mound, and Murphy charging made an excellent barehanded play, but his throw was to the inside of the first base bag and got past Patrice, and that allows a run to score. It's 2-1. Runners on second and third, and the Disciples are going to bring the infield in for Froelich. And he swings over the top of a breaking ball, strike one. So Mainz with the tying run, 90 feet away. The go-ahead run is at second base. Froelich struck out his first time. He's behind 0-1 here. And the pitch, swing and a miss, 0-2, as he was late on a fastball. Joyce at third, Jimenez at second. Still awaiting the official scoring on that. 0-2 to Froelich, and the pitch struck him out swinging a high fastball. Good pitch from Trisl, and that's by design. They just went up the ladder to get Froelich, and that's the first out. And so now Victor Fohl will step up to the plate. So Fohl, the DH, flied out to center field his first time. One away, the infield is still playing at halfway now. Well, they're still up on the grass. And a curve strike, good pitch from Trisl. That's 4 straight strikes from Zach since the runners have reached second and third. Oh and 1, here it comes. Just off the plate away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Ball, 1 strike, here it comes. Fouled away, and now they count 1-2. Trisl, if you can get 1 more strike on Fohl, could take the pressure off the infielders here. It's 2-1. And by the way, Jimenez reaches on an error, no base hit on that play. He would have been out had the throw been on the mark. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch, fastball is high, 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Runners on second and third and 1 out. The pitch, curve is a little bit high, and now a full count. The number 9 hitter, Nicky Vikert, is on deck. This is a big spot. Trisl trying to pitch out of a jam here. Mainz trying to tie it or take the lead. The payoff pitch got him swinging on a sweeping breaking ball, down and away. 2 down, and now the infielders can back up. And it will take a 2-out hit from Nicky Vikert if the A's are going to tie it or do any further damage. So Vikert, who grounded out his first time, but if he could punch a base hit, that would knock home possibly a couple of runs. Tying runs at second and third. Joyce at third, Jimenez at second. The pitch to Vikert. Strike at the top of the zone with a slider. Good pitch from Trisl. Trisl, since the error, has struck out Froelich and Fohl, and he's trying to wiggle his way out of this with only the 1 run. It's an unearned run. Breaking ball is down and away, 1-1. Trisl, 46 pitches now. Well, 48, I think, after those first 2. They have not yet registered in the e-scoring. Either way, There they are. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Vikert late on the fastball. And the count 1-2. I got to think Trisl is going to come inside with a high fastball here, based on that last swing. We will see. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Second and third, 2-1 Disciples leading. Top of the 4th. And the pitch. Well, he went away with an off-speed pitch, and Vikert took it. Now the count even 2-2. And the 2-2 pitch from Trisl coming right now. Upstairs, a slider with no bite. And the count is full. You have the top of the order and Kevin Trisl next. So Trisl wants to make it happen right here. Three balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners leading second and third. And the pitch is high. Oh, did it hit the barrel of the handle of the bat? No. It's a foul ball. Alex Hartle saying it's not a hit by pitch. That hit the knob of the bat, and Vikert trying to sell it like it hit his hand. It looked like it hit the knob of the bat, which should be a foul ball, and now Ilyar Khan confirmed it, I believe, with Hartle, and now Alex Tufts wants to find out what happened, because Hartle threw the hands up in the air saying foul ball. And then he went and talked to Ilyar Khan, so maybe Khan said he thought it was off the hand, and Tufts' argument is, well, you're the home plate umpire, you're closer. At first, Hartle was calling Vikert back, but now it looks like it's going to go as a hit by pitch. Okay, so the bases are loaded. I mean, looked to me like it hit the knob of the bat. If it had hit his hand, it probably would have dropped straight down in front of the plate, although it's hard to know. And Vikert, his reaction was a little delayed, so kudos to him if he sold it, if it didn't in fact hit him. At any rate, now you got the top of the order, Kevin Trisl, and the base is loaded. Trisl 0 for 2. Trisl trying to wiggle his way out of a jam. Here's the pitch. Strike called to the inside corner, 0-1. Well, Trisl in the third inning made very quick work of the top of the order. This is the 7th batter of this inning. 1 run is in. It's an unearned run, however, and any that would score after this would also be unearned. The pitch, a tapper back to Trisl. He gloves it, has plenty of time, and makes the throw to first to get out of it without further damage. But the Athletics get 1 run on 2 hits, 1 error, 3 left on base. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. It's the Haar Disciples 2, the Mainz Athletics 1. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. That's Brauerei Wildbräu. Brauerei Wildbräu. We move to the bottom of the fourth inning. 2-1, the Haar Disciples leading the Mainz Athletics. And for the Disciples, 6, 7, and 8. Tito's Fun Cup, Callum Murphy and Joseph Rosenthal against Yannick Wildenhain, still out there. He looked like he was a little bit on the ropes last inning and then was able to get out of things as the Athletics had started bullpen activity, but that bullpen activity has since stopped. And Fun Cup standing in, looking at a breaking ball over the outside corner at the knees from Wildenhain for a strike. 0-1. Tito's flied out in his first at bat today. And the pitch on the way. Drilled to right center field. Katowski going back a few steps to his left, and he gloves it. 1 away. Fun Cup getting good wood on that one, but he doesn't have the power to hit it over Katowski's head. So if he pulls the ball, he could get one out of here. Solid contact, however, from the young right-hand hitter, and Callum Murphy comes up to the plate with 1 away. Murphy grounded out his first time, and the curveball is up high. 1 ball, no strikes. And the next one is popped up down the right field line. That's foul and out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. Murphy's still looking for his first base hit today. He has hit some balls hard going back to the first game. Actually, excuse me, I misspoke. My apologies. He does have a hit. He had a hit in the first game. And like I said, he had some balls hit hard that were right at outfielders. Pitch is a breaking ball, a little bit too high. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here it comes. On the corner. 2-2. And a pop-up on a breaking ball. That's out of play. Murphy had a pretty good cut at that. A 2-strike breaking ball, but it was in the middle of the plate, and Callum had a good, healthy rip. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Murphy, a member of the national team of Great Britain, played in the European Championships back in 2016. He was playing in the north, I think, with Hamburg last year. And during the off-season, made the transition here to Haar. 2 balls and 2 strikes to him. Here it comes. Breaking ball tapped past the mound. Charging on it is Froelich. And his throw to first is in time as Gallagher able to keep his foot on the bag. Murphy getting on the line rather quickly, but he is out number 2. Johnny Froelich has had a lot of action in this ball game. And so Joseph Rosenthal will step up to the plate. Rosenthal singled and then was forced out. Was caught stealing. Was picked off, actually, in the second inning. So he's 1 for 1, but he's 0 for 1 on the bases. Right-hand hitter. Wildenhain in a groove now. The pitch inside with a fastball. 1 ball, no strikes. The Disciples had 1 base runner left after scoring 2 runs in the first inning. They left no one in the second after Rosenthal was picked off. Pitch is high, 2-0. In the third, they had runners on second and third and did not score. First and third, rather. But now Wildenhain working on a 1-2-3 here in the fourth. The pitch. Ground ball up the middle and through into center field. A base hit. Rosenthal is 2 for 2 as Katowski gets it into Weikert. So 2-out single for Joe, and that'll bring up Francisco Riestra. Take a look at where this pitch from Wildenhain was. It was away. Couldn't quite get the kick save to it in time. He went into hockey goalie format after that ball was thrown. So Rosenthal on first with 2 down. Let's see if he tries to run again. Last time he was caught running on first move. And there's a check on him, and he dives back. Riestra grounded out in his first at-bat. And he's not going. The first pitch is inside. 1 ball, no strikes. You'll see Wildenhain change how long he holds the ball before he delivers it. Rosenthal's trying to time the pause that Wildenhain makes as he comes set. And a check, and Rosenthal flinched. He was going to go on that one, and Wildenhain nearly caught him a second time. Well, if you're the runner on first, you're supposed to watch the pitcher's back foot if it's a righty. If it's a lefty, you want to watch their front leg. Here's the pitch. Popped foul out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitcher must disengage the rubber, so the Wildenhain has to remove his right foot from the pitching rubber if he wants to make a throw to first base. If he does anything other than that and doesn't throw a pitch, it's a balk. Rosenthal going, the pitch flared to short right field. Here comes Johannesson, and he will not get it. It's a fair ball. Rosenthal is all the way at third base, as he's able to run with reckless abandon with 2 outs. So a pop fly single. And now time called.
Und damit sind wir wieder top of the betting order angekommen. First base, runner third base.
And so Austin Gallagher is calling time, trying to get somebody's attention. He's going to have a meeting on the mound with Wildenhain. Looks like Wildenhain's day is done. I think that's what they were looking to the bullpen to see if Enciando was ready. Enciando warming up over in the Haar Disciples side of the field where the bullpen is, and so there has been a pitching change. Yannick Wildenhain's day is done. He goes 3 2/3, and he will be relieved. And we'll take a short break. We'll be right back. This is Jack Enciando coming into the game. So the new pitcher for the Mainz Athletics is the 25-year-old Australian right-hander Jack Enciando. And Jack so far this year in 46 innings, an ERA just under 7, 47 strikeouts he has. He has walked 14. He's given up 59 hits. And so he will come on now in relief of Yannick Wildenhain, who pitched the first 3 2/3 innings. Wildenhain is responsible, of course, for the 2 base runners that are aboard now. So far, Wildenhain has given up only 2 unearned runs. So Wildenhain pitched well. 6 hits. No walks, 1 strikeout. Wildenhain threw 65 pitches, 37 were strikes. So Enciando comes on with 2 outs in the inning, and the top of the order, Simon Lechner coming up to the plate. You have Riestra at first and Rosenthal at third after the hit-and-run bloop single. The Disciples leading 2-1. And the scoreboard is doing strange things. It's 2-1. I don't know why the scoreboard says 2-0. And there goes the runner from first. Enciando steps off, and they throw to second. Riestra's in there. A straight steal. That's usually designed to induce rundowns and try to get the runner home from third, but in this case, they just gave Riestra second, and so they'll take it. So Francisco steals second base. He took off before Enciando was even ready. Now Jack will go from the windup. And now, for the third time today, Max Bolt is going to get rid of the sunglasses. That's like that Loriot sketch where you get on the plane and they just keep taking off their overcoats. That's an odd, obscure reference, I know. So Lechner has not yet seen a pitch. Here comes the first one. That's a fastball high. 1 ball and no strikes. Well, it's 2-1. For some reason, the E-scoring is off, and the pitch is called a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. So in the meantime, I'll just do it like this. And Lechner pops one up, foul ground, left side, a long run for Bolt. As the third baseman, Jimenez, didn't really even chase after that ball. He was playing way off the line. So the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Max Bolt catching his breath. He's had a long day today. But he's a stalwart back there. He is tough as anything. So it's 1-2. It's not the top of the first. We're in the bottom of the fourth. I'll get to that in a minute. For some reason the scoreboard is tripping out. There's a breaking ball. They appealed. Did he go around? No. So the count 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, runners on second and third. The pitch to Lechner is inside, nearly hit him. He has to spin out of the way. Now the count full, 3-2. On deck, Will Thorpe. Strike 3 is called. A fastball at the letters on the outside corner, and Lechner is out number 3. So the Disciples strand the runners on second and third. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left. Time for the 5th inning here in Game 2. It's the Disciples 2, the Mainz Athletics 1. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. To the 5th inning we go. 2-1 ball game. Zach Trisl doing battle with Yannick Wildenhain and now Jack Enciando. And the Mainz Athletics will send 2, 3, and 4. Peter Johannesson, Austin Gallagher, and Max Bolt to the plate. This is the 3rd time through the order against Zach Trisl. Trisl has allowed a run on 4 hits. And Peter Johannesson steps up. And the first pitch is a strike. Johannesson flied out twice, once to the right fielder, once to the first baseman. 0-1 to Peter. Austin Gallagher is on deck. There's strike 2, backdoor breaking ball, 0-2. There's the 0-2 pitch. Chopped to the left side. Murphy fields it in front of the bag, throws across in time, 1 away. And that'll bring up Austin Gallagher. Gallagher has singled and flied out.
Die Nummer 28 jetzt an der Schlag Austin Gallagher.
One away, nobody on. Top of the 5th inning, 2-1 ball game. Second game of the doubleheader. The Mainz Athletics won the first game 11-6. And the pitch misses inside. 1 ball, no strikes. And the 1-0. That ball ripped to right field. Foul. Strike 1. 1-1. And the 1-1 pitch is low in the dirt. 2 balls and a strike. Well, Mainz scored a run last inning. Bolt and Joyce opened the frame with a single, and then Jimenez hit a little roller. And Murphy made an excellent barehanded play, but then threw the ball away, and that allowed a run to score, and that's it. That's all they got. Trisl then struck out 2 and then retired the side. That pitch just missed. 3 balls and a strike. And so it was a good job by Trisl to get out of that second and third jam and prevent the tying run from scoring at least. 3-1 to Gallagher. And he rips another one foul, 3-2. That time I think he got it off the end of the bat. Didn't quite square it up. Three balls and 2 strikes. Breaking ball is fouled at the plate, and Gallagher able to wait on that one, get a piece to just knock it backwards a little bit. 3-2, still the count. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Line to right center field, and that is going to split the alleyway between Rosenthal and Dinsky. Rosenthal picks it up. Little dying line drive. Looked like it off the end of the bat, possibly a broken bat, but it's a base hit for Gallagher. He's on with 1 away. He's now got 2 singles in this game. And he's aboard for Max Bolt. Bolt, who is 1 for 2, has also singled and scored. Gallagher at first. And Bolt asks for time. I think possibly a fly flying into his eye. It's that late afternoon lull. It's been a long day of baseball, a long fun day of baseball. And Bolt swings over the top of an outdoor slider. In between games, obviously, we had the Treasel ceremony, the celebration of the career of Kevn Trisl. His number 3 was retired. That's the first number that's been retired in the history of the Disciples. There's the pitch. That's a strike, breaking ball in the inside corner. It's Some nice memories, thinking back of those teams, 2017, especially the year with Ryan Bollinger and Kevn Trisl, both at the top of their game. It's been a great day here at the park. 0-2 to Bolt, and a swing and a miss. He got him on that slider away. So there are 2 down, as Trees is able to get Max to chase that outdoor sliding slider, for lack of a better term. So 2 away, and now the hitter is Thomas Joyce. Joyce has not made an out this weekend. Of course, that just means today. He's been on base 7 consecutive plate appearances. He had 3 home runs and 2 walks. Then he was hit by a pitch, and then he singled. Pitch from Trees is flared to center field. Dinsky coming in. He will not get it. How about that? 8 consecutive times reached base for Thomas Joyce. Even when he barely dinks it, it still drops in. Little flare to center field, so he's got another single. Gallagher goes to second base. And fell to the ground like a rock in front of Dinsky. So now Jimenez singled and then reached on that error, and that's the play that resulted in the 1 run for the Mainz Athletics. Well, this is a normal game. Trees allows a lot of base runners. He pitches to contact, but he's able to make big pitches when he's needed to. That slider a little bit inside, however. 1 ball and no strikes. Jimenez singled in the second and reached on that error in the 4th. And he asks for time. The home plate area now is starting to be engulfed in shadows. But the outfield, they are staring directly into the sun. This is the time of the day where every fly ball becomes something of an adventure. It's not very windy today, however, which helps. A ground ball to the right side. A couple of nice hops for Simon Lechner, who makes the play to first. And that ends the inning. No runs, a couple of more hits, no errors, 2 men left on base. At the end of 4.5, we are exactly halfway through. 2-1 Haar here in Game 2. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back, and it is 2-1. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning, and Will Thorpe will step up to the plate. 2, 3, and 4. Thorpe, Drew Thomas, and then Daniel Patrice against Jack Enciando. And the pitch on the way. That's a fastball strike. Ball, rather. 1 ball, no strikes. Excuse me. And the 1-0 to Thorpe. That's outside. Ball 2, 2-0. Thorpe has sacrificed and grounded out. 0 for 1 officially. There's a strike. 2-1. Enciando working quickly. And Thorpe asked for time, did not get it, and the pitch was right down the pipe. 2-2. I mentioned it in the first game. It's always dangerous to try to do that. Thorpe was trying to slow down Jack Enciando. And right now, Alex Hartle saying wait. Now he says play. 2-2 the count. Here it comes. On the corner, strike 3. A little slider. And Thorpe is down looking. And there's one away.
Und jetzt kommt an den Schlag unsere Nummer 16, Drew Thomas. So, let's go, Disciples. Auf geht's.
Drew Thomas will step up to the plate. And here comes the pitch from Enciando. Breaking ball is in the dirt. 1 ball and no strikes. Thomas reached on an error and scored in the first, and then was hit by a pitch in the third. And the 1-0 fouled away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, the 2 unearned runs that the Disciples scored in the bottom of the first, and so far that's been it. That's been the entirety of their offense in this game. There was an RBI double off the bat of Patrice and a single from Dinsky. There's a pitch in the dirt to the backstop, 2-1 on Drew Thomas. But that was after the error that allowed Drew Thomas to reach, and that's why those runs are unearned. 2 balls and 1 strike to Drew Thomas. And here's the pitch. A little bit low. 3 balls and 1 strike. Enciando, he gets the ball and just goes right back to the windup, the pitch. Big chopper up the middle. On 1 bounce, it reaches the second baseman, Vikert, who throws, and it's scooped nicely by Gallagher on the back end. That ball hit the lip of the grass in front of the plate, I think, and bounced all the way to Vikert on the fly, who scooped it. Boy, he was almost looking up into the sun to retrieve that ground ball. But it goes 4-3 on the putout. So 2 down, and Daniel Patrice will step up to the plate against Enciando. Enciando came on last inning and struck out Lechner, and now this is his first clean inning. The pitch, fastball outside, ball 1. Patrice doubled to drive home that run I mentioned, and then fly to deep center. And the pitch, breaking ball is low, 2-0. Another fly ball to deep center field. Katowski going back. He's underneath it in deep left center field. Makes the catch to haul in another long fly ball off the bat of Patrice. And that will do it. 1-2-3 go the Disciples here in the 5th. Time for the 6th inning here in Haar. The Disciples still leading Mainz by a score of 2-1. You see Patrice, he's like, why do I keep hitting fly balls to deep center field? There's a lot of ballparks in Germany, those are gone. But here, nope, they're caught by Kevin Katowski. We'll be back for the 6th inning. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We move to the 6th inning here in game 2. And it's a pitcher's duel of sorts, although Trisl has had base runners galore. Trisl has not had a 1-2-3 inning. Excuse me, he had one. That was back in the 3rd. And now he will go to work against 7-8-9, Johnny Froelich, and then Victor Foll and Nicky Weikert. First pitch to Froelich is a ball. Froelich has struck out twice in this game against Trisl. And Trisl steps off. Here's the 1-0. Right through there, that's a strike. Trisl, 70 pitches. But he has had to labor in several innings. Got out of jams in the 4th and the 5th. There's a swing and a pop-up. Foul territory being chased by Trisl against the fence, and he makes, no, he did not make the catch. But that's the same area where he injured his ankle a couple of weeks ago. And you got to wonder if he was thinking the same thing. Boy, am I going to go running into the fence. So it's strike 2 on the foul ball. Take another look at the replay here. Trisl was under it. He got the glove on the ball, but was not able to make the catch. Went out of my line of sight, and so I just watched the umpire at that point. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball is taken away, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two pitch. Breaking ball inside, nearly hit him. Now the count full, 3-2. Froelich 0 for 2 at the plate, but he's made a couple of nice plays defensively. He's played a solid shortstop, although, right, his error is the error that opened up the door for the Disciples. It was not an easy play by any stretch of the imagination. Check swing, called strike 3. Fastball at the knees on the outside corner, and there's one away. Take another look at that pitch. One away. Thorpe setting up the target right to the mitt. That is strikeout number 1. 2, 3, 4, 5 for Zach Trisl. Victor Foll, the designated hitter, is 0 for 2. He flied out and struck out. And he pops this one up to shallow left center field. Dinsky is over and under it, and that is out number 2. So 2 down, number 9 hitter Nicky Weikert will step up to the plate. Weikert grounded out and was hit by a pitch in the 4th inning. 1 run, 6 hits, 1 error for the Athletics. 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Haar Disciples. Nicky Weikert standing in. Trisl is set. And the pitch. That's a strike right through there. Fastball. In fact, all of the runs in this game have been unearned. Callum Murphy with the error for the Disciples. Both of the errors really very tough plays. The pitch is a strike, 0-2 to Weikert. The error that Froelich made, a dropped fly ball, but he was worried about colliding with Joyce, and he went pretty far out into left field before dropping it. Murphy was fielding a slow roller with a bare hand and made an excellent pickup and then threw the ball away. There's a swing and a pop-up. On the right side, it'll stay in play. Patrice is under it in foul ground, and he's got it for out number 3. So Trisl gets himself indeed a 1-2-3 inning. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for him. And we go to the bottom of the 6th, 2-1 in favor of the Disciples. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brouwerij Wildbräu. That was bad. Brouwerij Wildbräu. Brouwerij Wildbräu. Wildbräu Brouwerij. Wildbräuerei Bräuwild. Welcome back to the bottom of the 6th inning. This is game 2 of the doubleheader. The Mainz Athletics won the first game 11-6, and the Haar Disciples are winning game 2 here, 2-1, bottom of the 6th, as it'll be Dinsky, Titos van Kopf, and Callum Murphy against Jack Enciando. Enciando has thrown 1 1/3 innings so far, and the first pitch is a strike to Dinsky. We are underway in the 6th. The Disciples with 2 unearned runs in the first, the Athletics with an unearned run in the 4th, and that's it. Pitches outside from Enciando, 1-1 to Dinsky. Dinsky drove in the second of those 2 runs for the Disciples with a 2-out single. In fact, it was a 2-strike pitch, if I remember correctly. And that was a 2-out hit in the first inning, which so far is the difference in the game. 1-1 from Enciando. And a little slow Ephus curveball dropping in there. 1-2. That was a good pitch from Jack. Here comes the 1-2. Fastball high, a little more sidearm that time. Enciando changes his arm angles. The curveball looked like he threw almost directly over the top. And this ball popped foul out of play. I did not see it at all off the bat. 2 balls and 2 strikes. David Dinsky at the plate with a 2-2 count. The pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3. Got a fastball by him. 1 away. I see in the YouTube chat there's a number of Drew Thomas fans watching, presumably from the Chicago area. Well, if you missed game 1, you missed Thomas's first home run as a Disciple. Drew has scored a run in this game. He will not bat this inning, at least not for a while. So stick around, fans of Drew Thomas. Titos van Kopf, the DH, 0 for 2. And he pops one foul out of play. Strike 1. Enciando, since coming in, he's allowed 2 singles. Excuse me, he has not allowed any base runners. Looking at the wrong part of my scorecard. He struck out 2 and retired 5. Struck out 3 and retired 5 in a row. My handwriting is getting worse and worse. Pitches inside on the hands of Titos van Kopf. My handwriting is getting worse, and then also my eyesight to read the bad handwriting is also getting worse. So those 2 things in tandem, yeah. Titos asking for time and receives it. Now that's part of the strategy, as Enciando working extremely quickly. Thorpe tried to do that last inning and ended up paying the price, as Alex Hartl did not grant time to him, and the pitch was in for a strike. Thorpe ended up striking out. This time, Hartl does grant time to Titos van Kopf. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Here's the pitch. Little tapper foul, 1-2. Callum Murphy with a nice kick save with that foul tapper back to the screen. 1-2, there's 1 away. And the pitch. Tapped foul out of play. We'll do it again. Even Drew Thomas's grandmother watching the game. It's a family affair. Welcome to Haar, virtually. Suburb of Munich. It's a beautiful day here. The 1-2 pitch. There's that overhand curve, and it's high. 2-2. He throws it high. He throws it from a different arm angle, and it's also a lot slower than his other pitches. From Enciando. Slapped foul away again. Titos van Kopf being pesky here. Just trying to put the bat on the ball. Still 2-2, 1 down. Here it comes. That's outside, ball 3. Titos does not walk a lot. He only has 1 walk in 42 plate appearances. But his strikeout rate is also not too bad, only 7. 3-2 here. And the pitch from Enciando. got him with an off-speed pitch. That was an excellent pitch. Van Kopf was way out in front, and there are 2 down. 2 consecutive strikeouts. That's now 4 of the 6 batters faced that Enciando has struck out. And now Callum Murphy steps up with 2 down, nobody on. Murphy has grounded to short twice. It is 2-1 Disciples. We are in the bottom of the 6th inning. Hope you're enjoying your day wherever you may be. It's been absolutely gorgeous here. There's a strike from Enciando as the Australian fires one over the outside corner. Working quickly again, the 0-1. Ground ball again to the shortstop. That's the 3rd one off the bat of Murphy, and Froehlich's throw is in time. So Murphy 3 times a 6-3 ground out. And the Disciples go down in order. They have not had a base runner against Jack Enciando, and we go to the 7th inning. It's a 2-1 ball game. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. That's Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back. It's the top of the 7th inning, and for the top of the lineup, Kevin Trisl stepping up to the plate against Zach Treese, who has thrown 80 pitches so far. And the first pitch is up high, ball 1 to Trisl. Kevin Trisl 0 for 3 so far in game 2. See somebody writing in the chat, is this a AAA league? That could mean several things. In the UK, they have leagues called Single A, Double A, Triple A. Here in Germany, this is just called the First Bundesliga, the top league of Germany. It is not the equivalent of Triple A minor league baseball, in case you're wondering. That was a breaking ball strike. There's a swing and a foul to the screen, strike 2, 1 ball, 2 strikes. There are a lot of former professional players that play in this league. A lot of mostly amateur players, German players, as Germany trying to develop its leagues. Of course, Max Kepler, the big star in Germany, but prior to him, it was Donald Lutz, the first German in the major leagues. There's a pitch outside, 2-2. And Kevin Trisl, who's batting right now, he's a member of the national team of Germany. Longtime outfielder for the Mainz Athletics. The Athletics have a number of players who are pretty much permanent fixtures on the national team. There's a ball for ball 3, 3 balls and 2 strikes on Trisl, leading off the 7th, 2-1. All the runs in this game are unearned. And here's the pitch. There's a ground ball to the right side, takes a big hop, and a nice play by Patrice to glove it. He flips it to Zach Treese covering. This infield is becoming famous for hops like that, as I would say at least 50% of the ground balls I've seen this year have taken some sort of crazy bounce. This one, Patrice stayed with, and he made the put out to Zach Trees. Trees making the put out. 3-1 goes the play, 1 away, and that'll bring up Peter Johannesson. See somebody asking the Drew Thomas fan club. They want to know, when is Drew Thomas going to bat? Well, the Disciples, when they come up in the next half inning, they will have 8, 9, and 1. And Thomas is in the 3 spot, so that's when he's due. So you have time to go get a beverage in case you're wondering. Here's Peter Johannesson, 0 for 3 in the game. Of course, I don't know if you want to miss Johannesson or Austin Gallagher batting. Pitch was a ball to Peter Johannesson. Johannesson with the Mainz Athletics for at least the last 5 years, possibly longer. I don't remember off the top of my head when he started. It was 2015 or 16. He's a Swedish national team player. And he really has found a home in the Bundesliga with Mainz. Check swing on a pitch inside. They will appeal. Did he go? No, says Dan DiBacco. So they count 2 balls and a strike. The on-deck hitter, Austin Gallagher. 2-1. Strike called on the inside corner under the hands of Johannesson, who was surprised to find out that it was a strike. See, Johannesson really dives into the pitch, and it just caught the inside corner, according to Alex Hartle. 2-2. Popped up left side. This is playable. Murphy is calling for it on the edge of the outfield grass, and he one-hands it. 2 down and nobody on for Austin Gallagher. Gallagher 2 for 3 in this game. He has 2 singles and a fly out to deep center field. And now Alex Tufts out to the mound to talk with Zach Trees. And we will see what this means. It's only the 7th inning. Trees has battled. This might be a strategic decision. What do you want to do with Gallagher? This is not a pitching change. This is Tufts getting Trees' opinion. Oh, wow, this is a pitching change. As Tufts is going to the bullpen, he's going to bring in Sean Cowan, it looks like, the lefty, to face Austin Gallagher. So Zach Trees, his day is going to come to an end. That was a bit of a surprise for me at the very least, but my guess is that Tufts communicates these things pretty well. It's a 2-1 game. This is a game the Disciples need. Trees looks a little bit dejected to be removed so quickly in the ball game. I have a feeling also that the pitch count is missing some pitches. He's probably well over 100. And of course, right there on the screen, you see 91 pitches. So Sean Cowan into the game, the little lefty. He's going to get a big chance here to face Austin Gallagher. And we'll take a short break and be right back. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Here we go, and it's going to be Austin Gallagher against Sean Cowan, and lefty against lefty. Cowan has only had limited action, and he's been Jekyll and Hyde. Sometimes he's great, sometimes he struggles with his command, and the first pitch to Gallagher is a ball. So Trisl goes 6 2/3. And he can only win it. He's not going to be on the hook for any sort of a loss. That's the preemptive decision to take him out of the game, as Gallagher skies one foul out of play off to the left. Riestra chasing after it, but that ball is way, way out of here. Riestra, by the way, he ran about 200 feet to try to get to that foul ball, as the Disciples are shifting Austin Gallagher. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Cowan is one of the guys that the Disciples are really trying to develop. He's very talented. He's got good movement. He's only pitched 3 1/3 innings this year, and ERA north of 10. And now Gallagher trying to wipe the sweat away from his eyes. It's a 2-1 game. We're in the 7th inning, so you figure Tufts is going to try to get Cowan to face Gallagher here. Now, you know, honestly, in between innings, well, I'll let you know what I was thinking after this next pitch. The 1-1 curve just missed, and the count 2-1. In between innings, I actually was asking the scorers if the 3-batter minimum for pitchers applies in this league. I know in MLB, you bring in a relief pitcher, that pitcher has to face 3 batters or complete an inning. I don't know that that's the case here. And the breaking ball off the fists is fouled away. Gallagher with a pretty weak hack, trying to stay back on that pitch. Two and 2 on Austin Gallagher. Sean Cowan, the little lefty, brought in a big spot, and the breaking ball nearly hits him, and the count now full, 3 and 2. Just want to respond to Ray Torius in the YouTube chat. Thanks for the nice comments. You know, the Bundesliga in Germany, it's kind of like a big family. Everybody knows everybody. But it's been gradually getting better. There are some really nice stadiums. And thanks to COVID, all the teams now have a broadcast. The pitch is lifted to left field. This is playable for Thomas. He is underneath it and makes the catch. And Sean Cowan comes in and completes his job, retiring Austin Gallagher on a fly ball. So the 7th inning will go to the bottom of the 7th inning. It is 2-1. We have a close ball game here, and it's time to stretch here in game 2. The Disciples leading Mainz Athletics 2-1. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Time for the bottom of the 7th inning of a one-run ball game. The Disciples leading 2-1. It'll be 8, 9, and 1. Joseph Rosenthal, Francisco Riestra, and then the top of the order, Simon Lechner. For the Drew Thomas fan club in the chat, he will be due up 5th this inning, so make sure you're comfortable. Should the lineup get that far. Rosenthal is singled twice. That was all against Wildenhain. And the pitch from Enciando is a slow curve on the corner for a strike. Oh and 1 to Rosenthal. That's outside. The Disciples do not have a base runner against Enciando. He's retired 7 in a row since coming into the game. Fly ball to right field. Johannesson was standing still for a moment. Now he finds the ball, ranges to his left, and makes the catch. 1 away. That's now 8 in a row set down by Enciando. Yannick Wildenhain started. He went 3 2/3, gave up 6 hits, 2 unearned runs, and that's it. No walks, 1 strikeout. Zach Trees, 6 2/3, 6 hits, 1 run. That run was also unearned. Trees walked no one and struck out 5. So there's been a lot of balls in play as Riestra looks at a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. And the next one, sidearm delivery is low, 2-0. And Enciando comes back with a strike on the outside corner, 2-1. Mainz won the first game 11-6. Haar trying to take the nightcap. This ball popped foul off to the right out of play. I have no idea where it went. I cannot see it at all. Now I see it landed in the youth field. When the shadows are where they are right now, if the ball goes up in the air, I lose it instantly. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Line towards left center field. That ball is going to drop in for a base hit in front of Joyce, who barehands it to corral it and get it in. So Riestra has his second hit. And he's on first. That's the first base runner against Enciando for the Haar Disciples. And now the top of the order, Simon Lechner. Lechner has singled, sandwiched in between 2 strikeouts. Francisco, who's on first, has 2 singles on the afternoon. Riestra has stolen 5 out of 6 coming into today's action. And the pitch is low. You wonder if this might be a time. I mean, a 1-run game, this game has a completely different feel from the first game where you felt like an 8-run lead just wasn't really all that much. And balls were flying out of the park right and left, although, to be fair, most of those off the bat of Joyce. Now Lechner finds the gap into right center field with a little dunker. Riestra will go first to third, and Simon Lechner stops. And the Disciples have runners on the corners with only 1 out. So a little flare off the end of the bat, but it was placed perfectly into right center field. And now Will Thorpe with runners on first and third. And Drew Thomas on deck. Thorpe in this game is 0 for 2. He did have a sacrifice bunt. So here, Lechner probably not going to take off from first base. He's not your typical leadoff hitter in that he's a base stealer guy. He's more a get-on-base type of guy. But with Thorpe at the plate, you figure maybe they might try a hit and run. Nicky Vikert, the second baseman, is shading Thorpe up the middle. And Enciando steps off after first coming set. He wants Bolt to go through the signs again. Jimenez is playing even with the bag at third. Froelich, the shortstop, is in normal position. Outfield straight away. The pitch to Thorpe. Outside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Jack Enciando has not even had a whiff of trouble until just now. He had retired 8 in a row prior to the 2 consecutive singles now. 1-0 on Thorpe. There's that little curve, and it's too high. 2-0. Thorpe with a hitter's count. And he fouls away a fastball, and the count 2-1. Looked like he was maybe trying to go to right field. Lechner, of course, not showing any signs of running. First and third, 1 out. 2-1 Disciples in the 7th. That would be a huge insurance run if Thorpe can get him home from third. And a little floater off the fists. That's going to be caught in the air by the third baseman, Jimenez. And that's the 2nd out. Well, the Disciples have had some unproductive outs going back to the first game. And so now, those of you in the chat who've been waiting for Drew Thomas to come to the plate, well, now's your moment. First and third, 2 outs. Thomas homered in the first game and had a single. In this game, he reached on an error, then he was hit, and then he grounded out. So he's officially 0 for 1, but with a run scored. And that little curve is high. Enciando spins around. He knew he let go of that one a little bit too high. 1 ball, no strikes to Thomas. Max Bolt giving the signs to his infielders just in case Lechner decides to take off. Riestra is at third, Lechner is at first. Enciando comes set, 1-0 on Thomas. And the pitch. Curve missed inside, 2-0. The Disciples scored their 2 runs all the way back in the first inning, and thus far they've made it hold up. 2-0 pitch, high, 3-0, nowhere close. Enciando trying to slide step on that move, and the fastball was high and nowhere near. My guess is Thomas has a green light here, though. Patrice on deck. Fastball on the outside corner, 3-1. That was a pitcher's pitch. That's why Thomas did not go after it. So now, power against power. Let's see what happens. And he got a hanging slider and fouled it directly back. 3-2 now. That was a hittable pitch, and Thomas knows it. Take a look at this last delivery. 3 balls and 2 strikes now from Enciando to Thomas. Pitch was right in the middle, and Thomas was on it. Lechner will go from first. He's not being held on anymore. And the pitch is up high for ball 4, and the bases are loaded. So the bases are loaded for Daniel Patrice. Patrice, who doubled and has crushed 2 long fly balls to center field. So he's 1 for 3. The guy who came on starting this ball game with 28 hits on the season, and now he's got 31. He and Dinsky have really just been swinging the bats all year. So bases loaded, and the pitch in the dirt. Good block by Max Bolt. 2 down in the inning. Now, Enciando prior to this inning had retired 8 straight, then single. Thorpe popped out, and now Thomas walked, and the bases are loaded for Daniel Patrice. 1 ball, no strikes. There's the wind and the pitch. Foul to the screen, and Patrice was all over that fastball. He was right on it. Enciando challenging him. One and one. Swung on and missed, but the ball gets away from Bolt. Into score is Riestra. A strike, but a wild pitch. As Max Bolt had absolutely no chance to corral that one. It bounced well in front of the plate. So the runners advance, and the Disciples get an important 3rd run on the wild pitch. That's the way it's been. All the runs in this game have been unearned. Now that one's going to be an earned run, but it's not exactly the result of a hit. It's the wild pitch. Enciando electing to go from the windup with the bases loaded. He uncorked that one. So the count 1-2 to Patrice. Now the runners on 2nd and 3rd. And he overthrew that one. Bolt nearly had that one get away from him too. But maybe Enciando overthrowing a little bit. You could hear him grunting all the way back here. We're not that far away, but still trying to make that final pitch to get out of this inning and keep it close. The Disciples have scored a run. It is 3-1. And Patrice with a 2-2 count. Runners on second and third. Here's the pitch. And this one, it gets away from Bolt again. And here comes Simon Lechner. It is 4-1. The pitch was way outside. Bolt got the glove on it, but it's probably going to be a wild pitch again. Bolt tried to glove it. He did not go for it to block it with his body. And so Lechner scores. Now suddenly the bases were loaded and 2 outs. Now there's a runner on third and 2 outs. Both runs have scored. It is 4-1 Disciples. And the count full, 3-2. And that's outside, and this one gets away from Bolt. Here comes Thomas. He's going to score. That was ball 4, I believe. Isn't that ball 4? It is ball 4. Patrice didn't realize what the count was. So it's ball 4, but 3 wild pitches. Boy, how about that? The bases were loaded, and now they are, well, there's a runner on first as Patrice walked. The Disciples leading by a score of 5-1. I don't think I've ever seen that happen with the bases loaded and then all 3 runs coming around on either wild pitch or passed ball. So now Dinsky, and he hits a fly ball to right center field. Kitofsky ranging over. He's got a beat on it, and he makes the catch for the final out. Boy, what a wild adventure between the at-bats of Patrice and Dinsky. The bases were loaded, and then suddenly they were empty, and 3 runs had scored, all on wild pitches. So we go to the 8th inning. It's the Haar Disciples 5, the Mainz Athletics 1. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to the top of the 8th inning, and Max Bolt will step up to the plate against Sean Cowan, who now has a 4-run lead. And the pitch to Bolt is down low for a ball. Bolt, Joyce, and Jimenez, 4, 5, and 6 against the lefty Sean Cowan, who was brought in to retire Austin Gallagher. There's a swing and a pop foul out of play, 1-1. Just talking in between innings, I don't know that I've ever seen the bases loaded and then unloaded on 3 consecutive wild pitches. Nearly on 3 consecutive pitches, too. That's the part that was really stunning. The pitch is outside and high, 2-1. Five to 1, still not out of reach. This is the Bundesliga, don't forget. The pitch is popped foul and out of play off to the right. 2-2 now the count. The Athletics 6 outs with which to work. Sean Cowan out there. Tufts going to give Sean Cowan a little bit more of a leash here. They do have Luke Steinlein in the bullpen, along with Jan Endriat. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Bolt, who has singled in 3 trips, and now he rips a curveball foul into the dugout. And the count remains 2-2. But all the scoring in this game has been very strange. The Disciples with 2 unearned runs in the first inning, although they were unearned only because there was a 2-out error that allowed the inning to continue. There's a pitch in the dirt, full count to Bolt. Dinsky and Patrice had RBI hits in that first inning. And then the Mainz Athletics, they got their 1 run on the little ground ball that was fielded by Callum Murphy. He made a great barehanded play, and then his throw went down past the first baseman as Bolt swats one to deep right field. Rosenthal turned around, and now he finds it short of the warning track and makes the catch. Nothing easy about that, but there's one away. That'll bring up Thomas Joyce. So now, well, Thomas Joyce is still a puzzle that the Disciples have not solved. He has been on base 8 consecutive times. Joyce had 3 home runs in the first game to go with 2 walks. And in this game, he's been hit by a pitch and singled twice. The last one was a little blooper. Left-hand hitter. I do not know what the record for most consecutive times reached base in the Bundesliga is, but Joyce is at 8. And the curveball is low for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. So if anybody knows, please write it in the YouTube chat. Records like that are not often easy to find. There's a curve swung on and missed. That is the first time Joyce has swung the bat and not done some massive damage today. I think every time he's removed the bat from his shoulder, he's put the ball in play. One ball, 1 strike to Joyce with 1 out. And that's low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Five to 1 Haar. We are in the 8th, the pitch. This ball hit in between first and second for a base hit. Joyce has 3 singles in this game, and he has been on base 9 consecutive times today. Going back to the first game, that is ridiculous. That was a pitch off the handle of the bat, and he floated it between first and second. Little curveball, he waited on it. So he is 3 for 3 with a hit by pitch in this game. He was 3 for 3 with 2 walks in the first game. And it looks like that might do it for Sean Cowan, as Alex Tufts back out on the mound. And that is indeed going to be it for Cowan. So he came on, he did what he was asked to do. He retired Austin Gallagher to get through the 7th. He got Max Bolt, now gives up a single to Joyce, and Alex Tufts is going to go to Luke Steinlein. Steinlein is the de facto closer. So this is pretty much the end of the strategy. It's Steinlein for the rest of the game. Steinlein has pitched very well this year. Cowan has a good outing, and he will depart. We'll take a short break. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So Luke Steinlein comes on, and he will deal with Marlon Jimenez. Steinlein has had a good year. ERA of 1.64 in 22 innings. Right-hander Steinlein, also another of the long-time Haar Disciples. And the pitch over the outside corner to Jimenez, strike one. Joyce is on first base. And the pitch. There's a little line drive served over the first base bag, but foul out of the reach of Patrice. That was a half swing. That pitch, I think, was going to hit the dirt. And Jimenez somehow put the bat on the ball and nearly floated it down the line for a hit. Watch where this pitch was. That was out of the dirt. That's Vlad Guerrero style right there. Not quite on a bounce, but the next closest thing. The runner was not going, so it wasn't a hit and run. So Jimenez just chased it. 0-2. Joyce on first base. And he chases it again. That's out number 2. First base is occupied. Good block by Thorpe. And Steinlein throws 3 pitches to get the second out of the inning. And with 2 down, that'll bring up Johnny Froelich. As Jimenez chasing that knuckle curve down and away. Steinlein has a good one. So 2 outs, Joyce at first. 5-1, the Disciples leading, trying to take the second game of this doubleheader. It's about 7:30 p.m. here, local time. And we're actually unusually far into the game. These two teams, a couple of years ago, they would keep playing and the game would be tied and it would be getting dark. And things would start getting weird when the ball would be popped up. There are some fun highlights if you want to go searching through the YouTube channel. Look for Haar versus Mainz. I think a couple of years ago they played a game that had to be suspended after we entered the twilight zone and the sun went down. The pitch was low. The runner's going, swung on and fouled directly towards me, but if it weren't for that darn net, I would have caught that foul ball and I would have reached my dream. But instead it's just a strike and the runner has to go back. 1 ball and 1 strike. You know, you never know when that luck is going to shine upon you, and if it weren't for that net, also my laptop might have been destroyed, but you know, that's besides the point. 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 down, Steinlein against Froelich. Runner not going this time. The pitch swung on and missed, breaking ball down and away. Well, Jimenez was chasing that, and now Froelich does the same. He's behind 1-2. Steinlein got his start playing baseball with the Firth Pirates, and he's actually left-handed, but he pitches right-handed because when he started playing baseball, they didn't have any gloves for lefties. The pitch is low, 2-2. I tell that story at least once a year. So if you've never watched a Haar Disciples broadcast, you learned something about Luke Steinlein. You know, the savvy baseball parents, if they have a right-handed kid, they'll teach them how to throw left-handed. I think Justice Sheffield was one of those. Because I think Hyunjin Ryu also for the Blue Jays, he's actually a natural righty. And his father taught him how to pitch left-handed. There's a swing and a miss, strike 3. Steinlein comes in and slams the door with 2 strikeouts. Strikes out Jimenez and Froelich with the off-speed pitch. No runs, a hit, no errors, 1 left on base. Bottom of the 8th inning coming up. It is 5-1 Disciples. For the Disciples, it'll be 6, 7, and 8. Tito's Fun Cop, Callum Murphy, and Joseph Rosendahl. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. That's the Brauerei Wildbräu. It's beer. Here we go to the bottom of the 8th inning, and the Mainz Athletics have made a slight defensive change. Max Bolt trades places with Austin Gallagher. Gallagher will be behind the plate catching. Bolt, after a long day in the hot sun, catching 2 games, and then, those 3 wild pitches last inning, I think he decided it's time to make the switch. And really, who can blame him? So he goes to first, and Gallagher is at first. Titus von Kopf is at the plate, and the first pitch is outside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. It is really not possible to stress the importance of having a good catcher, or having several good catchers. There's a strike called on the outside corner, 1-1. Looks like Gallagher, it looks like he's using a very thin catcher's mitt. One of those modern style ones. Makes it easier to pull the pitch back into the strike zone. There's that little curveball slipping out of the hand of Enciando, and the count 2-1. Jack had been cruising along, and then suddenly last inning the wheels fell off a little bit. 2 base hits and a walk, and then 3 wild pitches. The bases were loaded, and then almost, I think it was 3 consecutive pitches, they were unloaded again. That pitch is outside, 3-1. So it was a strange inning to say the least, and that's the way it's been for all of the scoring. 1 run, 7 hits, 1 error. There's a hot shot hit to the right of the mound and past Vikert into the outfield. Titus is on first base. That ball was hit very hard. Nicky Vikert was moving to his right, tried to backhand it as he sat down, and it got by him. Let's see if that's going to be a base hit or an error. It was hit very hard. Probably going to be a base hit. That's my guess, and indeed, that's the 9th hit for the Disciples. So Titus has his first base hit of the afternoon. He's now 1 for 4 in the game. And Callum Murphy steps up to the plate. There you see Von Kopf on first base. Beautiful shot. All these extra camera angles brought to you by the good folks of the Mainz Athletics, who were on vacation here in Munich area and decided to bring all the equipment with them. Why not? Thanks very much, guys. And the pitch inside to Murphy. That's Matthias Lech, who's operating the switcher. Dorothea Nilius, who's been operating the switcher as well at times. Right now she's relaxing. Tamara Schuttler is operating the camera behind the plate, and Daniela Schuttler is operating the base camera, which is giving you all those great views of the runners on first base. So thank you to all of you guys. You'll hear me when you watch the rebroadcast, probably. The count is 3 balls and no strikes to Murphy, meanwhile. And he's taken all the way, and there's one right down the pipe, 3-1. And normally it's a one-man show back here, but it's nice to get help, a little help from my friends. There's a check on the runner, and Enciando nearly threw that ball past Bolt down the right field side. Titus von Kopf, he has stolen 1 base, has not been caught. He only tried the 1 time. There he goes. The pitch swung on and missed. The throw by Gallagher high and to the right, and von Kopf is in there. Titus steals his second base, and the count goes full on Callum Murphy, 3-2 now. Now Gallagher's throw was to the right of the second base bag, fielded by Froelich, the shortstop, but Titus had that bag stolen, so he is at second base. Remember, 5-1, no lead is really safe. The Athletics, they will have 8, 9, and 1 of their lineup coming up in the 9th inning. 3-2 to Murphy. Nobody out. The pitch, curve, and a beauty. Called strike 3. Enciando freezing Murphy, and that's the first out of the inning. Let's take a look at that pitch again. A 3-2 breaking ball. Callum was not looking for that. Absolutely perfectly placed, right to the mitt. And so, now Joe Rosenthal, 2 for 3, 2 singles. I keep trying to say all the runs in this game have scored in a weird way. The 1 run from Mainz is unearned. The first 2 for the Disciples were unearned. And then the 3 wild pitches in a row to unload the bases in the 7th. And that's been it. And Rosenthal lays down a bunt. This one is going to go well foul. Strike 1. Earlier in the game, he laid one down that rolled and rolled and rolled on the line and came to a stop just barely in foul territory. This one, however, was well to the left. It's been a really great day here in Haar. We had the first game starting at 1, and then Mainz winning 11-6, and then in between games, a really nice ceremony retiring the number 3 of the Disciples pitcher Kevn Trisl. And now this game has been a close one. It was 2-1 until the last half inning. Rosenthal swinging over the top, but 5-1. Remember, if you're new to Bundesliga baseball, 5-1 is a close game, folks. Rallies and deficits can be closed in the blink of an eye, especially when you have a team like Mainz who hits a lot of bombs. 0-2 on Rosenthal. Tito's dancing off second, swing and a foul tip into the mid of Gallagher, strike 3. So Enciando now has struck out 2 straight after Van Kopf reached second base. And so now the number 9 hitter, Francisco Riestra, will step up to the plate. Francisco is 2 for 3. 2 singles. He's also stolen a base and scored a run. He scored the first of the trio of wild pitch runs. And he's up there with 2 outs and a runner on second, Tito's Van Kopf. Jack Enciando from the stretch and deals curve, and that one drops in. Riestra, a guy who likes to shoot the ball to the opposite field. And a curve. This one more of a slider type, and it's inside for a ball. Enciando looks like he's got the one that goes directly over the top from 12 to 6. And then that last one, he came a little bit more from a 3/4 angle, and it has a little bit more side-to-side action. 2-1 from Enciando to Riestra. Fastball is fouled away. And actually, Enciando, he has his own scouting report up on the internet. So if I remember correctly, he's got fastball, curve, changeup, slider. Typical pitch mix. And so we've seen 3 of those 4 on the first 3 of this sequence, 1 and 2. Van Kopf leading off second base at the edge of your screen. And the pitch, little roller, and it's back to Enciando. He makes the play to first himself, and the inning's over. So we will go to the 9th inning. The Disciples, no runs, a hit, no errors, 1 left. Last chance for the Mainz Athletics here in Game 2. The Haar Disciples leading 5-1. This is Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. That's Brauerei Wildbräu. Wildbräu Brauerei. To the 9th inning, Luke Steinlein came on and struck out the only 2 batters he faced in the 8th inning, and he's going to go to work against 8, 9, and 1. Victor Fohl, Nicky Weikert, and the top of the order, Kevin Katowski. It is 5-1. And the Mainz Athletics, they are hoping to get some base runners for their boppers to come up. If anybody gets on, it would be Johannesson, Gallagher, Bolt. So Steinlein It would behoove him to make quick work of the bottom of the order. Victor Foll is 0 for 3, and the first pitch is low for a ball. Zach Treese started the game. He went 6 2/3. Sean Cowan pitched 2/3 of an inning, and Steinlein has been in there ever since, trying to close things out here in the 9th. This is not a save situation, but really, who cares about saves in the Bundesliga? The Disciples just care about wins, and that pitch is fouled away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Mainz Athletics won the first game 11-6. The Disciples leading this game 5-1. And if it stays this way, then these two teams would split the 4 games over the course of the season. One ball, 1 strike to Victor Foll. Defensively, they're playing him straight away. The fastball's high, and the count 2-1. Mainz still has 3 games left versus Mannheim and 2 against Stuttgart to close out their season. They only have 5 left to play. The Disciples have 6 more games after today. 4 against Stuttgart. That pitch is low, 3 balls and a strike. So the Bundesliga South has been extremely competitive this year. And there's only so many wins to go around. Regensburg only has 2 losses. Well, they've only lost 2 games, once to Haar and once to Heidenheim. Here's the 3-1 pitch. That's down the middle for a strike, 3-2. Foll trying to deke and influence the call, but that was at the knees on the corner. Full count now. Three balls and 2 strikes to Victor Foll leading off the 9th inning. Nobody on, nobody out. A ground ball up the middle, through into center field. That's a base hit for Foll. And so the Athletics get a good beginning to their 9th inning. And now Nicky Weikert will step up to the plate. Foll had been 0 for 3. Now he's got a hit in 4 trips. Weikert is 0 for 2 with a hit by pitch. Steinlein checking to see who would cover on a ground ball back to him. That's what that signal was. Nobody out, 9th inning. Don't touch that dial. We are not done here. And the pitch. Weikert fights one off, and this is going to be caught on the fly by the second baseman Lechner. Jammed on the pitch, and that's the first out of the 9th inning, and that'll bring up the top of the order now, Kevin Trisl. Trisl is 0 for 4 in this game. He's flat out twice and grounded out twice. Victor Foll standing on first base. He won't be going anywhere unless he becomes absolutely certain he can make it. 1 away. Trisl not an easy double play candidate. There's a strike. Steinlein painting the corner with a fastball, 0-1. And the 0-1 pitch coming right now. A ground ball off the glove of Patrice. He kicked it away. Now he shovels it to Steinlein, who finds the bag somehow, and they get it out. That was a miniature circus on a ground ball to first base, but Patrice, after initially kicking it, it hit the heel of his glove, then he kicked it away. He found it and then managed to flip it backwards to Steinlein, who had to reach high while searching for the bag with his foot, but he executed it, and the Disciples get the out. 3-1, but it's not a routine one. What a job by Steinlein to stay with it and also avoid the runner. So 2 down in the 9th inning, and Peter Johannesson steps up to the plate. Mainz down to their last out here in game 2. Well, you wonder if Patrice was thinking about a double play before he had the ball in his glove, and he was lucky to be able to retrieve it and recover. And so Johannesson, who is 0 for 4 in this game, Foll on second base, 2 down. The Disciples do not care about that runner at all. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Steinlein trying to nail it down and get the final 5 outs of this game. He comes set. 0-1, the pitch is coming. Served into left field. That's going to drop for a base hit. Foal is going to be held at third. No reason to get thrown out at home. So Peter Johannesson keeps things going. It gets slightly more interesting now. You have the tying run in the on-deck circle. Austin Gallagher is the hitter. Gallagher with 2 singles and 2 flyouts today. His last at bat was against the left-hander Sean Cowan. And now against Steinlein, with runners on first and third, they're still going to put the shift on him. So Victor Foal is pretty much alone at third base. His run doesn't really mean anything. The Disciples just need 1 more out, so they're going to try to defend what they can against Gallagher. The outfield is pretty straight away. The Disciples just basically have a 4th outfielder in short right field. That's Simon Lechner. There's the pitch, and it's a fastball high, but boy, you got Max Bolt as the tying run in the on-deck circle. No thank you if you're a Disciples fan. Yes, please, if you're a Mainz Athletics fan.
Yes, please.
I'm sitting next to a few, so I got to be fair and impartial up here. 1 ball, no strikes to Gallagher. Like I said, don't touch that dial. Not that you have one on your laptop. There's the 1-0. And there it goes, deep to right field, high, far, and it's a 1-run ball game. Austin Gallagher hits one to the moon, and just like that, it's 5-4. A 3-run shot. Gallagher touches home plate. Let's take a look at the pitch. It was a 1-0 pitch, and he was ready for it. And everybody just watching it. So now we have a 5-4 game. Well, 2 outs in the 9th inning. Max Bolt at the plate. Bolt is 1 for 4. Bolt, a guy who, of course, a long history against Luke Steinlein. These pitchers and these hitters know each other. Steinlein with the bases empty, and the first pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Bolt not happy. 0-1. Max singled and scored in the 4th inning. 5-4 is the score. And that's outside, ball 1, 1 ball and 1 strike. Steinlein, of course, has nerves of steel. He basically doesn't really care that he just gave up a 3-run home run. He's just going to focus on getting Max Bolt. But Bolt has, been a thorn in the side of Steinlein. These two trade barbs throughout their long careers in the Bundesliga. The pitch. Curve is on the corner. Bolt not happy in the count 1-2. And Steinlein and the Disciples a strike away in a game that just became a whole lot more exciting because I told you so, Bundesliga baseball. A 5-1 lead suddenly is 5-4. Steinlein with the count, I think it's 1-2. The pitch, breaking ball outside. The scoreboard says 2-2, but I'm pretty sure now it's 2-2. Let's see what Alex Hartl says. Well, maybe the count is 3-2. I think it's 2-2, but we will see. Either way, the Disciples a strike away. And the pitch. Ball outside. Now the count is full 3-2. And so, boy, 1 more, and that would put the tying run on base for Thomas Joyce, the guy who's reached 9 consecutive plate appearances. Boy, if he were to come up here, that would be some kind of competition. Full count. 2 outs, 9th inning. Here's the pitch from Steinlein. In the dirt, and the ball game continues. And Thomas Joyce, who has been on base 9 consecutive times, is going to come up. And if he doesn't reach base for a 10th consecutive time, the game will end. And Tufts out to chat with Luke Steinlein. So Max Bolt on first base, no sign of a pinch runner here, at least for the moment. I wonder if they would put somebody in a little bit more speedy. Bolt's the first baseman. So Tufts having a long discussion with Steinlein here. 2 outs in the 9th inning. And this is the beauty of baseball. It is not over till it's over. And this one, I told you starting this inning, the game is not over. The Athletics, remember that 2-out single punched to the left field off the bat of Johannesson? That kept the ball game going. And then Austin Gallagher hit one to the moon. And suddenly the pressure is on. The Disciples still only out away, but you have Thomas Joyce, a guy who in the first game today hit 3 home runs. He's been on base 9 consecutive at-bats, or plate appearances rather. He has not made an out today, and the Disciples need him to make an out right here. Bolt is on first base. Thomas Joyce the hitter, 3 singles and a hit by pitch. That's his afternoon in the second game. Left-hand hitter, I don't think I need to tell you that he has power. Here's the pitch from Steinlein. Swing and a miss, and Joyce had one thing on his mind with that cut. Steinlein went right after him. He just said, here it is, hit it, and Joyce swung through it. 1 strike. Well, it's 8 p.m. It's getting dark here in Haar. 0-1. Fly ball to right field. Rosenthal racing over. He's underneath it, and he's got it. The Disciples win. Thomas Joyce finally makes an out, and it's the out that ends the ball game. Final score, Haar 5, Mainz 4. And that was a wonderful ending to a wonderful game. 5 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for the Disciples, 4, 10, and 1 for the Mainz Athletics. They win a nail-biter to the Disciples. 5-4 the final score. Zach Trees with the win. Yannick Wildenhain will get the loss in this game. Ball game ending just before 8 p.m. And I want to thank you guys for tuning into this broadcast. I'd like to thank Matthias, Dorothea, Tamara, and Daniela for all of your help with the broadcast. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. And a wonderful day of baseball here in Haar has come to an end. And now it's time for a wonderful evening in the Munich area. Wherever you are, I hope you are going to kick back and relax for the rest of this evening. The 2 teams split the doubleheader. Mainz wins the first game 11-6. Haar wins the nightcap 5-4. My name is Tim Collins. Thank you so much for tuning in. And just so you know, that is the final broadcast for me personally before the end of the season. There will be another broadcast on July the 10th. The Stuttgart Reds will be in town. However, I won't be here, so there will be a broadcast. Not sure how it's going to be run, but it's going to be a broadcast that day, but it won't be with me. So I'd like to thank you for tuning in throughout this season. And if the Disciples are in the playoffs, as it looks like they probably will be, then I'll be back with you for the playoffs. Thanks for tuning in. Once again, this has been Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. That's the Brauerei Wildbräu. What Brauerei is it? It's the Wildbräu Brauerei. The Brauerei Wildbräu. They are a Brauerei. They are wild. They brau. They bräu. They wild. They voy. They're Brauerei Wildbräu. Thank you very much for tuning in, and that's it for Haar Disciples Baseball today.